Chapter 14 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mary Schneider. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 25. Before Mr. Lincoln surrenders himself completely to the public, for it is apparent that he is fast approaching the great crisis of his career, it may not be entirely inappropriate to take a nearer and more personal view of him. A knowledge of his personal views and actions, a glimpse through the doorway of his home, and a more thorough acquaintance with his marked and strong points as they developed, will aid us greatly in forming our general estimate of the man. When Mr. Lincoln entered the domain of investigation, he was a severe and persistent thinker, and he had wonderful endurance. Hence he was abstracted, and for that reason at times was somewhat unsocial, reticent, and uncommunicative. After his marriage, it cannot be said that he liked the society of ladies. In fact, it was just what he did not like, though one of his biographers says otherwise. Lincoln had none of the tender ways that please a woman, and he could not, it seemed, by any positive act of his own, make her happy. If his wife was happy, she was naturally happy, or made herself so in spite of countless drawbacks. He was, however, a good husband in his own peculiar way, and in his own way only. If exhausted from severe and long-continued thought, he had to touch the earth again to renew his strength. When this weariness set in, he would stop thought, and get down and play with a little dog or kitten to recover, and when the recovery came, he would push it aside to play with its own tail. He treated men and women in much the same way. For fashionable society he had a marked dislike, although he appreciated its value in promoting the welfare of a man ambitious to succeed in politics. If he was invited out to dine or to mingle in some social gathering, and came in contact with the ladies, he treated them with becoming politeness, but the consciousness of his shortcomings as a society man rendered him unusually diffident, and at the very first opportunity he would have the men separated from their ladies, and crowded close around him in one corner of the parlor, listening to one of his characteristic stories. That a lady as proud and ambitious to exercise the rights of supremacy in society as Mary Todd should repent of her marriage to the man I have just described, surely need occasion no surprise in the mind of any one. Both she and the man whose hand she accepted acted along the lines of human conduct, and both reaped the bitter harvest of conjugal infelicity. In dealing with Mr. Lincoln's home life, perhaps I am revealing an element of his character that has heretofore been kept from the world, but in doing so I feel sure I am treading on no one's toes, for all the actors in this domestic drama are dead, and the world seems ready to hear the facts. As his married life, in the opinion of all his friends, exerted a peculiar influence over Mr. Lincoln's political career, there can be no impropriety, I apprehend, in throwing the light on it now. Mrs. Lincoln's disposition and nature have been dealt with in another chapter, and enough has been told to show that one of her greatest misfortunes was her inability to control her temper. Admit that, and everything can be explained. However cold and abstracted her husband may have appeared to others, however impressive, when aroused, may have seemed his indignation in public, he never gave vent to his feelings at home. He always meekly accepted as final the authority of his wife in all matters of domestic concern. This may explain somewhat the statement of Judge Davis that, "as a general rule, when all the lawyers of a Saturday evening would go home and see their families and friends, Lincoln would find some excuse and refuse to go. He said nothing, but it seemed to us all he was not domestically happy." He exercised no government of any kind over his household. His children did much as they pleased. Many of their antics he approved, and he restrained them in nothing. He never reproved them or gave them a fatherly frown. He was the most indulgent parent I have ever known. He was in the habit, when at home on Sunday, of bringing his two boys, Willie and Thomas, or Tad, down to the office to remain while his wife attended church. He seldom accompanied her there. The boys were absolutely unrestrained in their amusement. If they pulled all the books from the shelves, bent the points of all the pens, overturned inkstands, scattered law papers over the floor, or threw the pencils into the spittoon, it never disturbed the serenity of their father's good nature. Frequently absorbed in thought, he never observed their mischievous but destructive pranks, as his unfortunate partner did, who thought much but said nothing, and even if brought to his attention, he virtually encouraged their repetition by declining to show any substantial evidence of parental disapproval. After church was over, the boys and their father, climbing down the office stairs, ruefully turned their steps homeward. They mingled with the throngs of well-dressed people returning from church, the majority of whom might well have wondered if the trio they passed were going to a fireside where love and white-winged peace reigned supreme. A near relative of Mrs. Lincoln, in explanation of the unhappy condition of things in that lady's household, offered this suggestion: quote, "Mrs. Lincoln came of the best stock, and was raised like a lady. Her husband was her opposite, in origin, in education, in breeding, in everything, and it is therefore quite natural that she should complain if he answered the doorbell himself, instead of sending the servant to do so. Neither is she to be condemned if, as you say, she raised Mary War, because he persisted in using his own knife and the butter, instead of the silver-handled one intended for that purpose." End quote. Such want of social polish on the part of her husband of course gave Mrs. Lincoln great offense, and therefore, on commenting on it, she cared neither for time nor place. Her frequent outbursts of temper precipitated many an embarrassment from which Lincoln with great difficulty extricated himself. Mrs. Lincoln, on account of her peculiar nature, could not long retain a servant in her employ. The sea was never so placid but that a breeze would ruffle its waters. She loved show and attention, and if, when she glorified her family descent, or indulged in one of her strange outbreaks, the servant could simulate absolute obsequiousness, or had tact enough to encourage her social pretensions, Mrs. Lincoln was, for the time, her firmest friend. One servant, who adjusted herself to suit the lady's capricious ways, lived with the family for several years. She told me that at the time of the debate between Douglas and Lincoln, she often heard the latter's wife boast that she would yet be mistress of the White House. The secret of her ability to endure the eccentricities of her mistress came out in the admission that Mr. Lincoln gave her an extra $1 every week on condition that she would brave whatever storms might arise, and suffer whatever might befall her without complaint. It was a rather severe condition, but she lived rigidly up to her part of the contract. The money was paid secretly and without the knowledge of Mrs. Lincoln. Frequently, after tempestuous scenes between the mistress and her servant, Lincoln, at the first opportunity, would place his hand encouragingly on the latter's shoulder with the admonition, "Mary, keep up your courage." It may not be without interest to add that the servant afterwards married a man who enlisted in the army. In the spring of 1865, his wife managed to reach Washington to secure her husband's release from the service. After some effort, she succeeded in obtaining an interview with the President. He was glad to see her, gave her a basket of fruit, and directed her to call the next day and obtain a pass through the lines and money to buy clothes for herself and children. That night he was assassinated. The following letter to the editor of a newspaper in Springfield will serve as a specimen of the perplexities which frequently beset Mr. Lincoln when his wife came in contact with others. What in this instance she said to the paper carrier we do not know. We can only intelligently infer. I have no personal recollection of the incident, although I knew the man to whom it was addressed quite well. The letter only recently came to light. I insert it without further comment. Springfield, Illinois, February 20th, 1857. John E. Rosette, Esquire. Dear Sir, your note about the little paragraph in the Republican was received yesterday, since which time I have been too unwell to notice it. I had not supposed you wrote or approved it. The whole originated in mistake. You know by the conversation with me that I thought the establishment of the paper unfortunate, but I always expected to throw no obstacle in its way, and to patronize it to the extent of taking and paying for one copy. When the paper was brought to my house, my wife said to me, "Now are you going to take another worthless little paper?" I said to her evasively, "I have not directed the paper to be left." From this, in my absence, she sent the message to the carrier. This is the whole story. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. A man once called at the house to learn why Mrs. Lincoln had so unceremoniously discharged his niece from her employ. Mrs. Lincoln met him at the door, and being somewhat wrought up, gave vent to her feelings, resorting to such violent gestures and emphatic language that the man was glad to beat a hasty retreat. He at once started out to find Lincoln, determined to exact from him proper satisfaction for his wife's action. Lincoln was entertaining a crowd in a store at the time. The man, still laboring under some agitation, called him to the door and made the demand. Lincoln listened for a moment to his story. "My friend," he interrupted, "I regret to hear this, but let me ask you in all candor, can't you endure for a few moments what I have had as my daily portion for the last 15 years?" Those words were spoken so mournfully, and with such a look of distress, that the man was completely disarmed. It was a case that appealed to his feelings. Grasping the unfortunate husband's hand, he expressed in no uncertain terms his sympathy, and even apologized for having approached him. He said no more about the infuriated wife, and Lincoln afterward had no better friend in Springfield. Mr. Lincoln never had a confidant, and therefore never unbosomed himself to others. He never spoke of his trials to me, or, so far as I know, to any of his friends. It was a great burden to carry, but he bore it sadly enough and without a murmur. I could always realize when he was in distress without being told. He was not exactly an early riser, that is, he never usually appeared at the office till about 9 o'clock in the morning. I usually preceded him an hour. Sometimes, however, he would come down as early as 7 o'clock. In fact, on one occasion I remember he came down before daylight. If on arriving at the office I found him in, I knew instantly that a breeze had sprung up over the domestic sea, and that the waters were troubled. He would either be lying on the lounge, looking skyward, or doubled up in a chair, with his feet resting on the sill of a back window. He would not look up on my entering, and only answered my "good morning" with a grunt. I at once busied myself with pen and paper, or ran through the leaves of some book. But the evidence of his melancholy and distress was so plain, and his silence so significant, that I would grow restless myself, and finding some excuse to go to the courthouse or elsewhere, would leave the room. The door of the office, opening into a narrow hallway, was half glass, with a curtain on it, working on brass rings strung on wire. As I passed out on those occasions, I would draw the curtain across the glass, and before I reached the bottom of the stairs I could hear the key turn in the lock, and Lincoln was alone in his gloom. An hour in the clerk's office at the courthouse, an hour longer in a neighboring store having passed, I would return. By that time either a client had dropped in and Lincoln was propounding the law, or else the cloud of despondency had passed away, and he was busy in the recital of an Indiana story to whistle off the recollections of the morning's gloom. Noon having arrived, I would depart homeward for my dinner. Returning within an hour, I would find him still in the office, although his house stood but a few squares away. lunching on a slice of cheese and a handful of crackers, which in my absence he had brought up from the store below. Separating for the day at 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, I would still leave him behind, either sitting on a box at the foot of the stairway, entertaining a few loungers, or killing time in the same way on the courthouse steps. A light in the office after dark attested his presence there till late along in the night, when, after all the world had gone to sleep, the tall form of the man destined to be the nation's president could have been seen strolling along in the shadows of trees and buildings, and quietly slipping in through the door of a modest frame house, which it pleased the world in a conventional way to call his home. Some persons may insist that this picture is too highly colored. If so, I can only answer they do not know the facts. The majority of those who have a personal knowledge of them are persistent in their silence. If their lips could be opened and all could be known, my conclusion and statements, to say the least of them, would be found to be fair, reasonable, and true. A few words more as to Lincoln's domestic history, and I pass to a different phase of his life. One of his warmest and closest friends, who still survives, maintains the theory that after all Lincoln's political ascendancy and final elevation to the presidency were due more to the influence of his wife than to any other person or cause. The fact, insists this friend, that Mary Todd, by her turbulent nature and unfortunate manner, prevented her husband from becoming a domestic man, operated largely in his favor, for he was thereby kept out in the world of business and politics, instead of spending his evenings at home, reading the papers and warming his toes at his own fireside. He was constantly out with the common people, was mingling with the politicians, discussing public questions with the farmers who thronged the offices in the courthouse and state house, and exchanging views with the loungers who surrounded the stove of winter evenings in the village store. The result of his continuous contact with the world was that he was more thoroughly known than any other man in his community. His wife, therefore, was one of the unintentional means of his promotion. If, on the other hand, he had married some less ambitious but more domestic woman, some honest farmer's quiet daughter, one who would have looked up to and worshipped him because he uplifted her, the result might have been different. For although it doubtless would have been her pride to see that he had clean clothes whenever he needed them, that his slippers were always in their place, that he was warmly clad and had plenty to eat, and although the privilege of ministering to his every wish and whim might have been to her a pleasure rather than a duty, yet I fear he would have been buried in the pleasures of a loving home, and the country would never have had Abraham Lincoln for its president." End quote. In her domestic troubles I have always sympathized with Mrs. Lincoln. The world does not know what she bore, or how ill adapted she was to bear it. Her fearless, witty, and austere nature shrank instinctively from association with the calm, imperturbable, and simple ways of her thoughtful and absent-minded husband. Besides, who knows but she may have acted out in her conduct toward her husband the laws of human revenge? The picture of that eventful evening in 1841, when she stood at the Edwards mansion, clad in her bridal robes, the feast prepared and the guests gathered, and when the bridegroom came not, may have been constantly before her, and prompted her to a course of action which kept in the background the better elements of her nature. In marrying Lincoln, she did not look so far into the future as Mary Owens, who declined his proposal because, "he was deficient in those little links which make up the chain of woman's happiness." By reason of his practical turn of mind, Mr. Lincoln never speculated any more in the scientific and philosophical than he did in the financial world. He never undertook to fathom the intricacies of psychology and metaphysics. Investigation into first causes, abstruse mental phenomena, the science of being, he brushed aside as trash, mere scientific absurdities. He discovered through experience that his mind, like the minds of other men, had its limitations, and hence he economized his forces and his time by applying his powers in the field of the practical. Scientifically regarded, he was a realist as opposed to an idealist, a sensationist as opposed to an intuitionist, a materialist as opposed to a spiritualist. There was more or less superstition in his nature, and although he may not have believed implicitly in the signs of the many dreams, he was constantly endeavoring to unravel them. His mind was readily impressed with some of the most absurd superstitions. His visit to the voodoo fortune teller in New Orleans in 1831, his faith in the virtues of the mad stone when he took his son Robert to Terre Haute, Indiana, to be cured of the bite of a rabid dog, and the strange double image of himself which he told his secretary, John Hay, he saw reflected in a mirror just after his election in 1860, strongly attest his inclination to superstition. He held most firmly to the doctrine of fatalism all his life. His wife, after his death, told me what I already knew, that, quote, his only philosophy was, "What is to be will be, and no prayers of ours can reverse the decree." End quote. He always contended that he was doomed to a sad fate, and he repeatedly said to me, when we were alone in our office, "I am sure I shall meet with some terrible end." In proof of his strong leaning towards fatalism, he once quoted the case of Brutus and Caesar, arguing that the former was forced by laws and conditions over which he had no control to kill the latter, and vice versa, that the latter was specially created to be disposed of by the former. This superstitious view of life ran through his being like the thin blue vein through the whitest marble, giving the eye rest from the weariness of continued unvarying color. For many years I subscribed for and kept on our office table the Westminster and Edinburgh Review, and a number of other English periodicals. Besides them, I purchased the works of Spencer, Darwin, and the utterances of other English scientists, all of which I devoured with great relish. I endeavored, but had little success, in inducing Lincoln to read them. Occasionally he would snatch one up and peruse it for a little while, but he soon threw it down with the suggestion that it was entirely too heavy for an ordinary mind to digest. A gentleman in Springfield gave him a book called, I believe, Vestiges of Creation, which interested him so much that he read it through. The volume was published in Edinburgh, and undertook to demonstrate the doctrine of development or evolution. The treatise interested him greatly, and he was deeply impressed with the notion of the so-called universal law, evolution. He did not extend greatly his researches, but, by continued thinking in a single channel, seemed to grow into a warm advocate of the new doctrine. Beyond that I have stated, he made no further investigation into the realm of philosophy. "There are no accidents," he said one day, "in my philosophy. Every effect must have its cause. The past is the cause of the present, and the present will be the cause of the future. All these are links in the endless chain stretching from the finite to the infinite." End quote. From what has been said, it would follow logically that he did not believe, except in a very restricted sense, in the freedom of the will. He often argued the question, I taking the opposite view. He changed the expression, calling it the freedom of the mind, and insisted that man always acted from a motive. I once contended that a man was free and could act without a motive. He smiled at my philosophy, and answered that it was impossible, because the motive was born before the man. The foregoing thoughts are prefatory to the much mooted question of Mr. Lincoln's religious belief. For what I have heretofore said on this subject, both in public lectures and in letters, which have frequently found their way into the newspapers, I have been freely and sometimes bitterly assailed, but I do not intend now to reopen the discussion, or to answer the many persons who have risen up and asked to measure swords with me. I merely purpose to state the bare facts, expressing no opinion of my own, and allowing each and every one to put his or her construction on them. Inasmuch as he was so often a candidate for public office, Mr. Lincoln said as little about his religious opinions as possible, especially if he failed to coincide with the orthodox world. In illustration of his religious code, I once heard him say that it was like that of an old man named Glenn in Indiana, whom he heard speak at a church meeting, who said, quote, "When I do good, I feel good. When I do bad, I feel bad, and that's my religion." End quote. In 1834, while still living in New Salem, and before he became a lawyer, he was surrounded by a class of people exceedingly liberal in matters of religion. Volney's Ruins and Paine's Age of Reason passed from hand to hand, and furnished food for the evening's discussion in the tavern and the village store. Lincoln read both these books, and thus assimilated them into his own being. He prepared an extended essay, called by many a book, in which he made an argument against Christianity, striving to prove that the Bible was not inspired and therefore not God's revelation, and that Jesus Christ was not the Son of God. The manuscript containing these audacious and comprehensive propositions he intended to have published or given a wide circulation in some other way. He carried it to the store, where it was read and freely discussed. His friend and employer, Samuel Hill, was among the listeners, and seriously questioning the propriety of a promising young man like Lincoln fathering such unpopular notions, he snatched the manuscript from his hands and thrust it into the stove. The book went up in flames, and Lincoln's political future was secure. But his infidelity and his skeptical views were not diminished. He soon removed to Springfield, where he attracted considerable notice by his rank doctrine. Much of what he then said may properly be credited to the impetuosity and exuberance of youth. One of his closest friends, whose name is withheld, narrating scenes and reviewing discussions that in 1838 took place in the office of the county clerk, says, quote, "Sometimes Lincoln bordered on atheism. He went far that way and shocked me. I was then a young man, and believed what my good mother told me. He would come into the clerk's office, where I and some young men were writing and staying, and would bring the Bible with him, would read a chapter and argue against it. Lincoln was enthusiastic in his infidelity. As he grew older, he grew more discreet, didn't talk much before strangers about his religion, but to friends, close and bosom ones, he was always open and avowed, fair and honest. To strangers he held them off from policy." End quote. John T. Stuart, who was Lincoln's first partner, substantially endorses the above. Quote, "He was an avowed and open infidel," declares Stuart, "and sometimes bordered on atheism, went further against Christian beliefs and doctrines and principles than any man I ever heard. He shocked me. I don't remember the exact line of his argument. Suppose it was against the inherent defects, so-called, of the Bible, and on the grounds of reason. Lincoln always denied that Jesus was the Christ of God, denied that Jesus was the Son of God, as understood and maintained by the Christian Church." End quote. David Davis tells us this, quote, "The idea that Lincoln talked to a stranger about his religion or religious views, or made such speeches and remarks about it as are published, is to me absurd. I knew the man so well. He was the most reticent, secretive man I ever saw or expect to see. He had no faith in the Christian sense of the term, had faith in laws, principles, causes, and effects." End quote. Another man testifies as follows, quote, "Mr. Lincoln told me that he was a kind of immoralist, that he never could bring himself to believe in eternal punishment, that man lived but a little while here, and that if eternal punishment were man's doom, he should spend that little life in vigilant and ceaseless preparation by never-ending prayer." End quote. Another intimate friend furnishes this, quote, "In my intercourse with Mr. Lincoln, I learned that he believed in a Creator of all things, who had neither beginning nor end, possessing all power and wisdom, established a principle in obedience to which worlds move and are upheld, and animal and vegetable life come into existence. A reason he gave for his belief was that in view of the order and harmony of all nature which we behold, it would have been more miraculous to have come about by chance than to have been created and arranged by some great thinking power. As to the Christian theory that Christ is God, or equal to the Creator, he said that it had better be taken for granted, for by the test of reason we might become infidels on that subject, for evidence of Christ's divinity came to us in a somewhat doubtful shape, but that the system of Christianity was an ingenious one at least, and perhaps was calculated to do good." End quote. Jesse W. Fell, to whom Lincoln first confided the details of his biography, furnishes a more elaborate account of the latter's religious views than anyone else. In a statement made September 22, 1870, Fell says, quote, "If there were any traits of character that stood out in bold relief in the person of Mr. Lincoln, they were those of truth and candor. He was utterly incapable of insincerity or professing views on this or any other subject he did not entertain. Knowing such to be his true character, that insincerity, much more duplicity, were traits wholly foreign to his nature, many of his old friends were not a little surprised at finding in some of the biographies of this great man statements concerning his religious opinions so utterly at variance with his known sentiments. True, he may have changed or modified these sentiments after his removal from among us, though this is hardly reconcilable with the history of the man, and his entire devotion to public matters during his 4 years' residence at the national capital. It is possible, however, that this may be the proper solution of this conflict of opinions, or it may be that while no intention on the part of any one to mislead the public mind, those who have represented him as believing in the popular theological views of the times may have misapprehended him, as experience shows to be quite common where no special effort has been made to attain critical accuracy on a subject of this nature. This is the most probable from the well-known fact that Mr. Lincoln seldom communicated to any one his views on this subject. But be this as it may, I have no hesitation whatever in saying that whilst he held many opinions in common with the great mass of Christian believers, he did not believe in what are regarded as the orthodox or evangelical views of Christianity. On the innate depravity of man, the character and office of the great head of the Church, the atonement, the infallibility of the written revelation, the performance of miracles, the nature and design of present and future rewards and punishments, as they are popularly called, and many other subjects, he held opinions utterly at variance with what are usually taught in the Church. I shall say that his expressed views on these and kindred topics were such as, in the estimation of most believers, would place him outside the Christian pale. Yet to my mind such was not the true position, since his principles and practices and the spirit of his whole life were of the very kind we universally agree to call Christian, and I think this conclusion is in no wise affected by the circumstance that he never attached himself to any religious society whatever. His religious views were eminently practical, and are summed up, as I think, in these two propositions: the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. He fully believed in a superintending and overruling providence that guides and controls the operations of the world, but maintained that law and order, and not their violation or suspension, are the appointed means by which this providence is exercised. I will not attempt any specification of either his belief or disbelief in various religious topics, as derived from conversations with him at different times during a considerable period, but as conveying a general view of his religious or theological opinions, will state the following facts. Some 8 or 10 years prior to his death, in conversing with him upon this subject, the writer took occasion to refer, in terms of approbation, to the sermons and writings generally of Dr. W. E. Channing, and finding he was considerably interested in the statement I made of the opinions held by the author, I proposed to present him (Lincoln) a copy of Channing's entire works, which I soon after did. Subsequently, the contents of these volumes, together with the writings of Theodore Parker, furnished him, as he informed me, by his friend and law partner, William H. Herndon, became naturally the topics of conversation with us, and though far from believing there was an entire harmony of views on his part with either of these authors, yet they were generally much admired and approved by him. No religious views with him seemed to find any favor except of the practical and rationalistic order, and if, from my recollections on this subject, I was called upon to designate an author whose views most nearly represented Mr. Lincoln's on this subject, I would say that author was Theodore Parker." End quote. The last witness to testify before this case is submitted to the reader is no less a person than Mrs. Lincoln herself. In a statement made at a time and under conditions detailed in a subsequent chapter, she said this, quote, "Mr. Lincoln had no faith and no hope in the usual acceptation of these words. He never joined a church, but still, as I believe, he was a religious man by nature. He first seemed to think about the subject when our boy Willie died, and then more than ever about the time he went to Gettysburg. But it was a kind of poetry in his nature, and he was never a technical Christian." End quote. No man had a stronger or firmer faith in Providence, God, than Mr. Lincoln. But the continued use by him late in his life of the word God must not be interpreted to mean that he believed in a personal God. In 1854, he asked me to erase the word God from a speech which I had written and read it to him for criticism, because my language indicated a personal God, whereas he insisted no such personality ever existed. My own testimony, however, in regard to Mr. Lincoln's religious views may perhaps invite discussion. The world has always insisted on making an orthodox Christian of him, and to analyze his sayings or sound his beliefs is but to break the idol. It only remains to say that whether orthodox or not, he believed in God and immortality, and even if he questioned the existence of future eternal punishment, he hoped to find a rest from trouble and a heaven beyond the grave. If at any time in his life he was skeptical of the divine origin of the Bible, he ought not for that reason to be condemned, for he accepted the practical precepts of that great book as binding alike upon his head and his conscience. The benevolence of his impulses, the seriousness of his convictions, and the nobility of his character are evidences unimpeachable that his soul was ever filled with the exalted purity and sublime faith of natural religion. End of section 25.
Chapter 15 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 26. The result of the campaign of 1858 wrought more disaster to Lincoln's finances than to his political prospects. The loss of over 6 months from his business and the expenses of the canvass made a severe drain on his personal income. He was anxious to get back to the law once more and earn a little ready money. A letter written about this time to his friend Norman B. Judd, chairman of the Republican State Committee, will serve to throw some light on the situation he found himself in. "I have been on expenses so long without earning anything," he says, "that I am absolutely without money now, even for household expenses. Still, if you can put in $250 for me towards discharging the debt of the committee, I will allow it, when you and I settle a private matter between us. This, with what I have already paid, with an outstanding note of mine, will exceed my subscription of $500. This, too, is exclusive of my ordinary expenses during the campaign, all of which, being added to my loss of time and business, bears pretty heavily upon one no better off than I am. But as I had the post of honor, it is not for me to be over nice." At the time this letter was written, his property consisted of the house and lot on which he lived, a few law books, and some household furniture. He owned a small tract of land in Iowa which yielded him nothing, and the annual income from his law practice did not exceed $3,000. Yet the party's committee in Chicago were dunning their late standard bearer, who, besides the chagrin of his defeat, his own expenses, and the sacrifice of his time, was asked to aid in meeting the general expenses of the campaign. At this day, one is a little surprised that some of the generous and wealthy members of the party in Chicago or elsewhere did not come forward and volunteer their aid. But they did not, and whether Lincoln felt in his heart the injustice of this treatment or not, he went straight ahead in his own path and said nothing about it. Political business being off his hands, he now conceived the idea of entering the lecture field. He began preparations in the usual way, by noting down ideas on stray pieces of paper which found a lodgment inside his hat, and finally brought forth in connected form a lecture on inventions. He recounted the wonderful improvements in machinery, the arts, and sciences. Now and then he indulged in a humorous paragraph, and witticisms were freely sprinkled throughout the lecture. During the winter he delivered it at several towns in the central part of the state, but it was so commonplace and met with such indifferent success that he soon dropped it altogether. The effort met with the disapproval of his friends, and he himself was filled with disgust. If his address in 1852 over the death of Clay proved that he was no eulogist, then this last effort demonstrated that he was no lecturer. Invitations to deliver the lecture, prompted no doubt by the advertisement given him in the contest with Douglas, came in very freely, but beyond the 3 attempts named, he declined them all. Press of business in the courts afforded him a convenient excuse, and he retired from the field. During the fall of 1859, invitations to take part in the canvass came from over half a dozen states where elections were to be held. Douglas, fresh from the Senate, had gone to Ohio, and thither in September Lincoln, in response to the demands of party friends everywhere, followed. He delivered telling and impressive speeches at Cincinnati and Columbus, following Douglas at both places. He made such favorable impression among his Ohio friends that after a glorious Republican victory the state committee asked the privilege of publishing his speeches, along with those of Douglas, to be used and distributed as a campaign document. This request he especially appreciated, because after some effort he had failed to induce any publisher in Springfield to undertake the enterprise, thus proving anew that a prophet is not without honor, save in his own country. In December he visited Kansas, speaking at Atchison, Troy, Leavenworth, and other towns near the border. His speeches there served to extend his reputation still further westward. Though his arguments were repetitions of the doctrine laid down in the contest with Douglas, yet they were new to the majority of his Kansas hearers, and were enthusiastically approved. By the close of the year he was back again in the dingy law office in Springfield. The opening of the year 1860 found Mr. Lincoln's name freely mentioned in connection with the Republican nomination for the presidency, to be classed with Seward, Chase, McLean, and other celebrities was enough to stimulate any Illinois lawyer's pride. But in Mr. Lincoln's case, if it had any such effect, he was most artful in concealing it. Now and then some ardent friend, an editor, for example, would run his name up to the masthead, but in all cases he discouraged the attempt. "In regard to the matter you spoke of," he answered one man who proposed his name, "I beg that you will not give it a further mention. Seriously, I do not think I am fit for the presidency." The first effort in his behalf as a presidential aspirant was the action taken by his friends at a meeting held in the State House early in 1860 in the rooms of O.M. Hatch, then Secretary of State. Besides Hatch, there were present Norman B. Judd, chairman of the Republican State Committee, Ebenezer Peck, Jackson Grimshaw, and others of equal prominence in the party. "We all expressed a personal preference for Mr. Lincoln," relates one who was a participant in the meeting, "as the Illinois candidate for the presidency, and asked him if his name might be used at once in connection with the nomination and election. With his characteristic modesty, he doubted whether he could get the nomination, even if he wished it, and asked until the next morning to answer us whether his name might be announced. Late the next day he authorized us, if we thought proper to do so, to place him in the field." To the question from Mr. Grimshaw whether, if the nomination for president could not be obtained, he would accept the post of vice president, he answered that he would not; that his name having been used for the office of president, he would not permit it to be used for any other office, however honorable it might be. This meeting was preliminary to the Decatur convention, and was also the first concerted action in his behalf on the part of his friends. In the preceding October he came rushing into the office one morning with a letter from New York City, inviting him to deliver a lecture there, and asked my advice and that of other friends as to the subject and character of his address. We all recommended a speech on the political situation. Remembering his poor success as a lecturer himself, he adopted our suggestions. He accepted the invitation of the New York committee, at the same time notifying them that his speech would deal entirely with political questions, and fixing a day late in February as the most convenient time. Meanwhile, he spent the intervening time in careful preparation. He searched through the dusty volumes of congressional proceedings in the State Library, and dug deeply into political history. He was painstaking and thorough in the study of his subject. But when at last he left for New York, we had many misgivings, and he not a few himself, of his success in the great metropolis. What effect the unpretentious Western lawyer would have on the wealthy and fashionable society of the great city could only be conjectured. A description of the meeting at Cooper Institute, a list of the names of the prominent men and women present, or an account of Lincoln in the delivery of the address would be needless repetitions of well-known history. It only remains to say that his speech was devoid of all rhetorical imagery, with a marked suppression of the pyrotechnics of stump oratory. It was constructed with a view to accuracy of statement, simplicity of language, and unity of thought. In some respects, like a lawyer's brief, it was logical, temperate in tone, powerful, irresistibly driving conviction home to men's reasons and their souls. No former effort in the line of speech making had cost Lincoln so much time and thought as this one. It is said by one of his biographers that those afterwards engaged in getting out the speech as a campaign document were 3 weeks in verifying the statements and finding the historical records referred to and consulted by him. This is probably a little overstated as to time, but unquestionably the work of verification and reference was in any event a very labored and extended one. The day following the Cooper Institute meeting, the leading New York dailies published the speech in full and made favorable editorial mention of it and of the speaker as well. It was plain now that Lincoln had captured the metropolis. From New York he traveled to New England to visit his son Robert, who was attending college. In answer to the many calls and invitations which showered on him, he spoke at various places in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire. In all these places he not only left deep impressions of his ability, but he convinced New England of his intense earnestness in the great cause. The newspapers treated him with no little consideration. One paper characterized his speech as one of great fairness, delivered with great apparent candor and wonderful interest. For the first half hour his opponents would agree with every word he uttered, and from that point on he would lead them off little by little until it seemed as if he had got them all into his fold. He is far from prepossessing in personal appearance, and his voice is disagreeable, and yet he wins your attention from the start. He indulges in no flowers of rhetoric, no eloquent passages. He displays more shrewdness, more knowledge of the masses of mankind than any public speaker we have heard since Long Jim Wilson left for California. Lincoln's return to Springfield after his dazzling success in the East was the signal for earnest congratulations on the part of his friends. Seward was the great man of the day, but Lincoln had demonstrated to the satisfaction of his friends that he was tall enough and strong enough to measure swords with the Auburn statesman. His triumph in New York and New England had shown that the idea of a house divided against itself induced as strong cooperation and hearty support in prevention of a great wrong in the East as the famous irrepressible conflict attracted warriors to Seward's standard in the Mississippi Valley. It was apparent now to Lincoln that the presidential nomination was within his reach. He began gradually to lose his interest in the law and to trim his political sails at the same time. His recent success had stimulated his self-confidence to unwonted proportions. He wrote to influential party workers everywhere. I know the idea prevails that Lincoln sat still in his chair in Springfield, and that one of those unlooked-for tides in human affairs came along and cast the nomination into his lap. But any man who has had experience in such things knows that great political prizes are not obtained in that way. The truth is, Lincoln was as vigilant as he was ambitious, and there is no denying the fact that he understood the situation perfectly from the start. In the management of his own interests he was obliged to rely almost entirely on his own resources. He had no money with which to maintain a political bureau, and he lacked any kind of personal organization whatever. Seward had all these things, and behind them all a brilliant record in the United States Senate with which to dazzle his followers. But with all his prestige and experience, the latter was no more adroit and no more untiring in pursuit of his ambition than the man who had just delivered the Cooper Institute speech. A letter written by Lincoln about this time to a friend in Kansas serves to illustrate his methods and measures the extent of his ambition. The letter is dated March 10th and is now in my possession. For obvious reasons I withhold the friend's name. "As to your kind wishes for myself," writes Lincoln, "allow me to say I cannot enter the ring on the money basis. First, because in the main it is wrong, and secondly, I have not and cannot get the money. I say in the main the use of money is wrong, but for certain objects in a political contest the use of some is both right and indispensable. With me, as with yourself, this long struggle has been one of great pecuniary loss. I now distinctly say this: if you shall be appointed a delegate to Chicago, I will furnish $100 to bear the expenses of the trip." There is enough in this letter to show that Lincoln was not only determined in his political ambition, but intensely practical as well. His eye was constantly fastened on Seward, who had already freely exercised the rights of leadership in the party. All other competitors he dropped out of the problem. In the middle of April he again writes his Kansas friend: "Reaching home last night I found yours of the 7th. You know I was recently in New England. Some of the acquaintances while there write me, since the election, that the close vote in Connecticut and the quasi defeat in Rhode Island are a drawback upon the prospects of Governor Seward. And Trumbull writes Du Bois to the same effect. Do not mention this as coming from me. Both these states are safe enough in the fall. But while Seward may have lost ground near his home, he was acquiring strength in the West. He had invaded the very territory Lincoln was intending to retain by virtue of his course in the contest with Douglas. Lincoln's friend in Kansas, instead of securing that delegation for him, had suffered the Seward men to outgeneral him, and the prospects were by no means flattering. I see by the dispatches, writes Lincoln in a burst of surprise, that since you wrote, Kansas has appointed delegates and instructed for Seward. Don't stir them up to anger, but come along to the convention, and I will do as I said about expenses. Whether the friend ever accepted Lincoln's generous offer, I do not know, but it may not be without interest to state that within 10 days after the latter's inauguration, he appointed him to a federal office with comfortable salary attached, and even asked for his preferences as to other contemplated appointments in his own state. In the rapid stirring scenes that crowd upon each other from this time forward, the individuality of Lincoln is easily lost sight of. He was so thoroughly interwoven in the issues before the people of Illinois that he had become a part of them. Among his colleagues at the bar, he was no longer looked upon as the circuit court lawyer of earlier days. To them it seemed as if the nation were about to lay its claim upon him. His tall form enlarged until, to use a figurative expression, he could no longer pass through the door of our dingy office. Reference has already been made to the envy of his rivals at the bar and the jealousy of his political contemporaries. Very few indeed were free from the degrading passion, but it made no difference in Lincoln's treatment of them. He was as generous and deferred to them as much as ever. The first public movement by the Illinois people in his interest was the action of the state convention, which met at Decatur on the 9th and 10th of May. It was at this convention that Lincoln's friend and cousin, John Hanks, brought in the 2 historic rails which both had made in the Sangamon Bottom in 1830, and which served the double purpose of electrifying the Illinois people and kindling the fire of enthusiasm that was destined to sweep over the nation. In the words of an ardent Lincoln delegate, these rails were to represent the issue in the coming contest between labor free and labor slave, between democracy and aristocracy. Little did I think, continues our jubilant and effusive friend, of the mighty consequences of this little incident. Little did I think that the tall and angular and bony rail splitter, who stood in girlish diffidence, bowing with awkward grace, would fill the chair once filled by Washington, and that his name would echo in chants of praise along the corridor of all coming time. A week later the hosts were gathered for the great convention in Chicago. David Davis had rented rooms in the Tremont House and opened up Lincoln's headquarters. I was not a delegate, but belonged to the contingent which had Lincoln's interests in charge. Judge Logan was the Springfield delegate, and to him Lincoln had given a letter authorizing the withdrawal of his name whenever his friends deemed such action necessary or proper. Davis was the active man, and had the business management in charge. If any negotiations were made, he made them. The convention was held in a monster building called the Wigwam. No one who has ever attempted a description of it has overdrawn its enthusiasm and exciting scenes. Amid all the din and confusion, the curbstone contentions, the promiscuous wrangling of delegates, the deafening roar of the assembled hosts, the contest narrowed down to a neck-and-neck race between the brilliant statesman of Auburn and the less pretentious but manly rail splitter from the Sangamon Bottoms. With the proceedings of the convention the world is already well familiar. On the first ballot Seward led, but was closely followed by Lincoln. On the second, Lincoln gained amazingly. On the third, the race was an even one until the dramatic change by Carter of Ohio, when Lincoln, swinging loose, swept grandly to the front. The cannon, planted on the roof of the Wigwam, belched forth a boom across the Illinois prairies. The sound was taken up and reverberated from Maine to California. With the nomination of Hannibal Hamlin of Maine, the convention adjourned. The delegates, victorious and vanquished alike, turned their steps homeward, and the great campaign of 1860 had begun. The day before the nomination, the editor of the Springfield Journal arrived in Chicago with a copy of the Missouri Democrat, in which Lincoln had marked 3 passages referring to Seward's position on the slavery question. On the margin of the paper he had written in pencil, "I agree with Seward in his irrepressible conflict, but I do not endorse his higher laws doctrine." Then he added in words underscored, "Make no contracts that will bind me." This paper was brought into the room where Davis, Judd, Logan, and I were gathered, and was read to us. But Lincoln was down in Springfield, some distance away from Chicago, and could therefore not appreciate the gravity of the situation. At least, so Davis argued, and viewing it in that light, the latter went ahead with his negotiations. What the consequences of these deals were will appear later on. The news of his nomination found Lincoln at Springfield in the office of the Journal. Naturally enough, he was nervous, restless, and laboring under more or less suppressed excitement. He had been tossing ball, a pastime frequently indulged in by the lawyers of that day, and had played a few games of billiards to keep down, as another has expressed it, the unnatural excitement that threatened to possess him. When the telegram containing the result of the last ballot came in, although apparently calm and undisturbed, a close observer could have detected in the compressed lip and serious countenance evidences of deep and unusual emotion. As the balloting progressed, he had gone to the office of the Journal, and was sitting in a large armchair there when the news of his nomination came. What a line of scenes, stretching from the barren glade in Kentucky to the jubilant and enthusiastic throng in the wigwam at Chicago, must have broken in upon his vision as he hastened from the newspaper office to tell a little woman down the street the news. In the evening his friends and neighbors called to congratulate him. He thanked them feelingly and shook them each by the hand. A day later the committee from the convention, with George Ashmun of Massachusetts at its head, called and delivered formal notice of his nomination. This meeting took place at his house. His response was couched in polite and dignified language, and many of the committee who now met him for the first time departed with an improved impression of the new standard bearer. A few days later he wrote his official letter of acceptance, in which he warmly endorsed the resolutions of the convention. His actions and utterances so far had begun to dissipate the erroneous notion prevalent in some of the more remote Eastern states that he was more of a backwoods boor than a gentleman. But with the arrival of the campaign in dead earnest, people paid less attention to the candidates and more to the great issues at stake. Briefly stated, the Republican platform was a declaration that the new dogma that the Constitution carries slavery into all the territories is a dangerous political heresy, revolutionary in tendency, and subversive of the peace and harmony of the country; that the normal condition of all the territories is that of freedom; that neither Congress, the territorial legislature, nor any individual can give legal existence to slavery in any territory; that the opening of the slave trade would be a crime against humanity. Resolutions favoring a homestead law, river and harbor improvements, and the Pacific Railroad were also included in the platform. With these the Republicans, as a lawyer would say, went to the country. The campaign which followed was one with few parallels in American history. There was not only the customary exultation and enthusiasm over candidates, but there was patient listening and hard thinking among the masses. The slavery question, it was felt, must soon be decided. Threats of disunion were the text of many a campaign speech in the South. In fact, as has since been shown, a deep-laid conspiracy to overthrow the Union was then forming, and was only awaiting the election of a Republican president to show its hideous head. The Democratic party was struggling under the demoralizing effects of a split. in which even the Buchanan administration had taken sides. Douglas, the nominee of one wing, in his desperation, had entered into the canvass himself, making speeches with all the power and eloquence at his command. The Republicans, cheered over the prospect, had joined hands with the abolitionists, and both were marching to victory under the inspiration of Lincoln's sentiment that the further spread of slavery should be arrested, and it should be placed where the public mind shall rest in the belief of its ultimate extinction. As the canvass advanced and waxed warm, I tendered my services and made a number of speeches in the central part of the state. I remember in the midst of a speech at Petersburg, and just as I was approaching an oratorical climax, a man out of breath came rushing up to me and thrust a message into my hand. I was somewhat frustrated and greatly alarmed, fearing it might contain news of some accident in my family. But great was my relief when I read it, which I did aloud. It was a message from Lincoln, telling me to be of good cheer, that Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Indiana had gone Republican. These were then October states, and this was the first gun for the great cause. It created so much demonstration, such a burst of enthusiasm and confusion, that the crowd forgot they had any speaker. They ran yelling and hurrahing out of the hall, and I never succeeded in finishing the speech. When the excitement and fatigue of the campaign were over, the enthusiastic political workers threw aside their campaign uniforms, the boys blew out their torches, and the voter approached the polls with his ballot. On the morning of election day I stepped in to see Mr. Lincoln, and was surprised to learn that he did not intend to cast his vote. I knew, of course, that he did so because of a feeling that the candidate for a presidential office ought not to vote for his own electors. But when I suggested the plan of cutting off the presidential electors and voting for the state officers, he was struck with that idea and at last consented. His appearance at the polls, accompanied by Ward Lamon, the lamented young Ellsworth, and myself, was the occasion of no little surprise, because of the general impression which prevailed that he did not intend to vote. The crowd around the polls opened a gap as the distinguished voter approached, and some even removed their hats as he deposited his ticket and announced in a subdued voice his name, Abraham Lincoln. The election was held on the 6th of November. The result showed a popular vote of 1,857,610 for Lincoln, 1,291,574 for Douglas, 850,022 for Breckinridge, and 646,124 for Bell. In the Electoral College, Lincoln received 180 votes, Breckinridge 72, Bell 39, and Douglas 12. Mr. Lincoln having now been elected, there remained, before taking up the reins of government, the details of his departure from Springfield and the selection of a cabinet. End of section 26.
Chapter 16, Part 1 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 27. Chapter 16. The election over, Mr. Lincoln scarcely had time enough to take a breath until another campaign, and one equally trying, so far as a test of his constitution and nerves was concerned, as the one through which he had just passed, opened up before him. I refer to the siege of the cabinet makers and office seekers. It proved to be a severe and protracted strain, and one from which there seemed to be no relief, as the President-elect of this renowned democratic government is by custom and precedent expected to meet and listen to everybody who calls to see him. Individuals, deputations, and delegations, says one of Mr. Lincoln's biographers, from all quarters pressed in upon him in a manner that might have killed a man of less robust constitution. The hotels of Springfield were filled with gentlemen who came with light baggage and heavy schemes. The party had never been in office. A clean sweep of the inns was expected, and all the outs were patriotically anxious to take the vacant places. It was a party that had never fed, and it was voraciously hungry. Mr. Lincoln and Artemus Ward saw a great deal of fun in it, and in all human probability it was the fun alone that enabled Mr. Lincoln to bear it. His own election, of course, disposed of any claims Illinois might have had to any further representation in the cabinet, but it afforded Mr. Lincoln no relief from the argumentative interviews and pressing claims of the endless list of ambitious statesmen in the 32 other states, who swarmed into Springfield from every point of the compass. He told each one of them a story, and even if he failed to put their names on his slate, they went away without knowing that fact, and never forgot the visit. A newspaper correspondent, who had been sent down from Chicago to "write up" Mr. Lincoln, soon after his nomination, was kind enough several years ago to furnish me with an account of his visit. As some of his reminiscences are more or less interesting, I take the liberty of inserting a portion of his letter. Quote, "A whatnot in the corner of the room," he relates, "was laden with various kinds of shells. Taking one in my hand, I said, 'This, I suppose, is called a trochus by the geologist or naturalist.' Mr. Lincoln paused a moment, as if reflecting, and then replied, 'I do not know, for I never studied either geology or natural history.' I then took to examining the few pictures that hung on the walls, and was paying more than ordinary attention to one that hung above the sofa. He was immediately at my left, and pointing to it, said, 'That picture gives a very fair representation of my homely face.' The time for my departure nearing, I made the usual apologies and started to go. 'You cannot get out of the town before 11:15, remonstrated Mr. Lincoln, "and you may as well stay a little longer." Under pretense of some unfinished matters downtown, however, I very reluctantly withdrew from the mansion. "Well," said Mr. Lincoln, as we passed into the hall, "suppose you come over to the State House before you start for Chicago." After a moment's deliberation, I promised to do so. Mr. Lincoln, following without his hat, and continuing the conversation, shook hands across the gate, saying, "Now come over." I wended my way to my hotel, and after a brief period was in his office at the State House. Resulting conversation, he said, "If the man comes with the key before you go, I want to give you a book." I certainly hoped the man would come with the key. Some conversation had taken place at the house on which his book treated, but I had forgotten this, and soon Mr. Lincoln absented himself for perhaps 2 minutes, and returned with a copy of the debates between himself and Judge Douglas. He placed the book on his knee, as he sat back on 2 legs of his chair, and wrote on the flyleaf, "J. S. Bliss, from A. Lincoln." Besides this, he marked a complete paragraph near the middle of the book. While sitting in the position described, little Willie, his son, came in and begged his father for 25 cents. "My son," said the father, "what do you want with 25 cents?" "I want it to buy candy with," cried the boy. "I cannot give you 25 cents, my son, but I will give you 5 cents," at the same time putting his thumb and finger into his vest pocket, and taking therefrom 5 cents in silver, which he placed upon the desk before the boy. But this did not reach Willie's expectations. He scorned the pile, and turning away, clambered downstairs, and through the spacious halls of the Capitol, leaving behind him his 5 cents and a distinct reverberation of sound. Mr. Lincoln turned to me and said, "He will be back after that in a few minutes." "Why do you think so?" said I. "Because as soon as he finds I will give him no more, he will come and get it." After the matter had been nearly forgotten, and conversation had turned an entirely different channel, Willie came cautiously in behind my chair and that of his father, picked up the specie, and went away without saying a word. J.S. Bliss, letter, January 29th, 1867, manuscript. He had a way of pretending to assure his visitor that in the choice of his advisers he was free to act as his judgment dictated, although David Davis, acting as his manager at the Chicago Convention, had negotiated with the Indiana and Pennsylvania delegations, and assigned places in the cabinet to Simon Cameron and Caleb Smith, besides making other arrangements which Mr. Lincoln was expected to ratify. Of this he was undoubtedly aware, although in answer to a letter from Joshua R. Giddings of Ohio, congratulating him on his nomination, he said, "It is indeed most grateful to my feelings that the responsible position assigned me comes without conditions." Out of regard to the dignity of the exalted station he was about to occupy, he was not as free in discussing the matter of his probable appointments with some of his personal friends as they had believed he would be. In 1 or 2 instances, I remember, the latter were offended at his seeming disregard of the claims of old friendship. My advice was not asked for on such grave subjects, nor had I any right or reason to believe it would be. Hence I never felt slighted or offended. On some occasions in our office, when Mr. Lincoln had come across from the State House for a rest or a chat with me, he would relate now and then some circumstance, generally an amusing one, connected with the settlement of the cabinet problem, but it was said in such a way that one would not have felt free to interrogate him about his plans. Soon after his election, I received from my friend Joseph Medill of Chicago a letter which argued strongly against the appointment of Simon Cameron to a place in the cabinet, and which the writer desired I should bring to Mr. Lincoln's attention. I awaited a favorable opportunity, and one evening when we were alone in our office, I gave it to him. It was an eloquent protest against the appointment of a corrupt and debased man, and coming from the source it did, the writer being one of Lincoln's best newspaper supporters, made a deep impression on him. Lincoln read it over several times, but refrained from expressing any opinion. He did say, however, that he felt himself under no promise or obligation to appoint anyone, that if his friends made any agreements for him, they did so over his express direction and without his knowledge. At another time he said that he wanted to give the South, by way of placation, a place in his cabinet, that a fair division of the country entitled the Southern States to a reasonable representation there, and if not interfered with, he would make such a distribution as would satisfy all persons interested. He named 3 persons who would be acceptable to him. They were Botts of Virginia, Stevens of Georgia, and Maynard of Tennessee. He apprehended no such grave danger to the Union as the mass of people supposed would result from Southern threats, and said he could not in his heart believe that the South designed the overthrow of the government. This is the extent of my conversation about the cabinet. Thurlow Weed, the veteran in journalism and politics, came out from New York and spent several days with Lincoln. He was not only the representative of Senator Seward, but rendered the President-elect's signal service in the formation of his cabinet. In his autobiography, Mr. Weed relates numerous incidents of this visit. He was one day opposing the claims of Montgomery Blair, who aspired to a cabinet appointment, when Mr. Lincoln inquired of Weed whom he would recommend. Henry Winter Davis, was the response. "David Davis, I see, has been posting you up on this question," retorted Lincoln. "He has Davis on the brain. I think Maryland must be a good state to move from." The President then told the story of a witness in court in a neighboring county, who, on being asked his age, replied 60. Being satisfied he was much older, the question was repeated, and on receiving the same answer, the court admonished the witness, saying, "The court knows you to be much older than 60. "Oh, I understand now," was the rejoinder. "You're thinking of those 10 years I spent on the eastern shore of Maryland. That was so much time lost, and don't count." Before Mr. Lincoln's departure from Springfield, people who knew him personally were frequently asked what sort of man he was. I received many letters, generally from the Eastern States, showing that much doubt still existed in the minds of the people whether he would prove equal to the great task that lay in store for him. Among others who wrote me on the subject was the Hon. Henry Wilson, late Vice President of the United States, whom I had met during my visit to Washington in the spring of 1858. 2 years after Mr. Lincoln's death, Mr. Wilson wrote me as follows: "I have just finished reading your letter dated December 21st, 1860, in answer to a letter of mine asking you to give me your opinion of the President just elected. In this letter to me, you say of Mr. Lincoln what more than 4 years of observation confirmed. After stating that you had been his law partner for over 18 years, and his most intimate and bosom friend all that time, you say, 'I know him better than he does himself.' I know this seems a little strong, but I risk the assertion. Lincoln is a man of heart, as gentle as a woman's and as tender, but he has a will strong as iron. He therefore loves all mankind, hates slavery and every form of despotism. Put these together, love for the slave and a determination, a will that justice, strong and unyielding, shall be done when he has the right to act, and you can form your own conclusion. Lincoln will fail here, namely, if a question of political economy, if any question comes up which is doubtful, questionable, which no man can demonstrate, then his friends can rule him. But when on justice, right, liberty, the government, the Constitution, and the Union, then you may all stand aside. He will rule then, and no man can move him. No set of men can do it. There is no fail here. This is Lincoln, and you may mark my prediction. You and I must keep the people right. God will keep Lincoln right." These words of yours made a deep impression upon my mind, and I came to love and trust him even before I saw him. After an acquaintance of more than 4 years, I found that your idea of him was in all respects correct, that he was the loving, tender, firm, and just man you represented him to be, while upon some questions in which moral elements did not so clearly enter, he was perhaps too easily influenced by others. Mr. Lincoln was a genuine Democrat in feelings, sentiments, and actions. How patiently and considerately he listened amid the terrible pressure of public affairs to the people who thronged his anteroom. I remember calling upon him one day during the war on pressing business. The anteroom was crowded with men and women seeking admission. He seemed oppressed, careworn, and weary. I said to him, "Mr. President, you are too exhausted to see this throng waiting to see you. You will wear yourself out, and ought not see these people today." He replied, with one of those smiles in which sadness seemed to mingle, "They don't want much. They get but little, and I must see them." During the war his heart was oppressed and his life burdened with the conflict between the tenderness of his nature and what seemed to be the imperative demands of duty. In the darkest hours of the conflict, Desertions from the army were frequent, and army officers urgently pressed the execution of the sentences of the law. But it was with the greatest effort that he would bring himself to consent to the execution of the judgment of the military tribunals. I remember calling early one Sabbath morning with a wounded Irish officer, who came to Washington to say that a soldier who had been sentenced to be shot in a day or two for desertion had fought gallantly by his side in battle. I told Mr. Lincoln we had come to ask him to pardon the poor soldier. After a few moments' reflection, he said, "My officers tell me the good of the service demands the enforcement of the law, but it makes my heart ache to have the poor fellows shot. I will pardon this soldier, and then you will all join in blaming me for it. You censure me for granting pardons, and yet you all ask me to do so. I say again, no man had a more loving and tender nature than Mr. Lincoln." Before departing for Washington, Mr. Lincoln went to Chicago for a few days' stay, and there, by previous arrangement, met his old friend Joshua F. Speed. Both were accompanied by their wives, and while the latter were out shopping, the two husbands repaired to Speed's room at the hotel. "For an hour or more," relates Speed, "we lived over again the scenes of other days. Finally Lincoln threw himself on the bed, and fixing his eyes on a spot on the ceiling, asked me this question: 'Speed, what is your pecuniary condition? Are you rich or poor?' I answered, addressing him by his new title, 'Mr. President, I think I can anticipate what you are going to say. I'll speak candidly to you on the subject. My pecuniary condition is satisfactory to me now. You will perhaps call it good. I do not think you have within your gift any office I could afford to take.' Mr. Lincoln then proposed to make Guthrie of Kentucky Secretary of War, but did not want to write to him. Asked me to feel of him. I did as requested, but the Kentucky statesman declined on the ground of his advanced age and consequent physical inability to fill the position. He gave substantial assurance of his loyal sentiments, however, and insisted that the Union should be preserved at all hazards." A lady called one day at the hotel where the Lincolns were stopping in Chicago to take Mrs. Lincoln out for a promenade or a drive. She was met in the parlor by Mr. Lincoln, who, after a hurried trip upstairs to ascertain the cause of the delay in his wife's appearance, returned with the report that "she'll be down as soon as she has all her trotting harness on." Late in January, Mr. Lincoln informed me that he was ready to begin the preparation of his inaugural address. He had, aside from his law books and the few gilded volumes that ornamented the center table in his parlor at home, comparatively no library. He never seemed to care to own or collect books. On the other hand, I had a very respectable collection, and was adding to it every day. To my library Lincoln very frequently had access. When, therefore, he began on his inaugural speech, he told me what works he intended to consult. I looked for a long list, but when he went over it I was greatly surprised. He asked me to furnish him with Henry Clay's great speech delivered in 1850, Andrew Jackson's proclamation against nullification, and a copy of the Constitution. He afterwards called for Webster's reply to Hayne, a speech which he read when he lived at New Salem, and which he always regarded as the grandest specimen of American oratory. With these few volumes, and no other sources of reference, he locked himself up in a room upstairs, over a store across the street from the State House, and there, cut off from all communication and intrusion, he prepared the address. Though composed amid the unromantic surroundings of a dingy, dusty, and neglected back room, the speech has become a memorable document. Posterity will assign to it a high rank among historical utterances, and it will ever bear comparison with the efforts of Washington, Jefferson, Adams, or any that preceded its delivery from the steps of the national Capitol. After Mr. Lincoln's rise to national prominence, and especially since his death, I have often been asked if I did not write this or that paper for him, if I did not prepare or help prepare some of his speeches. I know that other and abler friends of Lincoln have been asked the same question. To people who made such inquiries, I always responded, "You don't understand Mr. Lincoln. No man ever asked less aid than he. His confidence in his own ability to meet the requirements of every hour was so marked that his friends never thought of tendering their aid, and therefore no one could share his responsibilities. I never wrote a line for him. He never asked me to. I was never conscious of having exerted any influence over him. He often called out my views on some philosophical question, simply because I was a fond student of philosophy, and conceding that I had given the subject more attention than he often asked as to the use of a word or the turn of a sentence. But if I volunteered to recommend or even suggest a change of language which involved a change of sentiment, I found him the most inflexible man I have ever seen." I know it was the general impression in Washington that I knew all about Lincoln's plans and ideas, but the truth is, I knew nothing. He never confided to me anything of his purposes. David Davis, Statement, September 20th, 1866. One more duty, an act of filial devotion, remained to be done before Abraham Lincoln could announce his readiness to depart for the city of Washington, a place from which it was unfortunately decreed he should never return. In the first week of February he slipped quietly away from Springfield and rode to Farmington in Coles County, where his aged stepmother was still living. Here in the little country village he met also the surviving members of the Hanks and Johnston families. He visited the grave of his father, old Thomas Lincoln, which had been unmarked and neglected for almost a decade, and left directions that a suitable stone should be placed there to mark the spot. Retracing his steps in the direction of Springfield, he stopped overnight in the town of Charleston, where he made a brief address, recalling many of his boyhood exploits in the public hall. In the audience were many persons who had known him first as the stalwart young ox driver when his father's family drove into Illinois from southern Indiana. One man had brought with him a horse which the President-elect, in the earlier days of his law practice, had recovered for him in a Replevin suit. Another one was able to recite from personal recollection the thrilling details of the famous wrestling match between Lincoln, the flatboatman, in 1830, and Daniel Needham, and all had some reminiscence of his early manhood to relate. The separation from his stepmother was particularly touching. Lincoln's love for his second mother was a most filial and affectionate one. His letters show that he regarded the relation truly as that of mother and son. November 4th, 1851, he writes her after the death of his father: "Dear Mother, Chapman tells me he wants you to go and live with him. If I were you, I would try it a while. If you get tired of it, as I think you will not, you can return to your own home. Chapman feels very kindly to you, and I have no doubt he will make your situation very pleasant. Sincerely your son, A. Lincoln." On the 9th of the same month he writes his step-brother John D. Johnston: "If the land can be sold so that I can get $300 to put to interest for mother, I will not object if she does not. But before I will make a deed, the money must be had or secured beyond all doubt at 10%. The parting, when the good old woman, with tears streaming down her cheeks, gave him a mother's benediction, expressing the fear that his life might be taken by his enemies, will never be forgotten by those who witnessed it. Deeply impressed by this farewell scene, Mr. Lincoln reluctantly withdrew from the circle of warm friends who crowded around him, and, filled with gloomy forebodings of the future, returned to Springfield. The great questions of state having been pretty well settled in his own mind, and a few days yet remaining before his final departure. His neighbors and old friends called to take leave of him and pay their best respects. Many of these callers were from New Salem, where he had made his start in life, and each one had some pleasant or amusing incident of earlier days to call up when they met. Hannah Armstrong, who had foxed his trousers with buckskin in the days when he served as surveyor under John Calhoun, and whose son Lincoln had afterwards acquitted in the trial for murder at Beardstown, gave positive evidence of the interest she took in his continued rise in the world. She bade him good-bye, but was filled with a presentiment that she would never see him alive again. "Hannah," he said, jovially, "if they do kill me, I shall never die again." Isaac Cogsdale, another New Salem pioneer, came, and to him Lincoln again admitted his love for the unfortunate Anne Rutledge. Cogsdale afterwards told me of this interview. It occurred late in the afternoon. Mr. Nicolay, the secretary, had gone home, and the throng of visitors had ceased for the day. Lincoln asked about all the early families of New Salem, calling up the peculiarities of each as he went over the list. Of the Rutledges he said, "I have loved the name of Rutledge to this day. I have kept my mind on their movements ever since." Of Anne he spoke with some feeling. "I loved her dearly. She was a handsome girl, would have made a good, loving wife. She was natural and quite intellectual, though not highly educated. I did honestly and truly love the girl, and think often of her now." End of Section 27. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA. Chapter 16, Part 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 28. Early in February, the last item of preparation for the journey to Washington had been made. Mr. Lincoln had disposed of his household goods and furniture to a neighbor, had rented his house, and as these constituted all the property he owned in Illinois, there was no further occasion for concern on that score. In the afternoon of his last day in Springfield, he came down to our office to examine some papers and confer with me about certain legal matters in which he still felt some interest. On several previous occasions he had told me he was coming over to the office to have a long talk with me, as he expressed it. We ran over the books and arranged for the completion of all unsettled and unfinished matters. In some cases he had certain requests to make, certain lines of procedure he wished me to observe. After these things were all disposed of, he crossed to the opposite side of the room and threw himself down on the old office sofa, which after many years of service had been moved against the wall for support. He lay for some moments, his face towards the ceiling, without either of us speaking. Presently he inquired, "Billy," he always called me by that name, "how long have we been together?" "Over 16 years," I answered. "We've never had a cross word during all that time, have we?" To which I returned a vehement, "No, indeed, we have not." He then recalled some incidents of his early practice, and took great pleasure in delineating the ludicrous features of many a lawsuit on the circuit. It was at this last interview in Springfield that he told me of the efforts that had been made by other lawyers to supplant me in the partnership with him. He insisted that such men were weak creatures who, to use his own language, hoped to secure a law practice by hanging to his coat tail. I never saw him in a more cheerful mood. He gathered a bundle of books and papers he wished to take with him, and started to go, but before leaving he made the strange request that the signboard which swung on its rusty hinges at the foot of the stairway should remain. "Let it hang there undisturbed," he said, with a significant lowering of his voice. "Give our clients to understand that the election of a president makes no change in the firm of Lincoln and Herndon. If I live, I am coming back some time, and then we'll go right on practicing law as if nothing had ever happened." He lingered for a moment, as if to take a last look at the old quarters, and then passed through the door into the narrow hallway. I accompanied him downstairs. On the way he spoke of the unpleasant features surrounding the presidential office. "I am sick of office holding already," he complained, "and I shudder when I think of the tasks that are still ahead." He said the sorrow of parting from his old associations was deeper than most persons would imagine, but it was more marked in his case because of the feeling which had become irrepressible that he would never return alive. I argued against the thought, characterizing it as an illusory notion, not in harmony or keeping with the popular ideal of a president. "But it is in keeping with my philosophy," was his quick retort. Our conversation was frequently broken in upon by the interruptions of passers-by, who each in succession seemed desirous of claiming his attention. At length he broke away from them all. Grasping my hand warmly, and with a fervent "good-bye," he disappeared down the street, and never came back to the office again. In answer to the many inquiries made of me, I will say here that during this last interview Mr. Lincoln for the first time brought up the subject of an office under his administration. He asked me if I desired an appointment at his hands, and if so, what I wanted. I answered that I had no desire for a federal office, that I was then holding the office of Bank Commissioner of Illinois under appointment of Governor Bissey, and that if he would request my retention in office by Yates, the incoming governor, I should be satisfied. He made the necessary recommendation, and Governor Yates complied. I was present at the meeting between Yates and Lincoln, and I remember that the former, when Lincoln urged my claims for retention in office, asked Lincoln to appoint their mutual friend, A.Y. Ellis, postmaster at Springfield. I do not remember whether Lincoln promised to do so or not, but Ellis was never appointed. On the morning following this last interview, the 11th day of February, the presidential party repaired to the railway station, where the train which was to convey them to Washington awaited the ceremony of departure. The intention was to stop at many of the principal cities along the route, and plenty of time had been allotted for the purpose. Mr. Lincoln had told me that a man named Wood had been recommended to him by Mr. Seward, and he had been placed in charge of the party as a sort of general manager. The party, besides the president, his wife, and 3 sons, Robert, William, and Thomas, consisted of his brother-in-law, Dr. W.S. Wallace, David Davis, Norman B. Judd, Elmer E. Ellsworth, Ward H. Lamon, and the president's 2 secretaries, John G. Nicolay and John Hay. Colonel E.V. Sumner and other army gentlemen were also in the car, and some friends of Mr. Lincoln, among them O.H. Browning, Governor Yates, and ex-Governor Moore. Started with the party from Springfield, but dropped out at points along the way. The day was a stormy one, with dense clouds hanging heavily overhead. A goodly throng of Springfield people had gathered to see the distinguished party safely off. After the latter had entered the car, the people closed about it until the President appeared on the rear platform. He stood for a moment as if to suppress evidences of his emotion, and removing his hat, made the following brief but dignified and touching address. Friends, no one who has never been placed in a like position can understand my feelings at this hour, nor the oppressive sadness I feel at this parting. For more than a quarter of a century I have lived among you, and during all that time I have received nothing but kindness at your hands. Here I have lived from my youth until now I am an old man. Here the most sacred ties of earth were assumed. Here all my children were born, and here one of them lies buried. To you, dear friends, I owe all that I have, all that I am. All the strange, checkered past seems to crowd now upon my mind. Today I leave you. I go to assume a task more difficult than that which devolved upon Washington. Unless the great God who assisted him shall be with and aid me, I must fail. But if the same omniscient mind and almighty arm that directed and protected him shall guide and support me, I shall not fail. I shall succeed. Let us all pray that the God of our fathers may not forsake us now. To him I commend you all. Permit me to ask that with equal sincerity and faith you will invoke his wisdom and guidance for me. With these words I must leave you, for how long I know not. Friends, one and all, I must now bid you an affectionate farewell. I was not present when Mr. Lincoln delivered his farewell at the depot in Springfield, and never heard what he said. I have adopted the version of his speech as published in our papers. There has been some controversy over the exact language he used on that occasion, and Mr. Nicolay has recently published the speech from what he says is the original manuscript, partly in his own and partly in the handwriting of Mr. Lincoln. Substantially, however, it is like the speech as reproduced here from the Springfield paper. At the conclusion of this neat and appropriate farewell, the train rolled slowly out, and Mr. Lincoln, still standing in the doorway of the rear car, took his last view of Springfield. The journey had been as well advertised as it had been carefully planned, and therefore, at every town along the route and at every stop, great crowds were gathered to catch a glimpse of the President-elect. Mr. Lincoln usually gratified the wishes of the crowds, who called him out for a speech whether it was down on the regular program of movements or not. In all cases his remarks were well timed and sensibly uttered. At Indianapolis, where the legislature was in session, he halted for a day and delivered a speech the burden of which was an answer to the Southern charges of coercion and invasion. From Indianapolis he moved on to Cincinnati and Columbus, at the last named place meeting the legislature of Ohio. The remainder of the journey convinced Mr. Lincoln of his strength in the affections of the people. Many, no doubt, were full of curiosity to see the now famous rail splitter, but all were outspoken and earnest in their assurances of support. At Steubenville, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Buffalo, Albany, New York, and Philadelphia, he made manly and patriotic speeches. These speeches, plain in language and simple in illustration, made every man who heard them a stronger friend than ever of the government. He was skillful enough to warn the people of the danger ahead, and to impress them with his ability to deal properly with the situation, without in any case outlining his intended policy or revealing the forces he held in reserve. Footnote: Before Mr. Lincoln's election in 1860, I, then a child of 11 years, was presented with his lithograph, Admiring him with my whole heart, I thought still his appearance would be much improved should he cultivate his whiskers. Childish thoughts must have utterance. So I proposed the idea to him, expressing as well as I was able the esteem in which he was held among honest men. A few days after, I received this kind and friendly letter: Springfield, Illinois, October 19th, 1860. Miss Grace Bedell. My dear little miss, your very agreeable letter of the 15th is received. I regret the necessity of saying I have no daughter. I have 3 sons, one 17, one 9, and one 7. They with their mother constitute my whole family. As to the whiskers, as I have never worn any, do you not think that people would call it a piece of silly affectation were I were to begin wearing them now? I am your true friend and sincere well-wisher, A. Lincoln. It appears I was not forgotten, for after his election to the presidency, while on his journey to Washington, the train stopped at Westfield, Chautauqua County, at which place I then resided. Mr. Lincoln said, "I have a correspondent in this place, a little girl whose name is Grace Bedell, and I would like to see her." I was conveyed to him. He stepped from the cars, extending his hand and saying, "You see I have let these whiskers grow for you, Grace," kissed me, shook me cordially by the hand, and was gone. I was frequently afterward assured of his remembrance. Grace G. Bedell, manuscript, letter, December 14th, 1866. At Pittsburgh he advised deliberation, and begged the American people to keep their temper on both sides of the line. At Cleveland he insisted that the crisis, as it is called, is an artificial crisis and has no foundation in fact. And at Philadelphia he assured his listeners that under his administration there would be no bloodshed unless it was forced upon the government, and then it would be compelled to act in self-defense. This last utterance was made in front of Independence Hall, where a few moments before he had unfurled to the breeze a magnificent new flag, an impressive ceremony performed amid the cheers swelling from the vast sea of upturned faces before him. The following are extracts from Mr. Lincoln's letters written during the campaign in answer to his position with reference to the anticipated uprisings in the Southern States. They are here published for the first time. From a letter to L. Montgomery Bond, Esquire, October 15th, 1860. I certainly am in no temper, and have no purpose to embitter the feelings of the South. But whether I am inclined to such a course as would, in fact, embitter their feelings, you can better judge by my published speeches than by anything I would say in a short letter if I were inclined now, as I am not, to define my position anew. From a letter to Samuel Haycraft, dated Springfield, Illinois, June 4th, 1860. Like yourself, I belonged to the old Whig party from its origin to its close. I never belonged to the American party organization, nor ever to a party called a Union party, though I hope I neither am nor ever have been less devoted to the Union than yourself or any other patriotic man. Private and Confidential, Springfield, Illinois, November 13th, 1860. Hon. Samuel Haycraft. My dear Sir, yours of the 9th is just received. I can only answer briefly. Rest fully assured that the good people of the South who will put themselves in the same temper and mood towards me which you do will find no cause to complain of me. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. From Philadelphia his journey took him to Harrisburg, where he visited both branches of the legislature then in session. For an account of the remainder of this now famous trip, I beg to quote from the admirable narrative of Dr. Holland. Describing the welcome tendered him by the legislature at Harrisburg, the letter says: "At the conclusion of the exercises of the day, Mr. Lincoln, who was known to be very weary, was permitted to pass undisturbed to his apartments in the Jones house. It was popularly understood that he was to start for Washington the next morning, and the people of Harrisburg supposed they had only taken a temporary leave of him. He remained in his rooms until nearly 6 o'clock, when he passed into the street, entered a carriage unobserved in company with Colonel Lamon, and was driven to a special train on the Pennsylvania Railroad in waiting for him. As a matter of precaution, the telegraph wires were cut the moment he left Harrisburg, so that if his departure should be discovered, intelligence of it could not be communicated at a distance. At 10:30 the train arrived at Philadelphia, and here Mr. Lincoln was met by a detective, who had a carriage in readiness, in which the party were driven to the depot of the Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore Railroad. At 11:15 they arrived, and very fortunately found the regular train, which should have left at 11, delayed. The party took berths in the sleeping car, and without change of cars passed directly through Baltimore to Washington, where Mr. Lincoln arrived at 6:30 o'clock in the morning, and found Mr. Washburne anxiously awaiting him. He was taken into a carriage, and in a few minutes he was talking over his adventures with Senator Seward at Willard's Hotel. The remaining members of the presidential party, from whom Mr. Lincoln separated at Harrisburg, left that place on the special train intended for him, and as news of his safe arrival in Washington had been already telegraphed over the country, no attempt was made to interrupt their safe passage through Baltimore. As is now generally well known, many threats had up to that time been made that Mr. Lincoln, on his way to Washington, should never pass through Baltimore alive. It was reported and believed that conspiracies had been formed to attack the train, blow it up with explosives, or in some equally effective way dispose of the President-elect. Mr. Seward and others were so deeply impressed with the grave features of the reports afloat, that Allen Pinkerton, the noted detective of Chicago, was employed to investigate the matter and ferret out the conspiracy, if any existed. This shrewd operator went to Baltimore, opened an office as a stockbroker, and through his assistants, the most adroit and serviceable of whom was a woman, was soon in possession of inside information. The change of plans and trains at Harrisburg was due to his management and advice. Some years before his death, Mr. Pinkerton furnished me with a large volume of the written reports of his subordinates, and an elaborate account by himself of the conspiracy and the means he employed to ferret it out. The narrative, thrilling enough in some particulars, is too extended for insertion here. It is enough for us to know that the tragedy was successfully averted, and that Mr. Lincoln was safely landed in Washington. In January preceding his departure from Springfield, Mr. Lincoln, becoming somewhat annoyed, not to say alarmed, at the threats emanating from Baltimore and other portions of the country adjacent to Washington, that he should not reach the latter place alive, and that even if successful in reaching the capital, his inauguration should in some way be prevented, determined to ascertain for himself what protection should be given him in case an effort should be made by an individual or a mob to do him violence. He sent a young military officer in the person of Thomas Mather, then Adjutant General of Illinois, to Washington with a letter to General Scott, in which he recounted the threats he had heard and ventured to inquire as to the probability of any attempt at his life being made on the occasion of his inauguration. General Mather, on his arrival in Washington, found General Scott confined to his room by illness and unable to see visitors. On Mather calling a second time and sending in his letter, he was invited up to the sick man's chamber. Entering the room, related Mather in later years, I found the old warrior, grizzly and wrinkled, propped up in the bed by an embankment of pillows behind his back. His hair and beard were considerably disordered. The flesh seemed to lay in rolls across his warty face and neck, and his breathing was not without great labor. In his hand he still held Lincoln's letter. He was weak from long continued illness, and trembled very perceptibly. It was evident that the message from Lincoln had wrought up the old veteran's feelings. "General Mather," he said to me in great agitation, "present my compliments to Mr. Lincoln when you return to Springfield, and tell him I expect him to come on to Washington as soon as he is ready. Say to him that I'll look after those Maryland and Virginia Rangers myself. I'll plant cannon at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, and if any of them show their heads or raise a finger, I'll blow them to hell." On my return to Springfield, concludes Mather, I hastened to assure Mr. Lincoln that, if Scott were alive on the day of the inauguration, there need be no alarm lest the performance be interrupted by anyone. I felt certain the hero of Lundy's Lane would give the matter the care and attention it deserved. Having at last reached his destination in safety, Mr. Lincoln spent the few days preceding his inauguration at Willard's Hotel, receiving an uninterrupted stream of visitors and friends. In the few unoccupied moments allotted him, he was carefully revising his inaugural address. On the morning of the 4th of March, he rode from his hotel with Mr. Buchanan in an open barouche to the Capitol. There, slightly pale and nervous, he was introduced to the assembled multitude by his old friend Edward D. Baker, and in a fervid and impressive manner delivered his address. At its conclusion the customary oath was administered by the venerable Chief Justice Taney, and he was now clothed with all the powers and privileges of Chief Magistrate of the nation. He accompanied Mr. Buchanan to the White House, and here the historic bachelor of Lancaster bade him farewell, bespeaking for him a peaceful, prosperous, and successful administration. One who witnessed the impressive scene left the following graphic description of the inauguration and its principal incidents. Near noon I found myself a member of the motley crowd gathered about the side entrance to Willard's Hotel. Soon an open barouche drove up, and the only occupant stepped out, a large, heavy, awkward-moving man, far advanced in years, short and thin gray hair, full face plentifully seamed and wrinkled, head curiously inclined to the left shoulder, a low-crowned, broad-brimmed silk hat, an immense white cravat like a poultice, thrusting the old-fashioned standing collar up to the ears, dressed in black throughout, with swallow-tail coat, not of the newest style. It was President Buchanan, calling to take his successor to the Capitol. In a few minutes he reappeared with Mr. Lincoln on his arm. The two took seats side by side, and the carriage rolled away, followed by a rather disorderly and certainly not very imposing procession. I had ample time to walk to the Capitol, and no difficulty in securing a place where everything could be seen and heard to the best advantage. The attendance at the inauguration was, they told me, unusually small, many being kept away by anticipated disturbance, as it had been rumored, truly too, that General Scott himself was fearful of an outbreak and had made all possible military preparations to meet the emergency. A square platform had been built out from the steps to the eastern portico, with benches for distinguished spectators on three sides. Douglas, the only one I recognized, sat at the extreme end of the seat on the right of the narrow passage leading from the steps. There was no delay, and the gaunt form of the President-elect was soon visible, slowly making his way to the front. To me, at least, he was completely metamorphosed, partly by his own fault, and partly through the efforts of injudicious friends and ambitious tailors. He was raising, to gratify a very young lady, it is said, a crop of whiskers of the blacking brush variety, coarse, stiff, and ungraceful, and in so doing spoiled, or at least seriously impaired, a face which, though never handsome, had in its original state a peculiar power and pathos. On the present occasion the whiskers were reinforced by brand new clothes from top to toe. Black dress coat instead of the usual frock, black cloth or satin vest, black pantaloons, and a glossy hat evidently just out of the box. To cap the climax of novelty, he carried a huge ebony cane with a gold head the size of an egg. In these, to him, strange habiliments, he looked so miserably uncomfortable that I could not help pitying him. Reaching the platform, his discomfort was visibly increased by not knowing what to do with hat and cane, and so he stood there, the target for 10,000 eyes, holding cane in one hand and hat in the other, the very picture of helpless embarrassment. After some hesitation, he pushed the cane into a corner of the railing, but could not find a place for the hat except on the floor, where I could see he did not like to risk it. Douglas, who fully took in the situation, came to rescue of his old friend and rival, and held the precious hat until the owner needed it again, a service which, if predicted 2 years before, would probably have astonished him. The oath of office was administered by Chief Justice Taney, whose black robes, attenuated figure, and cadaverous countenance reminded me of a galvanized corpse. Then the President came forward and read his inaugural address in a clear and distinct voice. It was attentively listened to by all, but the closest listener was Douglas, who leaned forward as if to catch every word, nodding his head emphatically at those passages which most pleased him. There was some applause, not very much, nor very enthusiastic. I must not forget to mention the presence of a Mephistopheles in the person of Senator Wigfall of Texas, who stood with folded arms leaning against the doorway of the Capitol, looking down upon the crowd and the ceremony with a contemptuous air, which sufficiently indicated his opinion of the whole performance. To him, the Southern Confederacy was already an accomplished fact. He lived to see it, the saddest of fictions. End of section 28. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA. Chapter 17 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 29. Chapter 17. Lincoln, the President, did not differ greatly from Lincoln, the lawyer and politician. In the latter capacity only had his old friends in Illinois known him. For a long time after taking his seat they were curious to know what change, if any, his exalted station had made in him. He was no longer amid people who had seen him grow from the village lawyer to the highest rank in the land, and whose hands he could grasp in the confidence of a time-tried friendship. But now he was surrounded by wealth, power, fashion, influence, by adroit politicians and artful schemers of every sort. In the past, his Illinois, and particularly his Springfield friends, had shared the anxiety and responsibility of every step he had made. But now they were no longer to continue in the partnership. Many of them wanted no office. but all of them felt great interest as well as pride in his future. A few attempted to keep up a correspondence with him, but his answers were tardy and irregular. Lincoln, even after his elevation to the presidency, always had an eye out for his friends, as the following letters will abundantly prove: Executive Mansion, Washington, April 20th, 1864. Calvin Truesdale, Esquire, Postmaster, Rock Island, Illinois. Thomas J. Pickett, late agent of the Quartermaster's Department for the island of Rock Island, has been removed or suspended from that position on a charge of having sold timber and stone from the island for his private benefit. Mr. Pickett is an old acquaintance and friend of mine, and I will thank you, if you will, to set a day or days and place on and at which to take testimony on the point. Notify Mr. Pickett and one J. B. Danforth, who, as I understand, makes the charge, to be present with their witnesses. Take the testimony in writing, offered by both sides, and report it in full to me. Please do this for me. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. The man Pickett was formerly the editor of a newspaper in northern Illinois, and had, to use an expression of later days, inaugurated in the columns of his paper Lincoln's boom for the presidency. When he afterwards fell under suspicion, no one came to his rescue sooner than the President himself. The following letter needs no explanation. Executive Mansion, Washington, August 27th, 1862. Hon. Washington Talcott. My dear Sir, I have determined to appoint you collector. I now have a very special request to make of you, which is, that you will make no war upon Mr. Washburne, who is also my friend, and of longer standing than yourself. I will even be obliged if you can do something for him if occasion presents. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. Mr. Talcott, to whom it was addressed, was furnished a letter of introduction by the President as follows: The Secretary of the Treasury and the Commissioner of Internal Revenue will please see Mr. Talcott, one of the best men there is, and, if any difference, one they would like better than they do me. A. Lincoln. August 18th, 1862. Because he did not appoint a goodly portion of his early associates to comfortable offices, and did not interest himself in the welfare of every one whom he had known in Illinois, or met while on the circuit, the erroneous impression grew that his elevation had turned his head. There was no foundation for such an unwarranted conclusion. Lincoln had not changed a particle. He was overrun with duties and weighted down with cares. His surroundings were different, and his friends were new, but he himself was the same calm, just, and devoted friend as of yore. His letters were few and brief, but they showed no lack of gratitude or appreciation, as the following one to me will testify. Executive Mansion, February 3rd, 1862. Dear William, yours of January 30th is just received. Do just as you say about the money matters. As you well know, I have not time enough to write a letter of respectable length. God bless you, says your friend, A. Lincoln. On February 19th, 1863, I received this dispatch from Mr. Lincoln: Would you accept a job of about a month's duration at St. Louis, $5 a day and mileage? Answer: A. Lincoln. His letters to others were of the same warm and generous tenor, but yet the foolish notion prevailed that he had learned to disregard the condition and claims of his Springfield friends. One of the latter, who visited Washington, returned somewhat displeased because Mr. Lincoln failed to inquire after the health and welfare of each one of his old neighbors. The report spread that he cared nothing for his home or the friends who had made him what he was. Those who entertained this opinion of the man forgot that he was not exactly the property of Springfield and Illinois, but the President of all the States in the Union. The following letter from a disappointed Illinois friend will serve to illustrate the perplexities that beset Lincoln in disposing of the claims of personal friendship. It was written by a man of no inconsiderable reputation in Illinois, where he at one time filled a state office. Lincoln is a singular man, and I must confess I never knew him. He has for 20 years past used me as a plaything to accomplish his own ends, but the moment he was elevated to his proud position, he seems all at once to have entirely changed his whole nature and become altogether a new being. He knows no one, and the road to his favor is always open to his enemies, while the door is hermetically sealed to his old friends. In this connection it may not be out of order to refer briefly to the settlement by Mr. Lincoln of the claims his leading Illinois friends had on him. As before observed, his own election to the presidency canceled Illinois as a factor in the cabinet problem, but in no wise disposed of the friends whom the public expected, and whom he himself intended should be provided for. Of these latter, the oldest and most zealous and effective was David Davis. It is not extravagance, taking their long association together in mind, to say that Davis had done more for Lincoln than any dozen other friends he had. I had done Lincoln many, many favors, had electioneered for him, spent my money for him, worked and toiled for him. David Davis, Statement, September 20th, 1866. Of course, after Lincoln was securely installed in office, the people, especially in Illinois, awaited his recognition of Davis. What was finally done is minutely told in a letter by Leonard Swett, which it is proper here to insert. Chicago, Illinois, August 29th, 1887. William H. Herndon. My dear Sir, your inquiry in reference to the circumstances of the appointment of David Davis as one of the justices of the Supreme Court reached me last evening. In reply, I beg leave to recall the fact that in 1860 the politicians of Illinois were divided into 3 divisions, which were represented in the Decatur Convention by the votes on the nomination for governor. The largest vote was for Norman B. Judd of Chicago, his strength in the main being the northern part of the state. I was next in order of strength, and Richard Yates the third, but the divisions were not materially unequal. The result was Yates was nominated, his strength being about Springfield and Jacksonville, extending to Quincy on the west, and mine was at Bloomington and vicinity and south and southeast. These divisions were kept up a while after Mr. Lincoln's election, and were considered in the distribution of federal patronage. A vacancy in the United States Senate occurred early in 1861 by the death of Stephen A. Douglas, and Governor Yates appointed Oliver H. Browning of Quincy to fill the vacancy. There was also a vacancy upon the Supreme Bench of the United States, to be filled from this general vicinity by Mr. Lincoln in the early part of his administration, and Judge Davis of Bloomington and Mr. Browning of Quincy were aspirants for the position. Mr. Browning had the advantage that Lincoln was new in his seat, and senators were august personages, and being in the Senate and a most courteous and able gentleman, Mr. Browning succeeded in securing nearly all the senatorial strength, and Mr. Lincoln was nearly swept off his feet by the current of influence. Davis's supporters were the circuit lawyers, mainly in the eastern and central part of the state. These lawyers were at home, and their presence was not a living force felt constantly by the President at Washington. I was then living at Bloomington, and met Judge Davis every day. As months elapsed, we used to get word from Washington in reference to the condition of things. Finally, one day, the word came that Lincoln had said, "I do not know what I may do when the time comes, but there has never been a day when if I had to act I should not have appointed Browning." Judge Davis, General Orme, and myself held a consultation in my law office at Bloomington. We decided that the remark was too Lincolnian to be mistaken, and no man but he could have put the situation so quaintly. We decided also that the appointment was gone, and sat there glum over the situation. I finally broke the silence, saying in substance, "The appointment is gone, and I am going to pack my carpet sack for Washington." "No, you are not," said Davis. "Yes, I am," was my reply. "Lincoln is being swept off his feet by the influence of these senators, and I will have the luxury of one more talk with him before he acts." I did go home, and 2 days thereafter, in the morning about 7 o'clock, for I knew Mr. Lincoln's habits well, was at the White House, and spent most of the forenoon with him. I tried to impress upon him that he had been brought into prominence by the circuit court lawyers of the old Eighth Circuit, headed by Judge Davis. If, I said, Judge Davis, with his tact and force, had not lived, and all other things had been as they were, I believe you would not now be sitting where you are. He replied gravely, "Yes, that is so." "Now it is a common law of mankind," said I, "that one raised into prominence is expected to recognize the force that lifts him, or if from a pinch, the force that lets him out. The Tsar Nicholas was once attacked by an assassin. A kindly hand warded off the blow and saved his life. The Tsar hunted out the owner of that hand and strewed his pathway with flowers through life. The Emperor Napoleon III has hunted out everybody who even tossed him a biscuit in his prison at Ham, and has made him rich. Here is Judge Davis, whom you know to be in every respect qualified for this position, and you ought in justice to yourself and public expectation to give him this place." We had an earnest, pleasant forenoon, and I thought I had the best of the argument, and I think he thought so too. I left him, and went to Willard's Hotel to think over the interview, and there a new thought struck me. I therefore wrote a letter to Mr. Lincoln, and returned to the White House. Getting in, I read it to him, and left it with him. It was, in substance, that he might think if he gave Davis this place, the latter, when he got to Washington, would not give him any peace until he gave me a place equally as good; that I recognized the fact that he could not give this place to Davis, which would be charged to the Bloomington faction in our state politics, and then give me anything I would have, and be just to the party there; that this appointment, if made, should kill two birds with one stone; that I would accept it as one half for me and one half for the judge, and that thereafter, if I or any of my friends ever troubled him, he could draw that letter as a plea in bar on that subject. As I read it, Lincoln said, "If you mean that, among friends, as it reads, I will take it and make the appointment." He at once did as he said. He then made a request of the judge after his appointment, in reference to a clerk in his circuit, and wrote him a notice of the appointment, which Davis received the same afternoon I returned to Bloomington. Judge Davis was about 15 years my senior. I had come to his circuit at the age of 24, and between him and Lincoln I had grown up, leaning in hours of weakness on their own great arms for support. I was glad of the opportunity to put in the mite of my claims upon Lincoln and give it to Davis, and have been glad I did it every day since. An unknown number of people have almost every week since, speaking perhaps extravagantly, asked me in a quasi-confidential manner, how was it that you and Lincoln were so intimate and he never gave you anything, I have generally said, it seems to me that is my question, and so long as I don't complain, I do not see why you should. I may be pardoned also for saying that I have not considered every man not holding an office out of place in life. I got my eyes open on this subject before I got an office, and as in Washington I saw the congressman in decline, I prayed that my latter end might not be like his. Yours truly, Leonard Swett. Before his departure for Washington, Mr. Lincoln had on several occasions referred in my presence to the gravity of the national questions that stared him in the face. Yet from what he said I caught no definite idea of what his intentions were. He told me he would rely upon me to keep him informed of the situation about home, what his friends were saying of him, and whether his course was meeting with their approval. He suggested that I should write him frequently, and that arrangements would be made with his private secretary, Mr. Nicolay, that my letters should pass through the latter's hands unopened. This plan was adhered to, and I have every reason now to believe that all my letters to Lincoln, although they contained no great secrets of state, passed unread into his hands. I was what the newspaper men would call a frequent contributor. I wrote oftener than he answered, sometimes remitting him his share of old fees, sometimes dilating on national affairs, but generally confining myself to local politics and news in and around Springfield. I remember of writing him 2 copious letters, one on the necessity of keeping up the draft, the other admonishing him to hasten his proclamation of emancipation. In the latter I was especially fervid, assuring him, if he emancipated the slaves, he could go down the other side of life filled with the consciousness of duty well done, and along a pathway blazing with eternal glory. How my rhetoric or sentiments struck him I never learned, for in the rush of executive business he never responded to either of the letters. Late in the summer of 1861, as elsewhere mentioned in these chapters, I made my first and only visit to Washington while he was President. My mission was intended to promote the prospects of a brother-in-law, Charles W. Chatterton, who desired to lay claim to an office in the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Mr. Lincoln accompanied me to the office of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, William P. Dole of Paris, Illinois, told a good story, and made the request which secured the coveted office, an Indian agency, in an amazingly short time. This was one of the few favors I asked of Mr. Lincoln, and he granted it speedily, without delay, freely, without purchase, and fully without denial. I remained in Washington for several days after this, and notwithstanding the pressure of business, he made me spend a good portion of the time at the White House. One thing he could scarcely cease from referring to was the persistence of the office-seekers. They slipped in, he said, through the half-open doors of the Executive Mansion. They dogged his steps if he walked. They edged their way through the crowds, and thrust their papers in his hands when he rode, and taking it all in all, they well nigh worried him to death. He said that one day, as he was passing down Pennsylvania Avenue, a man came running after him, hailed him, and thrust a bundle of papers in his hands. It angered him not a little, and he pitched the papers back, saying, "I'm not going to open shop here." He said that if the government passed through the rebellion without dismemberment, there was the strongest danger of its falling a prey to the rapacity of the office-seeking class. "This human struggle and scramble for office," were his words, for a way to live without work will finally test the strength of our institutions. A good part of the day during my stay I would spend with him in his office or waiting room. I saw the endless line of callers, and met the scores of dignitaries one usually meets at the White House, even now, but nothing took place worthy of special mention here. One day Horace Maynard and Andrew Johnson, both senators from Tennessee, came in arm. They declined to sit down, but at once set to work to discuss with the President his recent action in some case in which they were interested. Maynard seemed very earnest in what he said. "Beware, Mr. President," he said, "and do not go too fast. There is danger ahead." "I know that," responded Lincoln, good-naturedly, "but I shall go just so fast, and only so fast, as I think I am right and the people are ready for the step." Hardly half a dozen words followed when the pair wheeled around and walked away. The day following I left Washington for home. I separated from Mr. Lincoln at the White House. He followed me to the rear portico, where I entered the carriage to ride to the railroad depot. He grasped me warmly by the hand and bade me a fervent good-bye. It was the last time I ever saw him alive. Mrs. Ninian Edwards, who it will be remembered was the sister of Mrs. Lincoln, some time before her death furnished me an account of her visit to Washington, some of the incidents of which are so characteristic that I cannot refrain from giving them room here. This lady, without endeavoring to suppress mention of her sister's many caprices and eccentricities while mistress of the White House, remarked that, having been often solicited by the Lincolns to visit them, she and her husband, in answer to the cordial invitation, at last made the journey to Washington. One day while there, she relates, in order to calm his mind, to turn his attention away from business and cheer him up, I took Mr. Lincoln down through the conservatory belonging to the Executive Mansion, and showed him the world of flowers represented there. He followed me patiently through. "How beautiful these flowers are! How gorgeous these roses! Here are exotics," I exclaimed, in admiration, "gathered from the remotest corners of the earth, and grand beyond description." A moody silence followed, broken finally by Mr. Lincoln with this observation: "Yes, this whole thing looks like spring, but do you know, I have never been in here before. I don't know why it is so, but I never cared for flowers. I seem to have no taste, natural or acquired, for such things." I induced him one day, continued Mrs. Edwards, to walk to the park north of the White House. He hadn't been there, he said, for a year. On such occasions, when alone or in the company of a close friend, and released from the restraint of his official surroundings, he was wont to throw from his shoulders many a burden. He was a man I loved and respected. He was a good man, an honest and true one. Much of his seeming disregard, which has been tortured into ingratitude, was due to his peculiar construction. His habits, like himself, were odd and wholly irregular. He would move around in a vague, abstracted way, as if unconscious of his own or anyone else's existence. He had no expressed fondness for anything, and ate mechanically. I have seen him sit down at the table absorbed in thought, and never, unless recalled to his senses, would he think of food. But, however peculiar and secretive he may have seemed, he was anything but cold. Beneath what the world saw lurked a nature as tender and poetic as any I ever knew. The death of his son Willie, which occurred in Washington, made a deep impression on him. It was the first death in his family, save an infant who died a few days after its birth in Springfield. On the evening we strolled through the park, he spoke of it with deep feeling, and he frequently afterward referred to it. When I announced my intention of leaving Washington, he was much affected at the news of my departure. We were strolling through the White House grounds, when he begged me, with tears in his eyes, to remain longer. "You have such strong control and such an influence over Mary," he contended, "that when troubles come you can console me." The picture of the man's despair never faded from my vision. Long after my return to Springfield, on reverting to the sad separation, my heart ached because I was unable in my feeble way to lighten his burden. In the summer of 1866 I wrote to Mrs. Lincoln, then in Chicago, asking for a brief account of her own and her husband's life or mode of living while at the White House. She responded as follows: 375 West Washington Street, Chicago, Illinois, August 28, 1866. Hon. William H. Herndon. My dear Sir, owing to Robert's absence from Chicago, your last letter to him was only shown me last evening. The recollection of my beloved husband's truly affectionate regard for you, and the knowledge of your great love and reverence for the best man that ever lived, would of itself cause you to be cherished with the sincerest regard by my sons and myself. In my overwhelming bereavement, those who loved my idolized husband, aside from disinterested motives, are very precious to me and mine. My grief has been so uncontrollable that, in consequence, I have been obliged to bury myself in solitude, knowing that many whom I would see could not fully enter into the state of my feelings. I have been thinking for some time past. I would like to see you and have a long conversation. I wish to know if you will be in Springfield next Wednesday week, September 4th. If so, at 10 o'clock in the morning you will find me at the St. Nicholas Hotel. Please mention this visit to Springfield to no one. It is a most sacred one, as you may suppose, to visit the tomb which contains my all in life, my husband. If it will not be convenient, or if business at the time specified should require your absence, should you visit Chicago any day this week, I will be pleased to see you. I remain, very truly, Mary Lincoln. I met Mrs. Lincoln at the hotel in Springfield according to appointment. Our interview was somewhat extended in range, but none the less interesting. Her statement made at the time now lies before me. My husband intended, she said, when he was through with his presidential term, to take me and our boys with him to Europe. After his return from Europe, he intended to cross the Rocky Mountains and go to California, where the soldiers were to be digging out gold to pay the national debt. During his last days, he and Senator Sumner became great friends, and were closely attached to each other. They were down the river after Richmond was taken, were full of joy and gladness at the thought of the war being over. Up to 1864 Mr. Lincoln wanted to live in Springfield, and if he died be buried there also, but after that, and only a short time before his death, he changed his mind slightly, but never really settled on any particular place. The last time I remembered of his referring to the matter, he said he thought it would be good for himself and me to spend a year or more traveling. As to his nature, he was the kindest man, most tender husband, and loving father in the world. He gave us all unbounded liberty, saying to me always when I asked for anything, "You know what you want, go and get it," and never asking if it were necessary. He was very indulgent of his children. He never neglected to praise them for any of their good acts. He often said, "It is my pleasure that my children are free and happy and unrestrained by parental tyranny. Love is the chain whereby to bind a child to its parents." My husband placed great reliance on my knowledge of human nature, often telling me, when about to make some important appointment, that he had no knowledge of men and their motives. It was his intention to remove Seward as soon as peace with the South was declared. He greatly disliked Andrew Johnson. Once the latter, when we were in company, followed us around not a little. It displeased Mr. Lincoln so much, he turned abruptly and asked, loud enough to be heard by others, "Why is this man forever following me?" At another time, when we were down at City Point, Johnson, still following us, was drunk. Mr. Lincoln, in desperation, exclaimed, "For God's sake, don't ask Johnson to dine with us." Sumner, who was along, joined in the request. Mr. Lincoln was mild in his manners, but he was a terribly firm man when he set his foot down. None of us, no man or woman, could rule him after he had once fully made up his mind. I could always tell when in deciding anything he had reached the ultimatum. At first he was very cheerful, then he lapsed into thoughtfulness, bringing his lips together in a firm compression. When these symptoms developed, I fashioned myself accordingly, and so did all others have to do sooner or later. When we first went to Washington, many thought Mr. Lincoln was weak, but he rose grandly with the circumstances. I told him once of the assertion I had heard coming from the friends of Seward, that the latter was the power behind the throne, that he could rule him. He replied, "I may not rule myself, but certainly Seward shall not. The only ruler I have is my conscience, following God in it, and these men will have to learn that yet." Some of the newspaper attacks on him gave him great pain. I sometimes read them to him, but he would beg me to desist, saying, "I have enough to bear now, but yet I care nothing for them. If I'm right, I'll live, and if wrong, I'll die anyhow, so let them fight at me unrestrained." My playful response would be, "The way to learn is to hear both sides." I once assured him Chase and certain others who were scheming to supplant him ought to be restrained in their evil designs. "Do good to them who hate you," was his generous answer, "and turn their ill will into friendship." I often told Mr. Lincoln that God would not let any harm come of him. We had passed through 4 long years, terrible and bloody years, unscathed, and I believed we would be released from all danger. He gradually grew into that belief himself, and the old gloomy notion of his unavoidable taking off was becoming dimmer as time passed away. Cheerfulness merged into joyfulness. The skies cleared. The end of the war rose dimly into view when the great blow came and shut him out forever. For a glimpse of Lincoln's habits while a resident of Washington and an executive officer, there is no better authority than John Hay, who served as one of his secretaries. In 1866, Mr. Hay, then a member of the United States legation in Paris, wrote me an interesting account which so faithfully delineates Lincoln in his public home that I cannot refrain from quoting it entire. Although the letter was written in answer to a list of questions I asked, and was prepared without any attempt at arrangement, still it is none the less interesting. Lincoln went to bed ordinarily, it begins, from 10 to 11 o'clock, unless he happened to be kept up by important news, in which case he would frequently remain at the War Department till 1 or 2. He rose early, When he lived in the country at the Soldiers' Home, he would be up and dressed, eat his breakfast, which was extremely frugal, an egg, a piece of toast, coffee, etc., and ride into Washington all before 8 o'clock. In the winter, at the White House, he was not quite so early. He did not sleep well, but spent a good while in bed. Tad usually slept with him. He would lie around the office until he fell asleep, and Lincoln would shoulder him and take him off to bed. He pretended to begin business at 10 o'clock in the morning, but in reality the anterooms and halls were full long before that hour, people anxious to get the first axe ground. He was extremely unmethodical. It was a 4 years' struggle on Nicolay's part and mine to get him to adopt some systematic rules. He would break through every regulation as fast as it was made. Anything that kept the people themselves away from him he disapproved, although they nearly annoyed the life out of him by unreasonable complaints and requests. He wrote very few letters, and did not read one in 50 that he received. At first we tried to bring them to his notice, but at last he gave the whole thing over to me, and signed, without reading them, the letters I wrote in his name. He wrote perhaps half a dozen a week himself, not more. Nicolay received members of Congress and other visitors who had business with the executive office, communicated to the Senate and House the messages of the President, and exercised a general supervision over the business. I opened and read the letters, answered them, looked over the newspapers, supervised the clerks who kept the records, and in Nicolay's absence did his work also. When the President had any rather delicate matter to manage at a distance from Washington, he rarely wrote, but sent Nicolay or me. The house remained full of people nearly all day. At noon the President took a little lunch, a biscuit, a glass of milk in winter, some fruit or grapes in summer. He dined between 5 and 6, and we went off to our dinner also. Before dinner was over, members and senators would come back and take up the whole evening. Sometimes, though rarely, he shut himself up and would see no one. Sometimes he would run away to a lecture or concert or theater for the sake of a little rest. He was very abstemious, ate less than any man I know. He drank nothing but water, not from principle, but because he did not like wine or spirits. Once, in rather dark days early in the war, a temperance committee came to him and said that the reason we did not win was because our army drank so much whiskey as to bring the curse of the Lord upon them. He said it was rather unfair on the part of the aforesaid curse, as the other side drank more and worse whiskey than ours did. He read very little. He scarcely ever looked into a newspaper unless I called his attention to an article on some special subject. He frequently said, "I know more about it than any of them." It is absurd to call him a modest man. No great man was ever modest. It was his intellectual arrogance and unconscious assumption of superiority that men like Chase and Sumner never could forgive. I believe that Lincoln is well understood by the people, but there is a patent leather kid glove set who know no more of him than an owl does of a comet blazing into his winking eyes. Their estimates of him are in many cases disgraceful exhibitions of ignorance and prejudice. Their effeminate natures shrink instinctively from the contact of a great reality like Lincoln's character. I consider Lincoln's republicanism incarnate, with all its faults and all its virtues. As, in spite of some rudeness, republicanism is the sole hope of a sick world, so Lincoln, with all his foibles, is the greatest character since Christ. Bancroft's eulogy on Lincoln never pleased the latter's lifelong friends, those who knew him so thoroughly and well. February 16, 1866, David Davis, who had heard it, wrote me, You will see Mr. Bancroft's oration before this reaches you. It is able, but Mr. Lincoln is in the background. His analysis of Mr. Lincoln's character is superficial. It did not please me. How did it satisfy you? On the 22nd he again wrote: Mr. Bancroft totally misconceived Mr. Lincoln's character in applying unsteadiness and confusion to it. Mr. Lincoln grew more steady and resolute, and his ideas were never confused. If there were any changes in him after he got here, they were for the better. I thought him always master of his subject. He was a much more self-possessed man than I thought. He thought for himself, which is a rare quality nowadays. How could Bancroft know anything about Lincoln except as he judged of him as the public do? He never saw him, and is himself as cold as an icicle. I should never have selected an old Democratic politician, and that one from Massachusetts, to deliver an eulogy on Lincoln. In 1863 Mr. Lincoln was informed one morning that among the visitors to the anteroom of the White House was a man who claimed to be his relative. He walked out and was surprised to find his boyhood friend and cousin, Dennis Hanks. The latter had come to see his distinguished relative on a rather strange mission. A number of persons living in Coles County, in Illinois, offended at the presence and conduct of a few soldiers who were at home from the war on furlough at the town of Charleston, had brought about a riot, in which encounter several of the latter had been killed. Several of the civilian participants who had acted as leaders in the strife had been arrested and sent to Fort McHenry or some other place of confinement equally as far from their homes. The leading lawyers and politicians of central Illinois were appealed to, but they and all others who had tried their hands had been signally unsuccessful in their efforts to secure the release of the prisoners. Meanwhile, some one of a sentimental turn had conceived the idea of sending garrulous old Dennis Hanks to Washington, fondly believing that his relationship to the President might in this last extremity be of some avail. The novelty of the project secured its adoption by the prisoner's friends, and Dennis, arrayed in a suit of new clothes, set out for the national capital. I have heard him describe this visit very minutely. How his appearance in Washington and his mission struck Mr. Lincoln can only be imagined. The President, after listening to him and learning the purpose of his visit, retired to an adjoining room and returned with an extremely large roll of papers labeled the Charleston riot case, which he carefully untied and gravely directed his now diplomatic cousin to read. Subsequently, and as if to continue the joke, he sent him down to confer with the Secretary of War. He soon returned from the latter's office with the report that the head of the War Department could not be found, and it was well enough that he did not meet that abrupt and oftentimes demonstrative official. In the course of time, however, the latter happened in at the Executive Mansion, and there, in the presence of Dennis, the President sought to reopen the now noted Charleston case. Adopting Mr. Hanks's version, the Secretary, with his characteristic plainness of speech, referring to the prisoners, declared that every one of them should be hung. Even the humane and kindly inquiry of the President, if these men should return home and become good citizens, who would be hurt, failed to convince the distinguished Secretary that the public good could be promoted by so doing. The President, not feeling willing to override the judgment of his War Secretary in this instance, further consideration of the case ceased, and his cousin returned to his home in Illinois with his mission unaccomplished. The subsequent history of these riot cases, I believe, is that the prisoners were returned to Illinois to be tried in the state courts there, and that by successive changes of venue and continuances the cases were finally worn out. Dennis retained a rather unfavorable impression of Mr. Stanton, whom he described as a frisky little Yankee with a short coat tail. "I asked Abe," he said to me once, "why he didn't kick him out. I told him he was too fresh altogether." Lincoln's answer was, "If I did, Dennis, it would be difficult to find another man to fill his place." The President's cousins sat in the office during the endless interviews that take place between the head of their nation and the latter's loyal subjects. He saw modesty and obscurity mingling with the arrogance of pride and distinction. One day an attractive and handsomely dressed woman called to procure the release from prison of a relative in whom she professed the deepest interest. She was a good talker, and her winning ways seemed to be making a deep impression on the President. After listening to her story, he wrote a few lines on a card, enclosing it in an envelope and directing her to take it to the Secretary of War. Before sealing it, he showed it to Dennis. It read, "This woman, dear Stanton, is a little smarter than she looks to be." She had, womanlike, evidently overstated her case. Before night another woman called, more humble in appearance, more plainly clad. It was the old story. Father and son both in the army, the former in prison. Could not the latter be discharged from the army and sent home to help his mother? A few strokes of the pen, a gentle nod of the head, and the little woman, her eyes filling with tears and expressing a grateful acknowledgment her tongue could not utter, passed out. During this visit Mr. Lincoln presented Dennis with a silver watch which the latter still retains as a memento alike of the donor and his trip to Washington. End of Section 29. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Chapter 18 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 30. Chapter 18. Before passing to a brief and condensed view of the great panorama of the war, it will interest the reader and no doubt aid him greatly in drawing the portrait of Lincoln, to call up for the purpose two friends of his, whose testimony is not only vivid and minute, but for certain reasons unusually appropriate and essential. The two were devoted and trusted friends of Lincoln, and while neither held office under him, both were offered and both declined the same. That of itself ought not to be considered as affecting or strengthening their statements, and yet we sometimes think that friends who are strong enough to aid us, and yet, declining our aid, take care of themselves, are brave enough to tell us the truth. The two friends of Lincoln here referred to are Joshua F. Speed and Leonard Swett. In quoting them, I adhere strictly to their written statements now in my possession. The former, under date of December 6, 1866, says, "Mr. Lincoln was so unlike all the men I had ever known before, or seen or known since, that there is no one to whom I can compare him. In all his habits of eating, sleeping, reading, conversation, and study, he was, if I may so express it, regularly irregular. That is, he had no stated time for eating, no fixed time for going to bed, none for getting up. No course of reading was chalked out. He read law, history, philosophy, or poetry, Burns, Byron, Milton, or Shakespeare, and the newspapers, retaining them all about as well as an ordinary man would any one of them who made only one at a time his study. I once remarked to him that his mind was a wonder to me, that impressions were easily made upon it and never effaced. "No," said he, "you are mistaken. I am slow to learn, and slow to forget that which I have learned. My mind is like a piece of steel, very hard to scratch anything on it, and almost impossible after you get it there to rub it out." I give this as his own illustration of the character of his mental faculties. It is as good as any I have seen from anyone. The beauty of his character was its entire simplicity. He had no affectation in anything. True to nature, true to himself, he was true to everybody and everything around him. When he was ignorant on any subject, no matter how simple it might make him appear, he was always willing to acknowledge it. His whole aim in life was to be true to himself, and being true to himself, he could be false to no one. He had no vices, even as a young man. Intense thought with him was the rule, and not, as most of us, the exception. He often said that he could think better after breakfast, and better walking than sitting, lying, or standing. His world-wide reputation for telling anecdotes and telling them so well was in my judgment necessary to his very existence. Most men who have been great students, such as he was, in their hours of idleness have taken to the bottle, to cards, or dice. He had no fondness for any of these. Hence he sought relaxation in anecdotes. So far as I now remember of his study for composition, it was to make short sentences and a compact style. Illustrative of this, it might be well to state that he was a great admirer of the style of John C. Calhoun. I remember reading to him one of Mr. Calhoun's speeches in reply to Mr. Clay in the Senate, in which Mr. Clay had quoted precedent. Mr. Calhoun replied, I quote from memory, that, quote, "To legislate upon precedent is but to make the error of yesterday the law of today." End quote. Lincoln thought that was a great truth, and grandly uttered. Unlike all other men, there was entire harmony between his public and private life. He must believe he was right, and that he had truth and justice with him, or he was a weak man. But no man could be stronger if he thought he was right. His familiar conversations were like his speeches and letters in this, that while no set speech of his, save the Gettysburg Address, will be considered as entirely artistic and complete, yet, when the gems of American literature come to be selected, as many will be culled from Lincoln's speeches as from any American orator. So of his conversation, and so of his private correspondence. All abound in gems. My own connection or relation with Mr. Lincoln during the war has so often been commented on, and its extent so often enlarged upon, I feel impelled to state that during his whole administration he never requested me to do anything, except in my own State, and never much in that except to advise him as to what measures and policy would be most conducive to the growth of a healthy Union sentiment. My own opinion of the history of the Emancipation Proclamation is that Mr. Lincoln foresaw the necessity for it long before he issued it. He was anxious to avoid it, and came to it only when he saw that the measure would subtract from its labor and add to our army quite a number of good fighting men. I have heard of the charge of duplicity against him by certain Western members of Congress. I never believed the charge, because he has told me from his own lips that the charge was false. I, who knew him so well, could never after that credit the report. At first I was opposed to the proclamation, and so told him. I remember well our conversation on the subject. He seemed to treat it as certain that I would recognize the wisdom of the act when I should see the harvest of good which we would ere long glean from it. In that conversation he alluded to an incident in his life, long past, when he was so much depressed that he almost contemplated suicide. At the time of his deep depression he said to me that he had done nothing to make any human being remember that he had lived, and that to connect his name with the events transpiring in his day and generation, and so impress himself upon them as to link his name with something that would redound to the interest of his fellow man, was what he desired to live for. He reminded me of that conversation, and said with earnest emphasis, "I believe that in this measure," meaning his proclamation, "my fondest hope will be realized." Over 20 years had passed between the two conversations. The last interview but one I had with him was about 10 days prior to his last inauguration. Congress was drawing to a close. It had been an important session. Much attention had to be given to the important bills he was signing. A great war was upon him and the country. Visitors were coming and going to the President with their varying complaints and grievances from morning till night, with almost as much regularity as the ebb and flow of the tide. And he was worn down in health and spirits. On this occasion I was sent for, to come and see him. Instructions were given that when I came I should be admitted. When I entered his office it was quite full, and many more, among them not a few senators and members of Congress, still waiting. As soon as I was fairly inside, the President remarked that he desired to see me as soon as he was through giving audiences, and that if I had nothing to do, I could take the papers and amuse myself in that or any other way I saw fit till he was ready. In the room, when I entered, I observed sitting near the fireplace, dressed in humble attire, 2 ladies modestly waiting their turn. One after another of the visitors came and went, each bent on his own particular errand, some satisfied and others evidently displeased at the result of their mission. The hour had arrived to close the door against all further callers. No one was left in the room now except the President, the 2 ladies, and me. With a rather peevish and fretful air, he turned to them and said, "Well, ladies, what can I do for you?" They both commenced to speak at once. From what they said he soon learned that one was the wife and the other the mother of 2 men imprisoned for resisting the draft in western Pennsylvania. "Stop," said he, "don't say any more. Give me your petition." The old lady responded, "Mr. Lincoln, we've got no petition. We couldn't write one and had no money to pay for writing one, and I thought best to come and see you." "Oh," said he, "I understand your cases." He rang his bell and ordered one of the messengers to tell General Dana to bring him the names of all the men in prison for resisting the draft in western Pennsylvania. The general soon came with the list. He inquired if there was any difference in the charges or degrees of guilt. The general replied that he knew of none. "Well, then," said he, "these fellows have suffered long enough, and I have thought so for some time, and now that my mind is on the subject, I believe I will turn out the whole flock. So draw up the order, General, and I will sign it." It was done, and the general left the room. Turning to the women, he said, "Now, ladies, you can go." The younger of the 2 ran forward and was in the act of kneeling in thankfulness. "Get up," he said, "don't kneel to me, but thank God and go." The old lady now came forward with tears in her eyes to express her gratitude. "Good-bye, Mr. Lincoln," said she. "I shall probably never see you again till we meet in heaven." These were her exact words. She had the President's hand in hers, and he was deeply moved. He instantly took her right hand in both of his, and, following her to the door, said, "I am afraid with all my troubles I shall never get to the resting place you speak of, but if I do, I am sure I shall find you. That you wish me to get there is, I believe, the best wish you could make for me. Good-bye." We were now alone. I said to him, "Lincoln, with my knowledge of your nervous sensibility, it is a wonder that such scenes as this don't kill you." He thought for a moment, and then answered in a languid voice, "Yes, you are to a certain degree right. I ought not to undergo what I so often do. I am very unwell now. My feet and hands of late seem to be always cold, and I ought perhaps to be in bed. But things of the sort you have just seen don't hurt me, for, to tell you the truth, that scene is the only thing today that has made me forget my condition or given me any pleasure. I have, in that order, made 2 people happy, and alleviated the distress of many a poor soul whom I never expect to see. That old lady, he continued, was no counterfeit. The mother spoke out in all the features of her face. It is more than one can often say that in doing right one has made two people happy in one day. Speed, die when I may, I want it said of me by those who know me best, that I always plucked a thistle and planted a flower when I thought a flower would grow. What a fitting sentiment! What a glorious recollection! The Recollections of Lincoln by Mr. Swett are in the form of a letter dated January 17, 1866. There is so much of what I know to be true in it, and it is so graphically told, that although there may be some repetition of what has already been touched upon in the preceding chapters, still I believe that the portrait of Lincoln will be made all the more lifelike by inserting the letter without abridgment. Chicago, Illinois, January 17, 1866. William H. Herndon, Esquire. Springfield, Illinois. Dear Sir, I received your letter today asking me to write you Friday. Fearing if I delay you will not get it in time, I will give you such hasty thoughts as may occur to me tonight. I have mislaid your second lecture, so that I have not read it at all, and have not read your first one since about the time it was published. What I shall say, therefore, will be based upon my own ideas rather than a review of the lecture. Lincoln's whole life was a calculation of the law of forces and ultimate results. The whole world to him was a question of cause and effect. He believed the results to which certain causes tended. He did not believe that those results could be materially hastened or impeded. His whole political history, especially since the agitation of the slavery question, has been based upon this theory. He believed from the first, I think, that the agitation of slavery would produce its overthrow, and he acted upon the result as though it was present from the beginning. His tactics were to get himself in the right place and remain there still until events would find him in that place. This course of action led him to say and do things which could not be understood when considered in reference to the immediate surroundings in which they were done or said. You will remember in his campaign against Douglas in 1858, the first 10 lines of the first speech he made defeated him. The sentiment of "the house divided against itself" seemed wholly inappropriate. It was a speech made at the commencement of a campaign, and apparently made for the campaign. Viewing it in this light alone, nothing could have been more unfortunate or inappropriate. It was saying just the wrong thing, yet he saw it was an abstract truth, and standing by the speech would ultimately find him in the right place. I was inclined at the time to believe these words were hastily and inconsiderately uttered, but subsequent facts have convinced me that they were deliberate and had been matured. Judge T. L. Dickey says that at Bloomington, at the first Republican convention in 1856, he uttered the same sentences in a speech delivered there, and that after the meeting was over, he, Dickey, called his attention to these remarks. Lincoln justified himself in making them by stating they were true, but finally, at Dickey's urgent request, he promised that for his sake or upon his advice he would not repeat them. In the summer of 1859, when he was dining with a party of his intimate friends at Bloomington, the subject of his Springfield speech was discussed. We all insisted it was a great mistake, but he justified himself, and finally said, "Well, gentlemen, you may think that speech was a mistake, but I never have believed it was, and you will see the day when you will consider it was the wisest thing I ever said." He never believed in political combinations, and consequently, whether an individual man or a class of men supported or opposed him, never made any difference in his feelings or his opinions of his own success. If he was elected, he seemed to believe that no person or class of persons could ever have defeated him, and if defeated, he believed nothing could ever have elected him. Hence, when he was a candidate, he never wanted anything done for him in the line of political combination or management. He seemed to want to let the whole subject alone, and for everybody else to do the same. I remember, after the Chicago Convention, when a great portion of the East were known to be dissatisfied at his nomination, when fierce conflicts were going on in New York and Pennsylvania, and when great exertions seemed requisite to harmonize and mold in concert the action of our friends, Lincoln always seemed to oppose all efforts made in the direction of uniting the party. I arranged with Mr. Thurlow Weed after the Chicago Convention to meet him in Springfield. I was present at the interview, but Lincoln said nothing. It was proposed that Judge Davis should go to New York and Pennsylvania to survey the field and see what was necessary to be done. Lincoln consented, but it was always my opinion that he consented reluctantly. He saw that the pressure of a campaign was the external force coercing the party into unity. If it failed to produce that result, he believed any individual effort would also fail. If the desired result followed, he considered it attributable to the great cause and not aided by the lesser ones. He sat down in his chair in Springfield and made himself the Mecca to which all politicians made pilgrimages. He told them all a story, said nothing, and sent them away. All his efforts to procure a second nomination were in the same direction. I believe he earnestly desired that nomination. He was much more eager for it than he was for the first, and yet from the beginning he discouraged all efforts on the part of his friends to obtain it. From the middle of his first term all his adversaries were busily at work for themselves. Chase had 3 or 4 secret societies and an immense patronage extending all over the country. Fremont was constantly at work, yet Lincoln would never do anything either to hinder them or to help himself. He was considered too conservative, and his adversaries were trying to outstrip him in satisfying the radical element. I had a conversation with him upon this subject in October, 1863, and tried to induce him to recommend in his annual message a constitutional amendment abolishing slavery. I told him I was not very radical, but I believed the result of the war would be the extermination of slavery, that Congress would pass the amendment making the slaves free, and that it was proper at that time to be done. I told him also, if he took that stand, it was an outside position, and no one could maintain himself upon any measure more radical, and if he failed to take the position, his rivals would. Turning to me suddenly, he said, "Is not the question of emancipation doing well enough now?" I replied it was. "Well," said he, "I have never done an official act with a view to promote my own personal aggrandizement, and I don't like to begin now. I can see that emancipation is coming. Whoever can wait for it will see it. Whoever stands in its way will be run over by it." His rivals were using money profusely. Journals and influences were being subsidized against him. I accidentally learned that a Washington newspaper, through a purchase of the establishment, was to be turned against him, and consulted him about taking steps to prevent it. The only thing I could get him to say was that he would regret to see the paper turned against him. Whatever was done had to be done without his knowledge. Mr. Bennett of the Herald, with his paper, you know, is a power. The old gentleman wanted to be noticed by Lincoln, and he wanted to support him. A friend of his, who was certainly in his secrets, came to Washington and intimated if Lincoln would invite Bennett to come over and chat with him, his paper would be all right. Mr. Bennett wanted nothing. He simply wanted to be noticed. Lincoln, in talking about it, said, "I understand it. Bennett has made a great deal of money, some say not very properly. Now he wants me to make him respectable. I have never invited Mr. Bryant or Mr. Greeley here. I shall not, therefore, especially invite Mr. Bennett." All Lincoln would say was that he was receiving everybody, and he should receive Mr. Bennett if he came. Notwithstanding his entire inaction, he never for a moment doubted his second nomination. One time in his room, discussing with him who his real friends were, he told me, if I would not show it, he would make a list of how the Senate stood. When he got through, I pointed out some 5 or 6, and I told him I knew he was mistaken about them. Said he, "You may think so, but you keep that until the convention, and tell me then whether I was right." He was right to a man. He kept a kind of account book of how things were progressing for 3 or 4 months, and whenever I would get nervous and think things were going wrong, he would get out his estimates and show how everything on the great scale of action, such as the resolutions of legislatures, the instructions of delegates, and things of that character, were going exactly as he expected. These facts, with many others of a kindred nature, have convinced me that he managed his politics upon a plan entirely different from any other man the country has ever produced. He managed his campaigns by ignoring men and by ignoring all small causes, but by closely calculating the tendencies of events and the great forces which were producing logical results. In his conduct of the war he acted upon the theory that but one thing was necessary, and that was a united North. He had all shades of sentiments and opinions to deal with, and the consideration was always presented to his mind, how can I hold these discordant elements together? It was here that he located his own greatness as a president. One time, about the middle of the war, I left his house about 11 o'clock at night at the Soldiers' Home. We had been discussing the discords in the country, and particularly the states of Missouri and Kentucky. As we separated at the door, he said, "I may not have made as great a president as some other men, but I believe I have kept these discordant elements together as well as anyone could." Hence, in dealing with men he was a trimmer, and such a trimmer the world has never seen. Halifax, who was great in his day as a trimmer, would blush by the side of Lincoln. Yet Lincoln never trimmed in principles, it was only in his conduct with men. He used the patronage of his office to feed the hunger of these various factions. Weed always declared that he kept a regular account book of his appointments in New York, dividing his various favors so as to give each faction more than it could get from any other source, yet never enough to satisfy its appetite. They all had access to him, they all received favors from him, and they all complained of ill treatment. But while unsatisfied, they all had large expectations, and saw in him the chance of obtaining more than from anyone else whom they could be sure of getting in his place. He used every force to the best possible advantage. He never wasted anything, and would always give more to his enemies than he would to his friends. And the reason was because he never had anything to spare. And in the close calculation of attaching the factions to him, he counted upon the abstract affection of his friends as an element to be offset against some gift with which he must appease his enemies. Hence there was always some truth in the charge of his friends that he failed to reciprocate their devotion with his favors. The reason was that he had only just so much to give away. He always had more horses than oats. An adhesion of all forces was indispensable to his success and the success of the country. Hence he husbanded his means with the greatest nicety of calculation. Adhesion was what he wanted. If he got it gratuitously, he never wasted his substance paying for it. His love of the ludicrous was not the least peculiar of his characteristics. His love of fun made him overlook everything else but the point of the joke sought after. If he told a good story that was refined and had a sharp point, he did not like it any the better because it was refined. If it was outrageously vulgar, he never seemed to see that part of it, if it had the sharp ring of wit. Nothing ever seemed to reach him but the wit. Almost any man that will tell a very vulgar story has, in a degree, a vulgar mind, but it was not so with him. With all his purity of character and exalted morality and sensibility, which no man can doubt, When hunting for wit, he had no ability to discriminate between the vulgar and the refined substances from which he extracted it. It was the wit he was after, the pure jewel, and he would pick it up out of the mud or dirt just as readily as he would from a parlor table. He had a great kindness of heart, his mind was full of tender sensibilities, and he was extremely humane. Yet while these attributes were fully developed in his character, and unless intercepted by his judgment, controlled him, they never did control him contrary to his judgment. He would strain a point to be kind, but he never strained it to breaking. Most men of much kindly feeling are controlled by this sentiment against their judgment, or rather that sentiment beclouds their judgment. It was never so with him. He would be just as kind and generous as his judgment would let him be, no more. If he ever deviated from this rule, it was to save life. He would sometimes, I think, do things he knew to be impolitic and wrong to save some poor fellow's neck. I remember one day being in his room when he was sitting at his table with a large pile of papers before him, and after a pleasant talk he turned quite abruptly and said, "Get out of the way, Sweat. Tomorrow is butcher day, and I must go through these papers and see if I cannot find some excuse to let these poor fellows off." The pile of papers he had were the records of courts-martial of men who on the following day were to be shot. He was not examining the records to see whether the evidence sustained the findings. He was purposely in search of occasions to evade the law in favor of life. Some of Lincoln's friends have insisted that he lacked the strong attributes of personal affection which he ought to have exhibited, but I think this is a mistake. Lincoln had too much justice to run a great government for a few favors, and the complaints against him in this regard, when properly digested, seem to amount to this and no more, that he would not abuse the privileges of his situation. He was certainly a very poor hater. He never judged men by his like or dislike for them. If any given act was to be performed, he could understand that his enemy could do it just as well as anyone. If a man had maligned him or been guilty of personal ill-treatment, and was the fittest man for the place, he would give him that place just as soon as he would give it to a friend. I do not think he ever removed a man because he was his enemy or because he disliked him. The great secret of his power as an orator, in my judgment, lay in the clearness and perspicuity of his statements. When Mr. Lincoln had stated a case, it was always more than half argued, and the point more than half won. It is said that some one of the crowned heads of Europe proposed to marry when he had a wife living. A gentleman, hearing of this proposition, replied, how could he? Oh, replied his friend, he could marry, and then he could get Mr. Gladstone to make an explanation about it. This was said to illustrate the convincing power of Mr. Gladstone's statement. Mr. Lincoln had this power greater than any man I have ever known. The first impression he generally conveyed was, that he had stated the case of his adversary better and more forcibly than his opponent could state it himself. He then answered that statement of facts fairly and fully, never passing by or skipping over a bad point. When this was done, he presented his own case. There was a feeling, when he argued a case, in the mind of any man who listened to it, that nothing had been passed over. Yet if he could not answer the objections he argued in his own mind, and himself arrive at the conclusion to which he was leading others, he had very little power of argumentation. The force of his logic was in conveying to the minds of others the same clear and thorough analysis he had in his own, and if his own mind failed to be satisfied, he had little power to satisfy anybody else. He never made a sophistical argument in his life, and never could make one. I think he was of less real aid in trying a thoroughly bad case than any man I was ever associated with. If he could not grasp the whole case and believe in it, he was never inclined to touch it. From the commencement of his life to its close, I have sometimes doubted whether he ever asked anybody's advice about anything. He would listen to everybody, he would hear everybody, but he rarely, if ever, asked for opinions. I never knew him in trying a case to ask the advice of any lawyer he was associated with. As a politician and as president, he arrived at all his conclusions from his own reflections, and when his opinion was once formed, he never doubted but what it was right. One great public mistake of his character, as generally received and acquiesced in, is that he is considered by the people of this country as a frank, guileless, and unsophisticated man. There never was a greater mistake. Beneath a smooth surface of candor and apparent declaration of all his thoughts and feelings, he exercised the most exalted tact and the wisest discrimination. He handled and moved men remotely as we do pieces upon a chessboard. He retained through life all the friends he ever had, and he made the wrath of his enemies to praise him. This was not by cunning or intrigue in the low acceptation of the term, but by far-seeing reason and discernment. He always told enough only of his plans and purposes to induce the belief that he had communicated all, yet he reserved enough to have communicated nothing. He told all that was unimportant with a gushing frankness, yet no man ever kept his real purposes closer, or penetrated the future further with his deep designs. You ask me whether he changed his religious opinions towards the close of his life. I think not. As he became involved in matters of the greatest importance, full of great responsibility and great doubt, a feeling of religious reverence, a belief in God and his justice and overruling power, increased with him. He was always full of natural religion. He believed in God as much as the most approved church member, yet he judged of him by the same system of generalization as he judged everything else. He had very little faith in ceremonials or forms. In fact, he cared nothing for the form of anything. But his heart was full of natural and cultivated religion. He believed in the great laws of truth and the rigid discharge of duty, his accountability to God, the ultimate triumph of the right and the overthrow of the wrong. If his religion were to be judged by the lines and rules of church creeds, he would fall far short of the standard. But if by the higher rule of purity of conduct, of honesty of motive, of unyielding fidelity to the right, and acknowledging God as the supreme ruler, then he filled all the requirements of true devotion, and his whole life was a life of love to God, and love of his neighbor as of himself. Yours truly, Leonard Swett. End of section 30. Recording by Lucretia B.
Chapter 19, Part 1 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bracci. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 31. The outlines of Mr. Lincoln's presidential career are alone sufficient to fill a volume, and his history after he had been sworn into office by Chief Justice Taney is so much a history of the entire country and has been so admirably and thoroughly told by others that I apprehend I can omit many of the details and still not impair the portrait I have been endeavoring to draw in the mind of the reader. The rapid shifting of scenes in this drama of secession, the disclosure of rebellion plots and conspiracies, the threats of Southern orators and newspapers, all culminating in the attack on Fort Sumter, brought the newly installed president face to face with the stern and grave realities of a civil war. The rapid shifting of scenes in the drama of secession. Mr. Lincoln's military knowledge had been acquired in the famous campaign against the Indian chief Black Hawk on the frontier in 1832, the thrilling details of which he had already given the country in a congressional stump speech. and to this store of experience he had made little, if any, addition. It was therefore generally conceded that in grappling with the realities of the problem which now confronted both himself and the country, he would be wholly dependent on those who made the profession of arms a life work. Those who held such hastily conceived notions of Mr. Lincoln were evidently misled by his well-known and freely advertised democratic manners. Anybody had a right, it was supposed, to advise him of his duty, and he was so conscious of his shortcomings as a military president that the army officers and cabinet would run the government and conduct the war. That was the popular idea. Little did the press or people or politicians then know that the country lawyer who occupied the executive chair was the most self-reliant man who ever sat in it, and that when the crisis came, his rivals in the cabinet and the people everywhere would learn that he and he alone would be master of the situation. It is doubtless true that for a long time after his entry into office he did not assert himself. That is, not realizing the gigantic scale upon which the war was destined to be fought. He may have permitted the idea to go forth that being unused to the command of armies, he would place himself entirely in the hands of those who were. The Secretary of State, whose 10 years in the Senate had acquainted him with our relations to the foreign powers, may have been lulled into the innocent belief that the executive would have no fixed or definite views on international questions. So also of the other cabinet officers. But alas for their fancied security. It was the old story of the sleeping lion. Old politicians, eyeing him with some distrust and want of confidence, prepared themselves to control his administration, not only as a matter of right, but believing that he would be compelled to rely upon them for support. A brief experience taught them he was not the man they bargained for. Next in importance to the attack on Fort Sumter, from a military standpoint, was the Battle of Bull Run. How the President viewed it is best illustrated by an incident furnished by an old friend, who was an associate of his in the legislature of Illinois, and who was in Washington when the engagement took place. The night after the battle, he relates, accompanied by 2 Wisconsin congressmen, I called at the White House to get the news from Manassas, as it was then called, having failed in obtaining any information at Seward's office and elsewhere. Stragglers were coming with all sorts of wild rumors, but nothing more definite than that there had been a great engagement, and the bearer of each report had barely escaped with his life. Messengers bearing dispatches to the President and Secretary of War were constantly arriving, but outsiders could gather nothing worthy of belief. Having learned that Mr. Lincoln was at the War Department, we started thither, but found the building surrounded by a great crowd, all as much in the dark as we. Removing a short distance away, we sat down to rest. Presently Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Nicolay, his private secretary, came along, headed for the White House. It was proposed by my companions that, as I was acquainted with the President, I should join him and ask for the news. I did so, but he said that he had already told more than under the rules of the War Department he had any right to, and that although he could see no harm in it, the Secretary of War had forbidden him imparting information to persons not in the military service. These war fellows, he said complainingly, are very strict with me, and I regret that I am prevented from telling you anything, but I must obey them, I suppose, until I get the hang of things. But, Mr. President, I insisted, if you cannot tell me the news, you can at least indicate its nature, that is, whether good or bad. The suggestion struck him favorably. Grasping my arm, he leaned over, and placing his face near my ear, said in a shrill but subdued voice, "It's D bad." It's the first time I had ever heard him use profane language, if indeed it was profane in that connection. But later, when the painful details of the fight came in, I realized that, taking into consideration the time and the circumstances, no other term would have contained a truer qualification of the word bad. About 1 week after the Battle of Bull Run, relates another old friend, Whitney, from Illinois, I made a call on Mr. Lincoln, having no new business except to give him some presents which the nuns at the Osage Mission School in Kansas had sent to him through me. A cabinet meeting had just adjourned, and I was directed to go at once into his room. He was keeping at bay a throng of callers, but noticing me enter, arose and greeted me with his old-time cordiality. After the room had been partially cleared of visitors, Secretary Seward came in and called up a case which related to the territory of New Mexico. "Oh, I see," said Lincoln. "They have neither governor nor government. Well, you see Jim Lane, the secretary, and his man, and he must hunt him up." Seward then left under the impression, as I then thought, that Lincoln wanted to get rid of him and diplomacy at the same time. Several other persons were announced, but Lincoln notified them all that he was busy and could not see them. He was playful and sportive as a child, told me all sorts of anecdotes, dealing largely in stories about Charles James Fox, and inquired after several odd characters whom we both knew in Illinois. While thus engaged, General James was announced. This officer had sent in word that he would leave town that evening and must confer with the President before going. "Well, as he is one of the fellows who make cannons," observed Lincoln, "I suppose I must see him. Tell him when I get through with Whitney I'll see him." No more cards came up, and James left about 5 o'clock, declaring that the President was closeted with an old Hoosier from Illinois and was telling dirty yarns while the country was quietly going to hell. But however indignant General James may have felt, and whatever the people may have thought, still the President was full of the war. "He got down his maps of the seat of war," continues Whitney, "and gave me a full history of the preliminary discussions and steps leading to the Battle of Bull Run. He was opposed to the battle, and explained to General Scott by those very maps how the enemy could by the aid of the railroad reinforce their army at Manassas Gap until they had brought every man there, keeping us meanwhile successfully at bay. I showed to General Scott our paucity of railroad advantages at that point," said Lincoln, "and their plentitude, but Scott was obdurate and would not listen to the possibility of defeat. Now you see I was right, and Scott knows it, I reckon. My plan was, and still is, to make a strong feint against Richmond and distract their forces before attacking Manassas. That problem General McClellan is now trying to work out." Mr. Lincoln then told me of the plan he had recommended to McClellan, which was to send gunboats up one of the rivers, not the James, in the direction of Richmond, and divert the enemy there while the main attack was made at Manassas. I took occasion to say that McClellan was ambitious to be his successor. "I am perfectly willing," he answered, "if he will only put an end to this war." The interview of Mr. Whitney with the President on this occasion is especially noteworthy, because the latter unfolded his idea of the general plan formed in his mind to suppress the rebellion movement and defeat the Southern army. "The President," continues Mr. Whitney, "now explained to me his theory of the rebellion by the aid of the maps before him. Running his long forefinger down the map, he stopped at Virginia. 'We must drive them away from here, Manassas Gap,' he said, 'and clear them out of this part of the state, so that they cannot threaten us here, Washington, and get into Maryland. We must keep up a good and thorough blockade of their ports. We must march an army into East Tennessee and liberate the Union sentiment there. Finally, we must rely on the people growing tired and saying to their leaders, "We have had enough of this thing. We will bear it no longer." Such was Mr. Lincoln's plan for heading off the rebellion in the summer of 1861. How it enlarged as the war progressed from a call for 75,000 volunteers to one for 500,000 men and $500 millions is a matter now of well-known history. The war once inaugurated, it was plain the North had three things to do. These were the opening of the Mississippi River, the blockade of the Southern ports, and the capture of Richmond. To accomplish these great and vital ends, the deadly machinery of war was set in motion. The long-expected upheaval had come, and as the torrent of fire broke forth, the people in the agony of despair, looking aloft, cried out, "Is our leader equal to the task?" That he was the man for the hour is now the calm, unbiased judgment of all mankind. The splendid victories early in 1862 in the Southwest, which gave the Union cause great advance toward the entire redemption of Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri from the presence of rebel armies and the prevalence of rebel influence, were counterbalanced by the dilatory movements and inactive policy of McClellan, who had been appointed in November of the preceding year to succeed the venerable Scott. The forbearance of Lincoln in dealing with McClellan was only in keeping with his well-known spirit of kindness, But when the time came and circumstances warranted it, the soldier statesman found that the President not only comprehended the scope of the war, but was determined to be commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy himself. When it pleased him to place McClellan again at the head of affairs, over the protest of such a willful and indomitable spirit as Stanton, he displayed elements of rare leadership and evidence of uncommon capacity. His confidence in the ability and power of Grant, when the press and many of the people had turned against the hero of Vicksburg, was but another proof of his sagacity and sound judgment. As the bloody drama of war moves along, we come now to the crowning act in Mr. Lincoln's career, that sublime stroke with which his name will be forever and indissolubly united, the emancipation of the slaves. In the minds of many people, there had been a crying need for the liberation of the slaves. Laborious efforts had been made to hasten the issuance by the President of the Emancipation Proclamation, but he was determined not to be forced into premature and inoperative measures. Wendell Phillips abused and held him up to public ridicule from the stump in New England. Horace Greeley turned the batteries of the New York Tribune against him, and in a word, he encountered all the rancor and hostility of his old friends, the abolitionists. General Fremont, having in the fall of 1861 undertaken by virtue of his authority as a military commander to emancipate the slaves in his department, the President annulled the order, which he characterized as unauthorized and premature. This precipitated an avalanche of fanatical opposition. Individuals and delegations, many claiming to have been sent by the Lord, visited him day after day and urged immediate emancipation. In August 1862, Horace Greeley repeated the prayer of 20 millions of people, protesting against any further delay. Such was the pressure from the outside. All his life, Mr. Lincoln had been a believer in the doctrine of gradual emancipation. He advocated it while in Congress in 1848, yet even now, as a military necessity, he could not believe the time was ripe for the general liberation of the slaves. All the coercion from without and all the blandishments from within, his political household failed to move him. An heroic figure, indifferent alike to praise and blame, he stood at the helm and waited. In the shadow of his lofty form, the smaller men could keep up their petty conflicts. Towering thus, he overlooked them all, and fearlessly abided his time. At last the great moment came. He called his cabinet together and read the decree. The deed was done, unalterably, unhesitatingly, irrevocably, and triumphantly. The people, at first profoundly impressed, stood aloof, but seeing the builder beside the great structure he had so long been rearing, their confidence was abundantly renewed. It was a glorious work, sincerely believed to be an act of justice, warranted by the Constitution upon military necessity, and upon it its author invoked the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. I believe Mr. Lincoln wished to go down in history as the liberator of the black man. He realized to its fullest extent the responsibility and magnitude of the act, and declared it was the central act of his administration and the great event of the 19th century. Always a friend of the Negro, he had from boyhood waged a bitter, unrelenting warfare against his enslavement. He had advocated his cause in the courts, on the stump, in the legislature of his state and that of the nation, and, as if to crown it with a sacrifice, he sealed his devotion to the great cause of freedom with his blood. As the years roll slowly by, and the participants in the late war drop gradually out of the ranks of men, let us pray that we may never forget their deeds of patriotic valor. But even if the details of that bloody struggle grow dim, as they will with the lapse of time, let us hope that so long as a friend of free man and free labor lives, the dust of forgetfulness may never settle on the historic form of Abraham Lincoln. As the war progressed, there was of course much criticism of Mr. Lincoln's policy, and some of his political rivals lost no opportunity to encourage opposition to his methods. He bore everything meekly and with sublime patience, But as the discontent appeared to spread, he felt called upon to indicate his course. On more than one occasion he pointed out the blessings of the Emancipation Proclamation, or throttled the clamorer for immediate peace. In the following letter to James C. Conkling of Springfield, Illinois, in reply to an invitation to attend a mass meeting of unconditional Union men to be held at his old home, he not only disposed of the advocates of compromise, but he evinced the most admirable skill in dealing with the questions of the day. Honorable James C. Conkling, my dear sir, your letter inviting me to attend a mass meeting of unconditional Union men to be held at the capital of Illinois on the 3rd day of September has been received. It would be very agreeable to me to thus meet my old friends at my own home, but I cannot just now be absent from here so long as a visit there would require. The meeting is to be of all those who maintain unconditional devotion to the Union, and I am sure my old political friends will thank me for tendering, as I do, the nation's gratitude to those other noble men whom no partisan malice or partisan's hope can make false to the nation's life. There are those who are dissatisfied with me. To such I would say, you desire peace, and you blame me that we do not have it. But how can we attain it? There are but 3 conceivable ways. First, to suppress the rebellion by force of arms. This I am trying to do. Are you for it? If you are, so far we are agreed. If you are not for it, a second way is to give up the Union. I am against this. Are you for it? If you are, you shouldn't say so plainly. If you are not for force, nor yet for dissolution, then there only remains some imaginable compromise. I do not believe any compromise embracing the maintenance of the Union is now possible. All I learn leads to a directly opposite belief. The strength of the rebellion is its military, its army. That army dominates all the country and all the people within its range. Any offer of terms made by any man or men within that range in opposition to that army is simply nothing for the present, because such man or men have no power whatsoever to enforce their side of a compromise, if one were made with them. To illustrate, suppose refugees from the South and peacemen of the North get together in convention and frame and proclaim a compromise embracing a restoration of the Union. In what way can that compromise be used to keep Lee's army out of Pennsylvania? Meade's army can keep Lee's army out of Pennsylvania, and I think can ultimately drive it out of existence. But no paper compromise, to which the controllers of Lee's army are not agreed, can at all affect that army. In an effort at such compromise, we should waste time, which the enemy would improve to our disadvantage. And that would be all. A compromise, to be effective, must be made either with those who control the rebel army, or with the people first liberated from the domination of that army by the success of our own army. Now allow me to assure you that no word or intimation from that rebel army, or from any of the men controlling it, in relation to any peace compromise has ever come to my knowledge or belief. All changes and insinuations to the contrary are deceptive and groundless. And I promise you that, if any such proposition shall hereafter come, it shall not be rejected and kept a secret from you. I freely acknowledge myself the servant of the people, according to the bond of service, the United States Constitution, and that, as such, I am responsible to them. But to be plain, you are dissatisfied with me about the Negro. Quite likely there is a difference of opinion between you and myself upon that subject. I certainly wish that all men could be free, while I suppose you do not. Yet I have neither adopted nor proposed any measure which is not consistent with even your view, provided you are for the Union. I suggested compensated emancipation, to which you replied you wished not to be taxed to buy Negroes. But I had not asked you to be taxed to buy Negroes, except in such way as to save you from greater taxation, to save the Union exclusively by other means. You dislike the Emancipation Proclamation, and perhaps would have it retracted. You say it is unconstitutional. I think differently. I think the Constitution invests its commander-in-chief with the law of war in time of war. The most that can be said, if so much, is that slaves are property. Has there ever been, any question that by the law of war, property, both of enemies and friends, may be taken when needed? And is it not needed wherever taking it helps us or hurts the enemy? Armies the world over destroy enemies' property when they cannot use it, and even destroy their own to keep it from the enemy. Civilized belligerents do all in their power to help themselves or hurt the enemy, except a few things regarded as barbarous or cruel. Among the exceptions are the massacre of vanquished foes and non-combatants, male and female. But the proclamation as law either is valid or is not valid. If it is not valid, it needs no retraction. If it is valid, it cannot be retracted any more than the dead can be brought back to life. Some of you profess to think its retraction would operate favorably for the Union. Why better after the retraction than before the issue? There was more than a year and a half of trial to suppress the rebellion before the proclamation issued, the last 100 days of which passed under an explicit notice that it was coming, unless averted by those in revolt returning to their allegiance. The war has certainly progressed as favorably for us since the issue of the proclamation as before. I know as fully as one can know the opinion of others that some of the commanders of our armies in the field, who have given us our most important successes, believe the emancipation policy and the use of the colored troops constituted the heaviest blow yet dealt to the rebellion, and that at least one of these important successes could not have been achieved when it was but for the aid of black soldiers. Among the commanders holding these views are some who have never had any affinity with what is called abolitionism or with Republican Party policies, but who held them purely as military opinions. I submit these opinions as being entitled to some weight against the objections often urged that emancipation and arming the blacks are unwise as military measures, and were not adopted as such in good faith. You say you will not fight to free Negroes. Some of them are willing to fight for you, but no matter. Fight you, then, exclusively to save the Union. I issued the proclamation on purpose to aid you in saving the Union. Whenever you shall have conquered all resistance to the Union, if I shall urge you to continue fighting, it will be an apt time then for you to declare you will not fight to free Negroes. I thought that in your struggle for the Union, to whatever extent the Negroes should cease helping the enemy, to that extent it weakened the enemy in his resistance to you. Do you think differently? I thought that whatever Negroes can be got to do as soldiers leaves just so much less for white soldiers to do in saving the Union. Does it appear otherwise to you? But Negroes, like other people, act upon motives. Why should they do anything for us if we will do nothing for them? If they stake their lives for us, they must be prompted by the strongest motive, even the promise of freedom. And the promise being made must be kept. The signs look better. The Father of Waters again goes unvexed to the sea. Thanks to the great Northwest for it. Nor yet wholly to them, 300 miles up, they met New England, Empire, Keystone, and Jersey, hewing their way right and left. The sunny South, too, in more colors than one, also lent a hand. On the spot, their part of the history was jotted down in black and white. The job was a great national one, and let none be barred who bore an honorable part in it. And while those who have cleared the great river may well be proud, even that is not all. It is hard to say that anything has been more bravely and well done than at Antietam, Murfreesboro, Gettysburg, and on many fields of lesser note. Nor must Uncle Sam's webbed feet be forgotten. At all the watery margins they have been present, not only on the deep sea, the broad bay, and the rapid river, but also up the narrow, muddy bayou, and wherever the ground was a little damp. They have been and made their tracks, thanks to all. For the great republic, for the principle it lives by and keeps alive, for man's vast future, thanks to all. Peace does not appear so distant as it did. I hope it will come soon and come to stay, and so come as to be worth the keeping in all future time. It will then have been proved that among free men there can be no successful appeal from the ballot to the bullet, and that they who take such appeal are sure to lose their case and pay the cost. And then there will be some black men who can remember that with silent tongue and clenched teeth and steady eye and well-poised bayonet, they have helped mankind unto this great consummation. While I fear there will be some white ones unable to forget that, with malignant heart and deceitful speech, they have strove to hinder it. Still, let us not be over sanguine of a speedy final triumph. Let us be quite sober. Let us diligently apply the means, never doubting that a just God, in his own good time, will give us the rightful result. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. The summer and fall of 1864 were marked by Lincoln's second presidential campaign, he and Andrew Johnson of Tennessee for vice president, having been nominated at Baltimore on the 8th of June. Fremont, who had been placed in the field by a convention of malcontents at Cleveland, Ohio, had withdrawn in September, and the contest was left to Lincoln and General George B. McClellan, the nominee of the Democratic Convention at Chicago. The canvass was a heated and bitter one. Dissatisfied elements appeared everywhere. The Judge Advocate General of the Army, Holt, created a sensation by the publication of a report giving conclusive proof of the existence of an organized secret association at the North, controlled by prominent men in the Democratic Party, whose objects were the overthrow by revolution of the administration in the interest of the rebellion. Threats were rife of a revolution at the North, especially in New York City, if Mr. Lincoln were elected. Mr. Lincoln went steadily on in his own peculiar way. In a preceding chapter, Mr. Swett has told us how indifferent he appeared to be regarding any efforts to be made on his behalf. He did his duty as president and rested secure in the belief that he would be reelected, whatever might be done for or against him. The importance of retaining Indiana in the column of Republican states was not to be overlooked. How the president viewed it and how he proposed to secure the vote of the state is shown in the following letter written to General Sherman. Executive Mansion, Washington, September 19, 1864. Major General Sherman, the state election of Indiana occurs on the 11th of October, and the loss of it to the friends of the government would go far towards losing the whole Union cause. The bad effect upon the November election, and especially the giving the state government to those who will oppose the war in every possible way, are too much to risk if it can be avoided. The draft proceeds, notwithstanding its strong tendency to lose us the state. Indiana is the only important state voting in October whose soldiers cannot vote in the field. Anything you can safely do to let her soldiers, or any part of them, go home and vote at the state election will be greatly in point. They need not remain for the presidential election, but may return to you at once. This is in no sense an order, but is merely intended to impress you with the importance to the Army itself of your doing all you safely can, yourself being the judge of what you can safely do. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. End of section 31. Recording by Don Bracci, Chicago, Illinois, www.voicedon.com. Chapter 19, Part 2 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bracci. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 32. The election resulted in an overwhelming victory for Lincoln. He received a majority of over 400,000 in the popular vote, a larger majority than had ever been received by any other president up to that time. He carried not only Indiana, but all the New England states, New York, Pennsylvania, all the western states, West Virginia, Tennessee, Louisiana, Arkansas, and the newly admitted state of Nevada. McClellan carried but 3 states, New Jersey, Delaware, and Kentucky. The result, as Grant so aptly expressed it in his telegram of congratulation, was a victory worth more to the country than a battle won. A second time Lincoln stood in front of the great Capitol to take the oath of office administered by his former rival, Salmon P. Chase, whom he himself had appointed to succeed the deceased Roger B. Taney. The problem of the war was now fast working its own solution. The cruel stain of slavery had been effaced from the national escutcheon, and the rosy morn of peace began to dawn behind the breaking clouds of the great storm. Lincoln, firm but kind, in his inaugural address bade his misguided brethren of the South come back. With a fraternal affection characteristic of the man, and strictly in keeping with his former utterances, he asked for the return of peace, with malice towards none and charity for all. He implored his fellow countrymen, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphans, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. With the coming of spring, the great armies, awakening from their long winter's sleep, began preparations for the closing campaign. Sherman had already made that grandest march of modern times, from the mountains of Tennessee through Georgia to the sea, while Grant, with stolid indifference to public criticism and newspaper abuse, was creeping steadily on through swamp and ravine to Richmond. Thomas had defeated Hood in Tennessee, sending the latter back with his army demoralized, cut in pieces, and ruined. The young and daring Sheridan had driven Early out of the Shenandoah Valley after a series of brilliant engagements. The Kearsarge had sunk the Alabama in foreign waters. Farragut had captured Mobile, and the Union forces held undisputed possession of the West and the Mississippi Valley, from the lakes to the Gulf. Meanwhile, Sherman, undaunted by the perils of a further march through the enemy's country, returning from the sea, was aiming for Richmond, where Grant, with bulldog tenacity, held Lee firmly in his grasp. Ere long the latter, with his shattered army reduced to half its original numbers, evacuated Richmond with Grant in close pursuit. A few days later, the boys in blue overtook those in gray at Appomattox Courthouse, and there, under the warm rays of an April sun, the life was at last squeezed out of the once proud but now prostrate Confederacy. The sun of peace had fairly risen. The incubus of war that had pressed upon the nation's heart for 4 long, weary years was lifted, and the nation sprang to its feet with all possible demonstrations of joyous exultation. Mr. Lincoln himself had gone to the scene of hostilities in Virginia. He watched the various military maneuvers and operations which involved momentous consequences to the country. He witnessed some of the bloody engagements participated in by the Army of the Potomac. Within a day after its surrender, he followed the victorious Union Army into the city of Richmond. In this unfortunate city, once the proud capital of Virginia, now smoking and in ruins, he beheld the real horrors of grim war. Here, too, he realized in a bountiful measure the earnest gratitude of the colored people, who everywhere crowded around him, and with cries of intense exultation greeted him as their deliverer. He now returned to Washington, not like Napoleon fleeing sorrowfully from Waterloo, bearing the tidings of his own defeat, but with joy proclaiming the era of Union victory and peace among men. The war was over. The great rebellion, which for 4 long years had been assailing the nation's life, was quelled. Richmond, the rebel capital, was taken. Lee's army had surrendered, and the flag of the Union was floating in reassured supremacy over the whole of the national domain. Friday, the 14th of April, the anniversary of the surrender of Fort Sumter in 1861 by Major Anderson to the rebel forces, had been designated by the government as the day on which the same officer should again raise the American flag upon the fort in the presence of an assembled multitude, and with ceremonies befitting so auspicious an occasion. The whole land rejoiced at the return of peace and the prospect of renewed prosperity to the country. President Lincoln shared this common joy, but with a deep intensity of feeling which no other man in the whole land could ever know. He saw the full fruition of the great work which had rested so heavily on his hands and heart for 4 years past. He saw the great task, as momentous as had ever fallen to the lot of man, which he had approached with such unfeigned diffidence, nearly at an end. The agonies of war had passed away. He had won the imperishable renown which is the reward of those who save their country, and he could devote himself now to the welcome task of healing the wounds which war had made, and consolidating by a wise and magnanimous policy the severed sections of our common Union. His heart was full of the generous sentiments which these circumstances were so well calculated to inspire. He was cheerful and hopeful of the success of his broad plans for the treatment of the conquered people of the South. with all the warmth of his loving nature, after the 4 years of storm through which he had been compelled to pass, he viewed the peaceful sky on which the opening of his second term had dawned. His mind was free from forebodings and filled only with thoughts of kindness and of future peace. But alas for the vanity of human confidence! The demon of assassination lurked near. In the midst of the general rejoicing at the return of peace, Mr. Lincoln was stricken down by the assassin John Wilkes Booth in Ford's Theater at Washington. The story of his death, though oft repeated, is the saddest and most impressive page in American history. I cannot well forbear reproducing its painful and tragic details here. Mr. Lincoln for years had a presentiment that he would reach a high place and then be stricken down in some tragic way. He took no precautions to keep out of the way of danger. So many threats had been made against him that his friends were alarmed, and frequently urged him not to go out unattended. To all their entreaties he had the same answer: "If they kill me, the next man will be just as bad for them. In a country like this, where our habits are simple and must be, assassination is always possible, and will come if they are determined upon it." Whatever premonition of his tragic fate he may have had, there is nothing to prove that he felt the nearness of the awful hour. Doomed men rise and go about their daily duties as unoppressed often as those whose paths know no shadow. On that never to be forgotten 14th of April, President Lincoln passed the day in the usual manner. In the morning his son, Captain Robert Lincoln, breakfasted with him. The young man had just returned from the capitulation of Lee, and he described in detail all the circumstances of that momentous episode of the close of the war, to which the President listened with the closest interest. After breakfast, the President spent an hour with Speaker Colfax, talking about his future policy, about to be submitted to his cabinet. At 11 o'clock he met the cabinet. General Grant was present. He spent the afternoon with Governor Oglesby, Senator Yates, and other friends from Illinois. He was invited by the manager of Ford's Theater in Washington to attend in the evening a performance of the play Our American Cousin, with Laura Keene as the leading lady. This play, now so well known to all playgoers, in which the late Southern afterward made fortune and fame, was then comparatively unheralded. Lincoln was fond of the drama. Brought up in a provincial way, in the days when theaters were unknown outside of the larger cities, the beautiful art of the actor was fresh and delightful to him. He loved Shakespeare and never lost an opportunity of seeing his characters rendered by the masters of dramatic art. But on that evening, it is said, he was not eager to go. The play was new, consequently not alluring to him, but he yielded to the wishes of Mrs. Lincoln and went. They took with them Miss Harris and Major Rathbone, daughter and stepson of Senator Harris of New York. The theater was crowded. At 9:20 the President and his party entered. The audience rose and cheered enthusiastically as they passed to the state box reserved for them. Little did anyone present dream that within the hour enthusiasm would give place to shrieks of horror. It was 10 o'clock when Booth came upon the scene to enact the last and greatest tragedy of the war. He had planned carefully, but not correctly. A good horse awaited him at the rear of the theater, on which he intended to ride into friendly shelter among the hills of Maryland. He made his way to the President's box, a double one in the second tier, at the left of the stage. The separating partition had been removed and both boxes thrown into one. Booth entered the theater nonchalantly, glanced at the stage with apparent interest, then slowly worked his way around into the outer passage leading toward the box occupied by the President. At the end of an inner passage leading to the box door, one of the President's messengers was stationed to prevent unwelcome intrusions. Booth presented a card to him stating that Mr. Lincoln had asked for him and was permitted to pass. After gaining an entrance and closing the hall door, he took a piece of board prepared for the occasion and placed one end of it in an indentation in the wall, about 4 feet from the floor, and the other against the molding of the door panel a few inches higher, making it impossible for any one to enter from without. The box had 2 doors. He bored a gimlet hole in the panel of one. reaming it out with his knife so as to leave it a little larger than a buckshot on the inside, while on the other side it was big enough to give his eye a wide range. Both doors had spring locks. To secure against their being locked, he had loosened the screws with which the bolts were fastened. So deliberately had he planned that the very seats in the box had been arranged to suit his purpose by an accomplice, one Spangler, an attaché of the theater. The president sat in the left-hand corner of the box, nearest the audience, in an easy armchair. Next him, on the right, sat Mrs. Lincoln. A little distance to the right of both, Miss Harris was seated, with Major Rathbone at her left, and a little in the rear of Mrs. Lincoln, who, intent on the play, was leaning forward, with one hand resting on her husband's knee. The president was leaning upon one hand, and with the other was toying with a portion of the drapery. His face was partially turned to the audience and wore a pleasant smile. The assassin swiftly entered the box through the door at the right, and the next instant fired. The ball entered just behind the president's left ear, and then, though not producing instantaneous death, completely obliterated all consciousness. Major Rathbone heard the report, and in an instant later saw the murderer, about 6 feet from the president, and grappled with him, but his grasp was shaken off. Booth dropped his pistol and drew a long, thin, deadly-looking knife, with which he wounded the major. Then, touching his left hand to the railing of the box, he vaulted over to the stage, 8 or 9 feet below. In that descent an unlooked-for and curious thing happened, which foiled all the plans of the assassin, and was the means of bringing him to bay at last. Lincoln's box was draped with the American flag, and Booth, in jumping, caught his spur in its folds, tearing it down and spraining his ankle. He crouched as he fell, falling upon one knee, but soon straightened himself and stalked theatrically across the stage, brandishing his knife and shouting the state motto of Virginia, "Sic semper tyrannis," afterward adding, "The South is avenged." He made his exit on the opposite side of the stage, passing Miss Keene as he went out. A man named Stewart, a tall lawyer of Washington, was the only person with presence of mind enough to spring upon the stage and follow him, and he was too late. It had all been done so quickly and dramatically that many in the audience were dazed, and could not understand that anything not a part of the play had happened. When at last the awful truth was known to them, there ensued a scene, the like of which was never known in a theater before. Women shrieked, sobbed, and fainted. Men cursed and raved, or were dumb with horror and amazement. Miss Keene stepped to the front and begged the frightened and dismayed audience to be calm. Then she entered the president's box with water and stimulants. Medical aid was summoned and came with flying feet, but came too late. The murderer's bullet had done its wicked work well. The president hardly stirred in his chair, and never spoke or showed any signs of consciousness again. They carried him immediately to the house of Mr. Peterson, opposite the theater, and there, at 7:22 the next morning, the 15th of April, he died. The night of Lincoln's assassination was a memorable one in Washington. Secretary Seward was attacked and wounded while laying in bed with a broken arm. The murder of the president put the authorities on their guard against a wide-reaching conspiracy and threw the public into a state of terror. The awful event was felt even by those who knew not of it. Horsemen clattered through the silent streets of Washington spreading the sad tidings, and the telegraph wires carried the terrible story elsewhere. The nation awakened from its dream of peace on the 15th of April, 1865, to learn that its protector, leader, friend, and restorer had been laid low by a stage-mad avenger. W.O. Stoddard, in his Life of Lincoln, says, "It was as if there had been a death in every house throughout the land. By both North and South alike, the awful news was received with a shudder and a momentary spasm of unbelief. Then followed one of the most remarkable spectacles in the history of the human race, for there is nothing else at all like it on record. Bells had tolled before at the death of a loved ruler, but never did all bells toll so mournfully as they did that day. Business ceased. Men came together in public meetings as if by a common impulse, and party lines and sectional hatreds seemed to be obliterated. The assassination took place on Friday evening. and on the following Sunday funeral services were held in all the churches in the land, and every church was draped in mourning. The death of Mr. Lincoln was an indescribable shock to his fellow countrymen. The exultation of victory over the final and successful triumph of the Union. The exultation of victory over the final and successful triumph of Union arms was suddenly changed to the lamentations of grief. In every household throughout the length and breadth of the land there was a dull and bitter agony as the telegraph bore tidings of the awful deed. The public heart, filled with joy over the news from Appomattox, now sank low with a sacred terror as the sad tidings from the capital came in. In the great cities of the land, all businesses instantly ceased. Flags drooped half-mast from every winged messenger of the sea, from every church spire, and from every public building. Thousands upon thousands, drawn by a common feeling, crowded around every place of public resort, and listened eagerly to whatever any public speaker chose to say. Men met in the streets and pressed each other's hands in silence, and burst into tears. The whole nation, which the previous day had been jubilant and hopeful, was precipitated into the depths of a profound and tender woe. It was a memorable spectacle to the world, a whole nation plunged into heartfelt grief and the deepest sorrow. The body of the dead president, having been embalmed, was removed from the house in which the death occurred to the White House, and there appropriate funeral services were held. After the transfer of the remains to the Capitol, where the body was exposed to view in the rotunda for a day, preparations were made for the journey to the home of the deceased in Illinois. On the following day, April 21, the funeral train left Washington amid the silent grief of the thousands who had gathered to witness its departure. At all the great cities along the route, stops were made, and an opportunity was given the people to look on the face of the illustrious dead. The passage of this funeral train westward through country, village, and city, winding across the territory of vast states, along a track of more than 1,500 miles, was a pageant without a parallel in the history of the continent or the world. At every halt in the somber march, vast crowds, such as never before had collected together, filed past the catafalque for a glimpse of the dead chieftain's face. Farmers left their farms, workmen left their shops, societies and soldiers marched in solid columns, and the great cities poured forth their population in countless masses. From Washington, the funeral train moved to Baltimore, thence to Harrisburg, Philadelphia, New York, Albany, Buffalo, Cleveland, Columbus, Indianapolis, Chicago, and at last to Springfield. As the funeral cortege passed through New York, it was reverently gazed upon by a mass of humanity impossible to enumerate. No ovation could be so eloquent as the spectacle of the vast population, hushed and bareheaded under the bright spring sky, gazing upon his coffin. Lincoln's own words over the dead at Gettysburg came to many as the stately car went by. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It was remembered, too, that on the 22nd of February, 1861, as he raised the American flag over Independence Hall in Philadelphia, he spoke of the sentiment in the Declaration of Independence, which gave liberty not only to this country, but, I hope, he said, to the world for all future time. But if this country cannot be saved without giving up that principle, I was about to say I would rather be assassinated upon this spot than surrender it. When he died, the veil that hid his greatness was torn aside, and the country then knew what it had possessed and lost in him. A New York paper of April 29, 1865, said, "No one who personally knew him but will now feel that the deep furrowed sadness of his face seemed to forecast his fate. The genial gentleness of his manner, his homely simplicity, the cheerful humor that never failed, are now seen to have been but the tender light that played around the rugged heights of his strong and noble nature. It is small consolation that he died at the moment of the war when he could best be spared. for no nation is ever ready for the loss of such a friend. But it is something to remember that he lived to see the slow day breaking. Like Moses, he had marched with us through the wilderness. From the height of patriotic vision, he beheld the golden fields of the future waving in peace and plenty. He beheld and blessed God, but was not to enter in. In a discourse delivered on Lincoln on the 23rd of that month, Henry Ward Beecher said, "And now the martyr is moving in triumphal march, mightier than when alive. The nation rises up at every stage of his coming. Cities and states are his pallbearers, and the cannon speaks the hours with solemn progression. Dead, 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 he yet speaketh. Is Washington dead? Is Hampton dead? Is any man that was ever fit to live dead? Disenthralled of flesh, risen to the unobstructed sphere where passion never comes, he begins his illimitable work. His life is now grafted upon the infinite, and he will be fruitful as no earthly life can be. Pass on, thou that hast overcome. Ye people, behold the martyr whose blood, as so many articulate words, pleads for fidelity, for law, for liberty." The funeral train reached Springfield on the 3rd of May. The casket was borne to the State House and placed in Representative Hall, the very chamber in which in 1854 the deceased had pronounced that fearful invective against the sin of human slavery. The doors were thrown open, the coffin lid was removed, and we who had known the illustrious dead in other days, and before the nation lay its claim upon him, moved sadly through and looked for the last time on the silent, upturned face of our departed friend. All day long and through the night a stream of people filed reverently by the catafalque. Some of them were his colleagues at the bar, some his old friends from New Salem, some crippled soldiers fresh from the battlefields of the war, and some were little children who, scarce realizing the impressiveness of the scene, were destined to live and tell their children yet to be born the sad story of Lincoln's death. At 10 o'clock in the morning of the second day, as a choir of 250 voices sang "Peace, Troubled Soul," the lid of the casket was shut down forever. The remains were borne outside and placed in a hearse, which moved at the head of a procession in charge of General Joseph Hooker to Oak Ridge Cemetery. There Bishop Matthew Simpson delivered an eloquent and impressive funeral oration, and Reverend Dr. Gurley of Washington offered up the closing prayer. While the choir chanted "Unveil thy bosom, faithful tomb," the vault door opened and received to its final rest all that was mortal of Abraham Lincoln. It was soon known that the murder of Lincoln was one result of a conspiracy which had for its victims Secretary Seward and probably Vice President Johnson, Secretary Stanton, General Grant, and perhaps others. Booth had left a card for Mr. Johnson the day before, possibly with the intention of killing him. Mr. Seward received wounds from which he soon recovered. Grant, who was to have accompanied Lincoln to the theater on the night of the assassination and did not, escaped unassailed. The general conspiracy was poorly planned and lamely executed. It involved about 25 persons: Mrs. Surratt, David C. Harold, Lewis Payne, Edward Spangler, Michael O'Laughlin, J.W. Atzerodt, Samuel Arnold, and Dr. Samuel Mudd, who set Booth's leg, which was dislocated by the fall from the stage box, were among the number captured and tried. After the assassination, Booth escaped unmolested from the theater, mounted his horse, and rode away, accompanied by Harold, into Maryland. Cavalrymen scoured the country, and 11 days after the shooting discovered them in a barn on Garrett's farm, near Port Royal on the Rappahannock. The soldiers surrounded the barn and demanded a surrender. After the second demand, Harold surrendered, under a shower of curses from Booth, but Booth refused, declaring that he would never be taken alive. The captain of the squad then fired the barn. A correspondent thus describes the scene: "The blaze lit up the recesses of the great barn till every wasp's nest and cobweb in the roof were luminous, flinging streaks of red and violet across the tumbled farm gear in the corner. They tinged the beams, the upright columns, the barricades, where Clover and Timothy, piled high, held toward the hot incendiary their separate straws for the funeral pile. They bathed the murderer's retreat in a beautiful illumination, and while in bold outlines his figure stood revealed, they rose like an impenetrable wall to guard from sight the hated enemy who lit them. Behind the blaze, with his eye to a crack, Colonel Conger saw Wilkes Booth standing upright upon a crutch. At the gleam of fire, Booth dropped his crutch and carbine, and on both hands crept up to the spot to espy the incendiary and shoot him dead. His eyes were lustrous with fever and swelled and rolled in terrible beauty, while his teeth were fixed, and he wore the expression of one in the calmness before frenzy. In vain he peered with vengeance in his look. The blaze that made him visible concealed his enemy. A second he turned glaring at the fire, as if to leap upon it and extinguish it, but it had made such headway that he dismissed the thought. As calmly as upon the battlefield a veteran stands amidst the hail of ball and shell and plunging iron, Booth turned and pushed for the door, carbine in poise, and the last resolve of death, which we name despair, set on his high, bloodless forehead. Just then Sergeant Boston Corbett fired through a crevice and shot Booth in the neck. He was carried out of the barn and laid upon the grass, and there died about 4 hours afterward. Before his misguided soul passed into the silence of death, he whispered something which Lieutenant Baker bent down to hear. "Tell mother I die for my country," he said faintly. Reviving a moment later, he repeated the words and added, "I thought I did for the best." His days of hiding and fleeing from his pursuers had left him pale, haggard, dirty, and unkempt. He had cut off his mustache and cropped his hair close to his head, and he and Harold both wore the Confederate gray uniform. Booth's body was taken to Washington, and a post-mortem examination of it held on board the monitor Montauk, and on the night of the 27th of April it was given in charge of 2 men and a rowboat, who, it is claimed, disposed of it in secrecy. How, none but themselves know. Numerous stories have been told of the final resting place of that hated dead man. Whoever knows the truth of it tells it not. Sergeant Corbett, who shot Booth, fired without orders. The last instructions given by Colonel Baker to Colonel Conger and Lieutenant Baker were, "Don't shoot Booth, but take him alive." Corbett was something of a fanatic, and for a breach of discipline had once been court-martialed and sentenced to be shot. The order, however, was not executed, but he had been drummed out of the regiment. He belonged to Company L of the 16th New York Cavalry. He was English by birth, but was brought up in this country and learned the trade of hat finisher. While living in Boston, he joined the Methodist Episcopal Church. Never having been baptized, he was at a loss to know what name to adopt, but after making it a subject of prayer, he took the name of Boston in honor of the place of his conversion. He was ever undisciplined and erratic. He is said to be living in Kansas and draws a pension from the government. 5 of the conspirators were tried, and 3, Payne, Harold, and Mrs. Surratt, were hanged. Dr. Mudd was sent to the Dry Tortugas for a period of years, and there did such good work among the yellow fever sufferers during an epidemic that he was pardoned and returned to his country. He died only about 2 years ago at his home in Maryland near Washington. Atzerodt was sent to the Dry Tortugas also, and died there years ago. John Surratt fled to Italy, and there entered the Papal Guards. He was discovered by Archbishop Hughes, and by the courtesy of the Italian government, though the extradition laws did not cover his case, was delivered over to the United States for trial. At his first trial, the jury hung. At the second, in which Edwards Pierpont was the government counsel, Surratt got off on the plea of limitations. He undertook to lecture and began at Rockville, Maryland. The Evening Star of Washington reported the lecture, which was widely copied, and was of such a feeble character that it killed him as a lecturer. He went to Baltimore, where it is said he still lives. Spangler, the scene shifter, who was an accomplice of Booth, was sent to the Dry Tortugas, served out his term, and died about 10 years ago. McLaughlin, who was arrested because of his acquaintance with the conspirators, was sent to the Dry Tortugas and there died. Ford's Theater was never played in after that memorable night. 10 or 12 days after the assassination, Ford attempted to open it, but Stanton prevented it, and the government bought the theater for $100,000 and converted it into a medical museum. Ford was a Southern sympathizer. He ran 2 theaters until 4 years ago, one in Washington and one in Baltimore. Allison Naylor, the liveryman who let Booth have his horse, still lives in Washington. Major Rathbone, who was in the box with Lincoln when he was shot, died within the last 4 years. Stewart, the man who jumped on the stage to follow Booth and announced to the audience that he had escaped through the alley, died lately. Strange, but very few persons can now be found who were at the theater that night. Laura Keene died a few years ago. Booth the assassin was the 3rd son of the eminent English tragedian Junius Brutus Booth, and the brother of the equally renowned Edwin Booth. He was only 26 years old when he figured as the chief actor in this horrible drama. He began his dramatic career as John Wilkes, and as a stock actor gained a fair reputation, but had not achieved any special success. He had played chiefly in the South and West, and but a few times in New York. Some time before the assassination of Lincoln, he had abandoned his profession on account of a bronchial affection. For those who knew him and saw him on that fatal Friday say that he was restless, like one who, consciously or unconsciously, was overshadowed by some awful fate. He knew that the president and his party intended to be present at Ford Theaters in the evening, and he asked an acquaintance if he should attend the performance, remarking that if he did, he would see some unusually fine acting. He was a handsome man. His eyes were large and dark, his hair dark and inclined to curl, his features finely molded, his form tall, and his address pleasing. Frederick Stone, counsel for Harold after Booth's death, is authority for the statement that the occasion for Lincoln's assassination was the sentiment expressed by the president in a speech delivered from the steps of the White House on the night of April 11th, when he said, "If universal amnesty is granted to the insurgents, I cannot see how I can avoid exacting in return universal suffrage, or at least suffrage on the basis of intelligence and military service." Booth was standing before Mr. Lincoln on the outskirts of the crowd. "That means nigger citizenship," he said to Harold by his side. "Now, by God, I'll put him through." But whatever may have been the incentive, Booth seemed to crave the reprehensible fame that attaches to a bold and dramatically wicked deed. He may, it is true, have been mentally unhinged, but, whether sane or senseless, he made for himself an infamous and endless notoriety when he murdered the patient, forbearing man who had directed our ship of state through the most tempestuous waters it ever encountered. In the death of Lincoln, the South, prostrate and bleeding, lost a friend, and his unholy taking off at the very hour of the assured supremacy of the Union cause ran the iron into the heart of the North. His sun went down suddenly and whelmed the country in a darkness which was felt by every heart. But far up the clouds sprang apart, and soon the golden light, flooding the heavens with radiance, illuminated every uncovered brow with the hope of a fair tomorrow. His name will ever be watchword of liberty. His work is finished and sealed forever with the veneration given to the blood of martyrs. Yesterday a man reviled and abused, a target for the shafts of malice and hatred. Today an apostle. Yesterday a power. Today a prestige, sacred, irresistible. The life and the tragic death of Mr. Lincoln mark an epoch in history from which dates the unqualified enunciation by the American people of the greatest truth in the Bible of republicanism, the very keystone of that arch of human rights which is destined to overshadow and remodel every government upon the earth. The glorious brightness of that upper world, as it welcomed his faint and bleeding spirit, broke through upon the earth at his exit. It was the dawn of a day growing brighter as the grand army of freedom follows in the march of time. Lincoln's place in history will be fixed, aside from his personal characteristics, by the events and results of the war. As a great political leader who quelled a rebellion of 8 millions of people, liberated 4 millions of slaves, and demonstrated to the world the ability of the people to maintain a government of themselves, by themselves, for themselves, he will assuredly occupy no insignificant place. To accomplish the great work of preserving the Union cost the land a great price. Generations of Americans yet unborn, and humanity everywhere for years to come, will mourn the horrors and sacrifices of the first Civil War in the United States. But above the blood of its victims, above the bones of its dead, above the ashes of desolate hearths, will arise the colossal figure of Abraham Lincoln as the most acceptable sacrifice offered by the 19th century in expiation of the great crime of the 17th. Above all the anguish and tears of that immense hecatomb will appear the shade of Lincoln as the symbol of hope and of pardon. This is the true lesson of Lincoln's life. Real and enduring greatness that will survive the corrosion and abrasion of time, of change, and of progress must rest upon character. In certain brilliant and what is understood to be most desirable endowments how many Americans have surpassed him, yet how he looms above them all. Not eloquence, nor logic, nor grasp of thought, not statesmanship, nor power of command, nor courage, not any nor all of these have made him what he is, but these, in the degree in which he possessed them, conjoined to those qualities comprised in the term character, have given him his fame, have made him for all time to come the great American, the grand central figure in American, perhaps the world's, history. End of section 32. Recording by Don Bracci, Chicago, Illinois, www.voicedon.com.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 33. Chapter 20, Part 1. Soon after the death of Mr. Lincoln, Dr. J.G. Holland came out to Illinois from his home in Massachusetts to gather up materials for a life of the dead President. The gentleman spent several days with me, and I gave him all the assistance that lay in my power. I was much pleased with him, and awaited with not a little interest the appearance of his book. I felt sure that even after my long and intimate acquaintance with Mr. Lincoln, I never fully knew and understood him, and I therefore wondered what sort of a description Dr. Holland, after interviewing Lincoln's old-time friends, would make of his individual characteristics. When the book appeared, he said this, quote, "The writer has conversed with multitudes of men who claim to know Mr. Lincoln intimately, yet there are not two of the whole number who agree in their estimate of him. The fact was that he rarely showed more than one aspect of himself to one man. He opened himself to men in different directions. To illustrate the effect of the peculiarity of Mr. Lincoln's intercourse with men, it may be said that men who knew him through all his professional and political life offered opinions as diametrically opposite as these, viz., that he was a very ambitious man, and that he was without a particle of ambition; that he was one of the saddest men that ever lived, and that he was one of the jolliest men that ever lived; that he was very religious, but that he was not a Christian; that he was a Christian, but did not know it; that he was so far from being a religious man or a Christian that the less said upon that subject the better; that he was the most cunning man in America, and that he had not a particle of cunning in him, that he had the strongest personal attachments, and that he had no personal attachments at all, only a general good feeling towards everybody, that he was a man of indomitable will, and that he was a man almost without a will, that he was a tyrant, and that he was the softest hearted, most brotherly man that ever lived, that he was remarkable for his pure-mindedness, and that he was the foulest in his jests and stories of any man in the country, that he was a witty man, and that he was only a retailer of the wit of others, that his apparent candor and fairness were only apparent, and that they were as real as his head and his hands, that he was a boor, and that he was in all respects a gentleman, that he was a leader of the people, and that he was always led by the people, that he was cool and impassive, and that he was susceptible of the strongest passions. It is only by tracing these separate streams of impression back to their fountain that we are able to arrive at anything like a competent comprehension of the man, or to learn why he came to be held in such various estimation. Men caught only separate aspects of his character, only the fragments that were called into exhibition by their own qualities." I beg to note here, in passing, the estimate of Lincoln's mind and character by one of his colleagues at the bar in Springfield, who still survives, but whose name, for certain reasons, I am constrained to withhold. I still retain the original manuscript, written by him 20 years ago. "I am particularly requested," he says, "to write out my opinion of the mind of Abraham Lincoln, late President of the United States, and I consent to do so without any other motive than to comply with the request of a brother lawyer; for, if I know myself, no other motive would induce me to do it, because, while Mr. Lincoln and I were always good friends, I believe myself wholly indifferent to the future of his memory. The opinion I now have was formed by a personal and professional acquaintance of over 10 years, and has not been altered or influenced by any of his promotions in public life. The adulation by base multitudes of a living, and the pageantry surrounding a dead, President, do not shake my well-settled convictions of the man's mental caliber. Physiologically and phrenologically, the man was a sort of monstrosity. His frame was large, long, bony, and muscular; his head small and disproportionately shaped. He had large, square jaws, large, heavy nose, small, lascivious mouth, and soft, tender, bluish eyes. I would say he was a cross between Venus and Hercules. I believe it to be inconsistent with the laws of human organization for any such creature to possess a mind capable of anything called great. The man's mind partook of the incongruities of his body. He had no mind not possessed by the most ordinary of men. It was simply the peculiarity of his mental and the oddity of his physical structure, as well as the qualities of his heart, that singled him out from the mass of men. His native love of justice, truth, and humanity led his mind a great way in the accomplishment of his objects in life. That passion or sentiment steadied and determined an otherwise indecisive mind." Dr. Holland had only found what Lincoln's friends had always experienced in their relations with him, that he was a man of many moods and many sides. He never revealed himself entirely to any one man, and therefore he will always, to a certain extent, remain enveloped in doubt. Even those who were with him through long years of hard study and under constantly varying circumstances can hardly say they knew him through and through. I always believed I could read him as thoroughly as any man, and yet he was so different in many respects from any other one I ever met before or since his time, that I cannot say I comprehended him. In this chapter I give my recollection of his individual characteristics as they occur to me, and allow the world to form its own opinion. If my recollection of the man destroys any other person's ideal, I cannot help it. By a faithful and lifelike description of Lincoln the man, and a study of his peculiar and personal traits, perhaps some of the apparent contradictions met with by Dr. Holland will have melted from sight. Mr. Lincoln was 6 feet 4 inches high, and when he left the city of his home for Washington was 51 years old, having good health and no gray hairs, or but few, on his head. He was thin, wiry, sinewy, raw-boned, thin through the breast to the back, and narrow across the shoulders. Standing, he leaned forward, was what may be called stoop-shouldered, inclining to the consumptive by build. His usual weight was 180 pounds. His organization, rather his structure and functions, worked slowly. His blood had to run a long distance from his heart to the extremities of his frame, and his nerve force had to travel through dry ground a long distance before his muscles were obedient to his will. His structure was loose and leathery. His body was shrunk and shriveled. He had dark skin, dark hair, and looked woe-struck. The whole man, body and mind, worked slowly, as if it needed oiling. Physically, he was a very powerful man, lifting with ease 400, and in one case 600 pounds. His mind was like his body, and worked slowly but strongly. Hence there was very little bodily or mental wear and tear in him. This peculiarity in his construction gave him great advantage over other men in public life. No man in America, scarcely a man in the world, could have stood what Lincoln did in Washington and survived through more than one term of the presidency. When he walked, he moved cautiously but firmly. His long arms and giant hands swung down by his side. He walked with even tread, the inner sides of his feet being parallel. He put the whole foot flat down on the ground at once, not landing on the heel. He likewise lifted his foot all at once, not rising from the toe, and hence he had no spring to his walk. His walk was undulatory, catching and pocketing tire, weariness, and pain all up and down his person, and thus preventing them from locating. The first impression of a stranger, or a man who did not observe closely, was that his walk implied shrewdness and cunning, that he was a tricky man, but in reality it was the walk of caution and firmness. In sitting down on a common chair he was no taller than ordinary men. His legs and arms were abnormally, unnaturally long, and in undue proportion to the remainder of his body. It was only when he stood up that he loomed above other men. Mr. Lincoln's head was long and tall from the base of the brain and from the eyebrows. His head ran backwards, his forehead rising as it ran back at a low angle, like Clay's, and unlike Webster's, which was almost perpendicular. The size of his hat, measured at the hatter's block, was 7 1/8, his head being from ear to ear 6 1/2 inches, and from the front to the back of the brain 8 inches. Thus measured, it was not below the medium size. His forehead was narrow but high. His hair was dark, almost black, and lay floating where his fingers or the winds left it, piled up at random. His cheekbones were high, sharp, and prominent. His jaws were long and upcurved. His nose was large, long, blunt, and a little awry towards the left eye. His chin was sharp and upcurved. His eyebrows cropped out like a huge rock on the brow of a hill. His long, sallow face was wrinkled and dry, with a hair here and there on the surface. His cheeks were leathery. His ears were large, and ran out almost at right angles from his head, caused partly by heavy hats and partly by nature. His lower lip was thick, hanging, and undercurved, while his chin reached for the lip upcurved. His neck was neat and trim, his head being well balanced on it. There was the lone mole on the right cheek, and Adam's apple on his throat. Thus stood, walked, acted, and looked Abraham Lincoln. He was not a pretty man by any means, nor was he an ugly one. He was a homely man, careless of his looks, plain looking and plain acting. He had no pomp, display, or dignity so called. He appeared simple in his carriage and bearing. He was a sad-looking man. His melancholy dripped from him as he walked. His apparent gloom impressed his friends and created sympathy for him, one means of his great success. Lincoln's melancholy never failed to impress any man who ever saw or knew him. The perpetual look of sadness was his most prominent feature. The cause of this peculiar condition was a matter of frequent discussion among his friends. John T. Stuart said it was due to his abnormal digestion. His liver failed to work properly, did not secrete bile, and his bowels were equally as inactive. I used to advise him to take blue mass pills, related Stuart, and he did take them before he went to Washington, and for 5 months while he was President. But when I came on to Congress, he told me he had ceased using them because they made him cross. The reader can hardly realize the extent of this peculiar tendency to gloom. One of Lincoln's colleagues in the legislature of Illinois is authority for the statement, coming from Lincoln himself, that this mental depression became so intense at times he never dared carry a pocket knife. Two things greatly intensified his characteristic sadness. One was the endless succession of troubles in his domestic life, which he had to bear in silence, and the other was unquestionably the knowledge of his own obscure and lowly origin. The recollection of these things burned a deep impress on his sensitive soul. As to the cause of this morbid condition, my idea has always been that it was occult, and could not be explained by any course of observation and reasoning. It was ingrained, and being ingrained could not be reduced to rule, or the cause arrayed. It was necessarily hereditary, but whether it came down from a long line of ancestors and far back, or was simply the reproduction of the saddened life of Nancy Hanks, cannot well be determined. At any rate, it was part of his nature, and could no more be shaken off than he could part with his brains. He was gloomy, abstracted, and joyous, rather humorous, by turns, but I do not think he knew what real joy was for many years. Mr. Lincoln sometimes walked our streets cheerily. He was not always gloomy, and then it was that on meeting a friend he greeted them with plain "Howdy," clasping his hands in both of his own, and gave him a hearty soul welcome. On a winter's morning he might be seen stalking towards the market-house, basket on arm, his old grey shawl wrapped around his neck, his little boy Willie or Tad running along at his heels, asking 1,000 boyish questions, which his father, in deep abstraction, neither heeded nor heard. Statement by James Gourley. I lived next door to the Lincolns for many years, knew the family well. Mr. Lincoln used to come to our house, his feet encased in a pair of loose slippers, and with an old faded pair of trousers fastened with one suspender. He frequently came to our house for milk. Our rooms were low, and he said one day, "Jim, you'll have to lift your loft a little higher. I can't straighten out under it very well." To my wife, who was short of stature, he used to say that little people had some advantages. They required less wood and wool to make them comfortable. In his yard Lincoln had but little shrubbery. He once planted some rose bushes, to which he called my attention, but soon neglected them altogether. He never planted any vines or fruit trees, seemed to have no fondness for such things. At one time, yielding to my suggestion, he undertook to keep a garden in the rear part of his yard, but one season's experience sufficed to cure him of all desire for another. He kept his own horse, fed and curried it when at home. He also fed and milked his own cow, and sawed his own wood. Mr. Lincoln and his wife agreed moderately well. Frequently Mrs. Lincoln's temper would get the better of her. If she became furious, as she often did, her husband tried to pay no attention to her. He would sometimes laugh at her, but generally he would pick up one of the children and walk off. I have heard her say that if Mr. Lincoln had remained at home more, she could have loved him better. One day, while Mr. Lincoln was absent, he had gone to Chicago to try a suit in the United States Court. His wife and I formed a conspiracy to take off the roof and raise his house. It was originally a frame structure 1 story and a half high. When Lincoln returned, he met a gentleman on his sidewalk, and looking at his own house and manifesting great surprise, inquired, "Stranger, can you tell me where Lincoln lives?" The gentleman gave him the necessary information, and Lincoln gravely entered his own premises. Statement, James Gourley, February 9th, 1866. If a friend met or passed him, and he awoke from his reverie, something would remind him of a story he had heard in Indiana, and tell it he would, and there was no alternative but to listen. Thus, I repeat, stood and walked and talked this singular man. He was odd, but when that gray eye, and that face, and those features were lit up by the inward soul in fires of emotion, then it was that all those apparently ugly features sprang into organs of beauty or disappeared in the sea of inspiration that often flooded his face. Sometimes it appeared as if Lincoln's soul was fresh from its Creator. I have asked the friends and foes of Mr. Lincoln alike what they thought of his perceptions. One gentleman of unquestioned ability and free from all partiality or prejudice said, "Mr. Lincoln's perceptions were slow, a little perverted, if not somewhat distorted and diseased." If the meaning of this is that Mr. Lincoln saw things from a peculiar angle of his being, and from this was susceptible to nature's impulses, and that he so expressed himself, then I have no objection to what is said. Otherwise I dissent. Mr. Lincoln's perceptions were slow, cold, clear, and exact. Everything came to him in its precise shape and color. To some men the world of matter and of man comes ornamented with beauty, life, and action, and hence more or less false and inexact. No lurking illusion or other error, false in itself, and clad for the moment in robes of splendor, ever passed undetected or unchallenged over the threshold of his mind, that point which divides vision from the realm and home of thought. Names to him were nothing, and titles naught, assumption always standing back abashed at his cold intellectual glare. Neither his perceptions nor intellectual vision were perverted, distorted, or diseased. He saw all things through a perfect mental lens. There was no diffraction or refraction there. He was not impulsive, fanciful, or imaginative, but cold, calm, and precise. He threw his whole mental light around the object, and after a time substance and quality stood apart, form and color took their appropriate places, and all was clear and exact in his mind. His fault, if any, was that he saw things less than they really were, less beautiful and more frigid. He crushed the unreal, the inexact, the hollow, and the sham. He saw things in rigidity rather than in vital action. He saw what no man could dispute, but he failed to see what might have been seen. To some minds the world is all life, a soul beneath the material, but to Mr. Lincoln no life was individual that did not manifest itself to him. His mind was his standard. His mental action was deliberate, and he was pitiless and persistent in pursuit of the truth. No error went undetected, no falsehood unexposed, if he once was aroused in search of the truth. The true peculiarity of Mr. Lincoln has not been seen by his various biographers, or if seen, they have failed woefully to give it that importance which it deserves. Newton beheld the law of the universe in the fall of an apple from a tree to the ground. Owen saw the animal in its claw. Spencer saw evolution in the growth of a seed, and Shakespeare saw human nature in the laugh of a man. Nature was suggestive to all these men. Mr. Lincoln no less saw philosophy in a story and an object lesson in a joke. His was a new and original position, one which was always suggesting something to him. The world and man, principles and facts, all were full of suggestions to his susceptible soul. They continually put him in mind of something. His ideas were odd and original for the reason that he was a peculiar and original creation himself. His power in the association of ideas was as great as his memory was tenacious and strong. His language indicated oddity and originality of vision as well as expression. Words and language are but the counterparts of the idea, the other half of the idea. They are but the stinging, hot, leaden bullets that drop from the mold. In a rifle with powder stuffed behind them and fire applied, they are an embodied force resistlessly pursuing their object. In the search for words, Mr. Lincoln was often at a loss. He was often perplexed to give proper expression to his ideas. First, because he was not master of the English language, and secondly, because there were, in the vast store of words, so few that contained the exact coloring, power, and shape of his ideas. This will account for the frequent resort by him to the use of stories, maxims, and jokes, in which to clothe his ideas, that they might be comprehended. So true was this peculiar mental vision of his, that, though mankind has been gathering, arranging, and classifying facts for thousands of years, Lincoln's peculiar standpoint could give him no advantage over other men's labor. Hence he tore down to their deepest foundations all arrangements of facts, and constructed new ones to govern himself. He was compelled from his peculiar mental organization to do this. His labor was great and continuous. The truth about Mr. Lincoln is that he read less and thought more than any man in his sphere in America. No man can put his finger on any great book written in the last or present century that he read thoroughly. When young he read the Bible, and when of age he read Shakespeare, but though he often quoted from both, he never read either one through. He is acknowledged now to have been a great man, but the question is what made him great. I repeat that he read less and thought more than any man of his standing in America, if not in the world. He possessed originality and power of thought in an eminent degree. Besides his well-established reputation for caution, he was concentrated in his thoughts and had great continuity of reflection. In everything he was patient and enduring. These are some of the grounds of his wonderful success. Not only were nature, man, and principle suggestive to Mr. Lincoln, not only had he accurate and exact perceptions, but he was causative. His mind, apparently with an automatic movement, ran back behind facts, principles, and all things, to their origin and first cause, to that point where forces act at once as effect and cause. He would stop in the street and analyze a machine. He would whittle a thing to a point, and then count the numberless inclined planes and their pitch making the point. Mastering and defining this, he would then cut that point back and get a broad transverse section of his pine stick and peel and define that. Clocks, omnibuses, language, paddle wheels, and idioms never escaped his observation and analysis. Before he could form an idea of anything, before he would express his opinion on a subject, he must know its origin and history in substance and quality, in magnitude and gravity. He must know it inside and outside, upside and downside. He searched and comprehended his own mind and nature thoroughly, as I have often heard him say. He must analyze a sensation, an idea, and run back in its history to its origin and purpose. He was remorseless in his analysis of facts and principles. When all these exhaustive processes had been gone through with, he could form an idea and express it, but no sooner. He had no faith and no respect for say-sos, come though they might from tradition or authority. Thus, everything had to run through the crucible, and be tested by the fires of his analytic mind, and when at last he did speak, his utterances rang out with the clear and keen ring of gold upon the counters of the understanding. He reasoned logically through analogy and comparison. All opponents dreaded his originality of idea, his condensation, definition, and force of expression, and woe be to the man who hugged to his bosom a secret error if Lincoln got on the chase of it. I repeat, woe to him. Time could hide the error in no nook or corner of space in which he would not detect and expose it. Though gifted with accurate and acute perception, though a profound thinker as well as analyzer, Still, Lincoln's judgment on many and minor matters was oftentimes childish. By the word judgment I do not mean what mental philosophers would call the exercise of reason, will, understanding, but I use the term in its popular sense. I refer to that capacity or power which decides on the fitness, the harmony, or if you will, the beauty and appropriateness of things. I have always thought, and sometimes said, Lincoln lacked this quality in his mental structure. He was on the alert if a principle was involved or a man's rights at stake in a transaction, but he never could see the harm in wearing a sack coat instead of a swallow tail to an evening party, nor could he realize the offense of telling a vulgar yarn if a preacher happened to be present. Sometime in 1857 a lady reader or elocutionist came to Springfield and gave a public reading in a hall immediately north of the State House. As lady lecturers were then rare birds, a very large crowd greeted her. Among other things, she recited Nothing to Wear, a piece in which is described the perplexities that beset Miss Flora McFlimsey in her efforts to appear fashionable. In the midst of one stanza, in which no effort is made to say anything particularly amusing, and during the reading of which the audience manifested the most respectful silence and attention, someone in the rear seats burst out into a loud, coarse laugh, a sudden and explosive guffaw. It startled the speaker and audience, and kindled a storm of unsuppressed laughter and applause. Everyone looked back to ascertain the cause of the demonstration, and was greatly surprised to find that it was Mr. Lincoln. He blushed and squirmed with the awkward diffidence of a schoolboy. What prompted him to laugh, no one was able to explain. He was doubtless wrapped up in a brown study, and recalling some amusing episode, indulged in laughter without realizing his surroundings. The experience mortified him greatly. As already expressed, Mr. Lincoln had no faith. In order to believe, he must see and feel, and thrust his hand into the place. He must taste, smell, and handle before he had faith, or even belief. Such a mind manifestly must have its time. His forte and power lay in digging out for himself and securing for his mind its own food, to be assimilated unto itself. Thus in time he would form opinions and conclusions that no human power could overthrow. They were as irresistible as the rush of a flood, as convincing as logic embodied in mathematics. And yet the question arises, had Mr. Lincoln great good common sense? A variety of opinions suggest themselves in answer to this. If the true test is that a man shall judge the rush and whirl of human actions and transactions as wisely and accurately as though indefinite time and proper conditions were at his disposal, then I am compelled to follow the logic of things and admit that he had no great stock of common sense. But if, on the other hand, the time and conditions were ripe, his common sense was in every case equal to the emergency. He knew himself, and never trusted his dollar or his fame in casual opinions, never acted hastily or prematurely on great matters. End of section 33. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 34. Mr. Lincoln believed that the great leading law of human nature is motive. He reasoned all ideas of a disinterested action out of my mind. I used to hold that an action could be pure, disinterested, and wholly free from selfishness, but he divested me of that delusion. His idea was that all human actions were caused by motives, and that at the bottom of these motives was self. He defied me to act without motive and unselfishly, and when I did the act and told him of it, he analyzed and sifted it to the last grain. After he had concluded, I could not avoid the admission that he had demonstrated the absolute selfishness of the entire act. Although a profound analyzer of the laws of human nature, he could form no just construction of the motives of the particular individual. He knew but little of the play of the features as seen in the human face divine. He could not distinguish between the paleness of anger and the crimson tint of modesty. In determining what each play of the features indicated, he was pitiably weak. The great predominating elements of Mr. Lincoln's peculiar character were: first, his great capacity and power of reason; second, his conscience and his excellent understanding; third, an exalted idea of the sense of right and equity; fourth, his intense veneration of the true and the good. His conscience, his heart, and all the faculties and qualities of his mind bowed submissively to the despotism of his reason. He lived and acted from the standard of reason, that throne of logic, home of principle, the realm of deity in man. It is from this point Mr. Lincoln must be viewed. Not only was he cautious, patient, and enduring, not only had he concentration and great continuity of thought, but he had profound analytical power. His vision was clear, and he was emphatically the master of statement. His pursuit of the truth, as before mentioned, was indefatigable. He reasoned from well-chosen principles with such clearness, force, and directness, that the tallest intellects in the land bowed to him. He was the strongest man I ever saw, looking at him from the elevated standpoint of reason and logic. He came down from that height with irresistible and crashing force. His Cooper Institute and other printed speeches will prove this, but his speeches before the courts, especially the Supreme Court of Illinois, if they had been preserved, would demonstrate it still more plainly. Here he demanded time to think and prepare. The office of reason is to determine the truth. Truth is the power of reason, and Lincoln loved truth for its own sake. It was to him reason's food. Conscience, the second great quality of Mr. Lincoln's character, is that faculty which induces in us love of the just. Its real office is justice. Right and equity are its correlatives. As a court, it is in session continuously. It decides all acts at all times. Mr. Lincoln had a deep, broad, living conscience. His reason, however, was the real judge. It told him what was true or false, and therefore good or bad, right or wrong, just or unjust, and his conscience echoed back the decision. His conscience ruled his heart. He was always just before he was generous. It cannot be said of any mortal that he was always absolutely just. Neither was Lincoln always just, but his general life was. It follows that if Mr. Lincoln had great reason and great conscience, he must have been an honest man, and so he was. He was rightfully entitled to the appellation Honest Abe. honesty was his polar star. Mr. Lincoln also had a good understanding, that is, the faculty that comprehends the exact state of things and determines their relations, near or remote. The understanding does not necessarily inquire for the reason of things. While Lincoln was odd and original, while he lived out of himself and by himself, and while he could absorb but little from others, yet a reading of his speeches, messages, and letters satisfies us that he had good understanding. But the strongest point in his make-up was the knowledge he had of himself. He comprehended and understood his own capacity, what he did and why he did it, better perhaps than any man of his day. He had a wider and deeper comprehension of his environments, of the political conditions especially, than men who were more learned or had had the benefits of a more thorough training. He was a very sensitive man, modest to the point of diffidence, and often hid himself in the masses to prevent the discovery of his identity. He was not indifferent, however, to approbation and public opinion. He had no disgusting egotism and no pompous pride, no aristocracy, no haughtiness, no vanity. Merging together the qualities of his nature, he was a meek, quiet, unobtrusive gentleman. As many contradictory opinions prevail in reference to Mr. Lincoln's heart and humanity as on the question of his judgment, as many persons, perhaps, contend that he was cold and obdurate as that he was warm and affectionate. The first thing the world met in contact with him was his head and conscience. After that he exposed the tender side of his nature, his heart, subject at all times to his exalted sense of right and equity, namely his conscience. In proportion as he held his conscience subject to his head, he held his heart subject to his head and conscience. His humanity had to defer to his sense of justice and the eternal right. His heart was the lowest of these organs, if we may call them such, the weakest of the three. Some men have reversed this order and characterized his heart as his ruling organ. This estimate of Mr. Lincoln endows him with love regardless of truth, justice, and right. The question still is, was Lincoln cold and heartless, or warm and affectionate? Can a man be all heart, all head, and all conscience? Some of these are masters over the others. Some will be dominant, ruling with imperial sway, and thus giving character to the man. What, in the first place, do we mean by a warm-hearted man? Is it one who goes out of himself and reaches for others spontaneously, seeking to correct some abuse to mankind because of a deep love for humanity, apart from equity and truth, and who does what he does for love's sake? If so, Mr. Lincoln was a cold man. If a man, woman, or child approached him, and the prayer of such an one was granted, that itself was not evidence of his love. The African was enslaved and deprived of his rights. A principle was violated in doing so. Rights imply obligations as well as duties. Mr. Lincoln was President. He was in a position that made it his duty, through his sense of right, his love of principle, the constitutional obligations imposed on him by the oath of office, to strike the blow against slavery. But did he do it for love? He has himself answered the question. Quote, "I would not free the slaves if I could preserve the Union without it." End quote. When he freed the slaves, there was no heart in the act. This argument can be used against his two enthusiastic friends. In general terms, his life was cold, at least characterized by what many persons would deem great indifference. He had, however, a strong latent capacity to love, but the object must first come in the guise of a principle. Next, it must be right and true. then it was lovely in his sight. He loved humanity when it was oppressed, an abstract love as against the concrete love centered in an individual. He rarely used terms of endearment, and yet he was proverbially tender and gentle. He gave the keynote to his own character when he said, "with malice towards none, with charity for all." In proportion to his want of deep, intense love, he had no hate and bore no malice. His charity for an imperfect man was as broad as his devotion to principle was enduring. "But was not Mr. Lincoln a man of great humanity?" asks a friend at my elbow, to which I reply, has not that question been answered already? Let us suppose it has not. We must understand each other. What is meant by his humanity? Is it meant that he had much of human nature in him? If so, I grant that he was a man of humanity. If, in the event of the above definition being unsatisfactory or untrue, it is meant that he was tender and kind, then I again agree. But if the inference is that he would sacrifice truth or right in the slightest degree for the love of a friend, then he was neither tender nor kind, nor did he have any humanity. The law of human nature is such that it cannot be all head, all conscience, and all heart in one person at the same time. Our Maker so constituted things that, where God through reason blazed the way, we might boldly walk therein. The glory of Mr. Lincoln's power lay in the just and magnificent equipoise of head, conscience, and heart, and here his fame must rest, or not at all. Not only were Mr. Lincoln's perceptions good, not only was nature suggestive to him, not only was he original and strong, not only had he great reason, good understanding, not only did he love the true and the good, the eternal right, not only was he tender and sympathetic and kind, but in due proportion and in legitimate subordination, he had a glorious combination of them all. Through his perceptions, the suggestiveness of nature, his originality and strength, through his magnificent reason, his understanding, his conscience, his tenderness, quick sympathy, his heart, he approximated as nearly as human nature and the imperfections of man would permit to an embodiment of the great moral principle, "Do unto others as ye would they should do unto you." Of Mr. Lincoln's willpower there are two opinions also: one that he lacked any will, the other that he was all will. Both these contradictory views have their vehement and honest champions. For the great underlying principles of mind in man he had great respect. He loved the true first, the right second, and the good last. His mind struggled for truth, and his soul reached out for substances. He cared not for forms, ways, methods, the non-substantial things of this world. He could not, by reason of his structure and mental organization, care anything about them. He did not have an intense care for any particular or individual man, the dollar, property, rank, orders, manners, or similar things. Neither did he have any avarice or other like vice in his nature. He detested somewhat all technical rules in law, philosophy, and other sciences, mere forms everywhere, because they were, as a general thing, founded on arbitrary thoughts and ideas, and not on reason, truth, and the right. These things seemed to him lacking in substance, and he disregarded them because they cramped the originality of his genius. What suited a little narrow critical mind did not suit Mr. Lincoln any more than a child's clothes would fit his father's body. Generally, he took no interest in town affairs or local elections. He attended no meetings that pertained to local interests. He did not care, because by reason of his nature he could not. Who succeeded to the presidency of this or that society or railroad company, who made the most money, who was going to Philadelphia, and what were the costs of such a trip, who was going to be married, who among his friends got this office or that, who was elected street commissioner or health inspector, no principle of truth, right, or justice being involved in any of these things, he could not be moved by them. A bitter, malignant fool, who always had opposed Lincoln and his friends, and had lost no opportunity to abuse them, induced Lincoln to go to the governor of Illinois and recommend him for an important office in the state militia. There being no principle at stake, Lincoln could not refuse the request. When his friends heard of it, they were furious in their denunciation of his action. It mortified him greatly to learn that he had displeased them. "And yet," he said a few days later, dwelling on the matter to me in the office, "I couldn't well refuse the little the fellow asked of me. Sometimes I feel," he added dryly, "that it's a good thing I wasn't born a woman." He could not understand why men struggled so desperately for the little glory or lesser salary the small offices afforded. He made this remark to me one day in Washington: "If ever this free people, this government, is utterly demoralized, it will come from this human struggle for office, a way to live without work." It puzzled him a good deal, he said, to get at the root of this dreaded disease, which spread like contagion during the nation's death struggle. Because he could not feel a deep interest in the things referred to, nor manifest the same interest in those who were engaged in the popular scramble, he was called indifferent, nay, ungrateful, to his friends. This estimate of the man was a very unjust as well as unfair one. Mr. Lincoln loved his friends with commendable loyalty. In many cases he clung to them tenaciously, like iron to iron welded, and yet because he could not be actively aroused, nor enter into the spirit of their anxiety for office, he was called ungrateful. But he was not so. He may have seemed passive and lacking in interest. He may not have measured his friendly duties by the applicant's hot desire. But yet he was never ungrateful, neither was he a selfish man. He would never have performed an act, even to promote himself to presidency, if by that act any human being was wronged. If it is said that he preferred Abraham Lincoln to anyone else in the pursuit of his ambition, and that because of this he was a selfish man, then I can see no impropriety in the charge. Under the same conditions we should all be equally guilty. Remembering that Mr. Lincoln's mind moved logically, slowly, and cautiously, the question of his will and its power is easily solved. Although he cared but little for simple facts, rules, and methods, he did care for the truth and right of principle. In debate he courteously granted all the forms and non-essential things to his opponent. Sometimes he yielded 9 points out of 10. The 9 he brushed aside as husks or rubbish, but the 10th, being a question of substance, he clung to with all his might. On the underlying principles of truth and justice, his will was as firm as steel and as tenacious as iron. It was as solid, real, and vital as an idea on which the world turns. He scorned to support or adopt an untrue position, in proportion as his conscience prevented him from doing an unjust thing. Ask him to sacrifice in the slightest degree his convictions of truth, as he was asked to do when he made his house divided against itself speech, and his soul would have exclaimed with indignant scorn, "The world perish first!" Such was Lincoln's will. Because on one line of questions, the non-essential, he was pliable, and on the other he was as immovable as the rocks, have arisen the contradictory notions prevalent regarding him. It only remains to say that he was inflexible and unbending in human transactions when it was necessary to be so, and not otherwise. At one moment he was pliable and expansive as gentle air, at the next as tenacious and unyielding as gravity itself. From Robert Dale Owen, January 22nd, 1867, manuscript. Again, Mr. Lincoln seems to me too true and honest a man to have his eulogy written, and I have no taste for writing eulogies. I am sure that, if he were alive, he would feel that the exact truth regarding himself was far more worthy of himself and of his biographer than any flattering picture. I loved the man as he was, with his rugged features, his coarse, rebellious hair, his sad, dreamy eyes, and I loved to see him, and I hope to describe him as he was, and not otherwise. Thus I have traced Mr. Lincoln through his perceptions, his suggestiveness, his judgment, and his four predominant qualities: powers of reason, understanding, conscience, and heart. In the grand review of his peculiar characteristics, nothing creates such an impressive effect as his love of the truth. It looms up over everything else. His life is proof of the assertion that he never yielded in his fundamental conception of truth to any man for any end. All the follies and wrong Mr. Lincoln ever fell into or committed sprang out of these weak points: the want of intuitive judgment, the lack of quick, sagacious knowledge of the play and meaning of men's features as written on the face, the want of the sense of propriety of things, his tenderness and mercy, and lastly, his unsuspecting nature. He was deeply and sincerely honest himself, and assumed that others were so. He never suspected men, and hence, in dealing with them, he was easily imposed upon. All the wise and good things Mr. Lincoln ever did sprang out of his great reason, his conscience, his understanding, his heart, his love of the truth, the right, and the good. I am speaking now of his particular and individual faculties and qualities, not of their combination, or the result of any combinations. Run out these qualities and faculties abstractly, and see what they produce. For instance, a tender heart, a strong reason, a broad understanding, an exalted conscience, a love of the true and the good, must, proportioned reasonably and applied practically, produce a man of great power and great humanity. As illustrative of a combination in Mr. Lincoln's organization, it may be said that his eloquence lay in the strength of his logical faculty, his supreme power of reasoning, his great understanding, and his love of principle, in his clear and accurate vision, in his cool and masterly statement of principles around which the issues gather, and in the statement of those issues and the grouping of the facts that are to carry conviction to the minds of men of every grade of intelligence. He was so clear that he could not be misunderstood or long misrepresented. He stood square and bolt upright to his convictions, and anyone who listened to him would be convinced that he formed his thoughts and utterances by them. His mind was not exactly a wide, broad, generalizing, and comprehensive mind, nor yet a versatile, quick, and subtle one, bounding here and there as emergencies demanded, but it was deep, enduring, strong, like a majestic machine running in deep iron grooves with heavy flanges on its wheels. Mr. Lincoln himself was a very sensitive man. and hence, in dealing with others, he avoided wounding their hearts or puncturing their sensibility. He was unusually considerate of the feelings of other men, regardless of their rank, condition, or station. At first sight, he struck one with his plainness, simplicity of manner, sincerity, candor, and truthfulness. He had no double interests, and no overwhelming dignity with which to chill the air around his visitor. He was always easy of approach and thoroughly democratic. He seemed to throw a charm around every man who ever met him. To be in his presence was a pleasure, and no man ever left his company with injured feelings unless most richly deserved. The universal testimony, "He is an honest man," gave him a firm hold on the masses, and they trusted him with a blind religious faith. His sad, melancholy face excited their sympathy, and when the dark days came, it was their heartstrings that entwined and sustained him. Sympathy, we are told, is one of the strongest and noblest incentives to human action. With the sympathy and love of the people to sustain him, Lincoln had unlimited power over them. He threw an invisible and weightless harness over them, and drove them through disaster and desperation to final victory. The trust and worship by the people of Lincoln were the result of his simple character. He held himself not aloof from the masses. He became one of them. They feared together. They struggled together. They hoped together. Thus, melted and molded into one, they became one in thought, one in will, one in action. If Lincoln cautiously awaited the full development of the last fact in the great drama before he acted, when longer waiting would be a crime, he knew that the people were determinedly at his back. Thus, when a blow was struck, it came with the unerring aim and power of a bolt from heaven. A natural king, not ruling men, but leading them along the drifts and trends of their own tendencies, always keeping in mind the consent of the governed, he developed what the future historian will call the sublimest order of conservative statesmanship. Whatever of life, vigor, force, and power of eloquence his peculiar qualities gave him, whatever there was in a fair, manly, honest, and impartial administration of justice under law to all men at all times, whatever there was in a strong will in the right governed by tenderness and mercy, whatever there was in toil and sublime patience, whatever there was in these things, or a wise combination of them, Lincoln is justly entitled to in making up the impartial verdict of history. These limit and define him as a statesman, as an orator, as an executive of the nation, and as a man. They developed in all the walks of his life. They were his law. They were his nature. They were Abraham Lincoln. This long, bony, sad man floated down the Sangamon River in a frail canoe in the spring of 1831. Like a piece of driftwood, he lodged at last, without a history, strange, penniless, and alone, in sight of the capital of Illinois. In the fatigue of daily toil, he struggled for the necessaries of life. 30 years later, this same peculiar man left the Sangamon River, backed by friends, by power, by the patriotic prayers of millions of people, to be the ruler of the greatest nation in the world. As the leader of a brave people in their desperate struggle for national existence, Abraham Lincoln will always be an interesting historical character. His strong, honest, sagacious, and noble life will always possess a peculiar charm. Had it not been for his conservative statesmanship, his supreme confidence in the wisdom of the people, his extreme care in groping his way among facts and before ideas, this nation might have been 2 governments today. The low and feeble circulation of his blood, his healthful irritability, which responded so slowly to the effects of stimuli, the strength of his Herculean frame, his peculiar organism conserving its force, his sublime patience, his wonderful endurance, his great hand and heart, saved this country from division when division meant its irreparable ruin. The central figure of our national history, the sublime type of our civilization, posterity, with the record of his career and actions before it, will decree that, whether Providence so ordained it or not, Abraham Lincoln was the man for the hour. End of section 34. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 35. The Appendices to Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mary Schneider. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 35. Appendix. Unpublished Family Letters. The following letters by Mr. Lincoln to his relatives were at one time placed in my hands. As they have never before been published entire, I have thought proper to append them here. They are only interesting as showing Mr. Lincoln's affection for his father and stepmother, and as a specimen of the good sound sense with which he approached every undertaking. The list opens with a letter to his father, written from Washington while a member of Congress. Washington, December 24th, 1848. My dear Father, your letter of the 7th was received night before last. I very cheerfully send you the $20, which sum you say is necessary to save your land from sale. It is singular that you should have forgotten a judgment against you, and it is more singular that the plaintiff should have let you forget it so long, particularly as I suppose you have always had property enough to satisfy a judgment of that amount. Before you pay it, it would be well to be sure that you have not paid, or at least that you cannot prove that you have paid. Give my love to Mother and all the connections. Affectionately your son, A. Lincoln. His stepbrother, John D. Johnston, for whom Mr. Lincoln always exhibited the affection of a real brother, was the recipient of many letters. Some of them were commonplace, but between the lines of each much good, homely philosophy may be read. Johnston, whom I knew, was exactly what his distinguished stepbrother charged, an idler. In every emergency he seemed to fall back on Lincoln for assistance. The aid generally came, but with it always some plain but sensible suggestion. The series opens as follows. Springfield, February 23rd, 1850. Dear Brother, your letter about a mail contract was received yesterday. I have made out a bid for you at $120, guaranteed it myself, got our PM here to certify it and send it on. Your former letter concerning some man's claim for a pension was also received. I had the claim examined by those who are practiced in such matters, and they decide he cannot get a pension. As you make no mention of it, I suppose you had not learned that we lost our little boy. He was sick 15 days, and died in the morning of the first day of this month. It was not our first, but our second child. We miss him very much. Your brother in haste, A. Lincoln. Following is another, which, however, bears no date. Dear Johnston, your request for $80 I do not think it best to comply with now. At the various times when I have helped you a little, you have said to me, we can get along very well now. But in a very short time I find you in the same difficulty again. Now this can only happen by some defect in your conduct. What the defect is, I think I know. You are not lazy, and still you are an idler. I doubt whether, since I saw you, you have done a good whole day's work in one day. You do not very much dislike to work, and still you do not work much, merely because it does not seem to you that you could get much for it. The habit of uselessly wasting time is the whole difficulty, and it is vastly important to you, and still more so to your children, that you break the habit. It is more important to them because they have longer to live, and can keep out of an idle habit before they are in it, easier than they can get out after they are in. You are in need of some ready money, and what I propose is that you shall go to work tooth and nail for somebody who will give you money for it. Let father and your brothers take charge of things at home, prepare for a crop and make the crop, and you go to work for the best money wages, or in discharge of any debt you owe that you can get. And to secure you a fair reward for your labor, I now promise you that for every dollar you will, between this and the 1st of next May, get from your own labor, either in money or as your own indebtedness, I will then give you one other dollar. By this, if you hire yourself at $10 a month from me, you will get 10 more, making $20 a month for your work. In this I do not mean you shall go off to St. Louis, or the lead mines, or the gold mines in California, but I mean for you to go at it for the best wages you can get close to home in Coles County. Now, if you will do this, you will soon be out of debt, and what is better, you will have a habit that will keep you from getting in debt again. But if I should now clear you out, next year you would be just as deep in as ever. You say you would give your place in heaven for $70 or $80, then you value your place in heaven very cheap, for I am sure you can, with the offer I make, get the $70 or $80 for 4 or 5 months' work. You say, if I will furnish you the money, you will deed me the land, and if you don't pay the money back, you will deliver possession. Nonsense. If you can't now live with the land, how will you then live without it? You have always been kind to me, and I do not mean to be unkind to you. On the contrary, if you will but follow my advice, you will find it worth more than 8 times $80 to you. Affectionately, your brother, A. Lincoln. The following, written when the limit of Thomas Lincoln's life seemed rapidly approaching, shows in what esteem his son held the relation that existed between them. Springfield, January 12, 1851. Dear Brother, on the day before yesterday I received a letter from Harriet, written at Greenup. She says she has just returned from your house, and that father is very low, and will hardly recover. She also says that you have written me 2 letters, and that though you do not expect me to come now, you wonder that I do not write. I received both your letters, and although I have not answered them, it is not because I have forgotten them, or not been interested about them, but because it appeared to me I could write nothing which could do any good. You already know I desire that neither father or mother shall be in want of any comfort, either in health or sickness, while they live. And I feel sure that you have not failed to use my name, if necessary, to procure a doctor or anything else for father in his present sickness. My business is such that I could hardly leave home now, if it were not, as it is, that my own wife is sick abed. It is a case of baby sickness, and I suppose is not dangerous. I sincerely hope father may yet recover his health, but at all events tell him to remember to call upon and confide in our great and good and merciful Maker, who will not turn away from him in any extremity. He notes the fall of a sparrow, and numbers the hairs of our heads, and he will not forget the dying man who puts his trust in him. Say to him that if we could meet now, it is doubtful whether it would not be more painful than pleasant, but that if it be his lot to go now, he will soon have a joyous meeting with many loved ones gone before, and where the rest of us, through the help of God, hope ere long to join them. Write me again when you receive this. Affectionately, A. Lincoln. Lincoln's mentor-like interest in his stepmother and his shiftless and almost unfortunate step-brother, was nowise diminished by the death of his father. He writes, Springfield, August 31st, 1851. Dear brother, enclosed is the deed for the land. We are all well and have nothing in the way of news. We have had no cholera here for about 2 weeks. Give my love to all, and especially to Mother. Yours as ever, A. Lincoln. No more practical or kindly earnest advice could have been given than this. Shelbyville, November 4th, 1851. Dear Brother, when I came into Charleston day before yesterday, I learned that you are anxious to sell the land where you live and move to Missouri. I have been thinking of this ever since, and cannot but think such a notion is utterly foolish. What can you do in Missouri better than here? Is the land richer? Can you there any more than here raise corn and wheat and oats without work? Will anybody there, any more than here, do your work for you? If you intend to go to work, there is no better place than right where you are. If you do not intend to go to work, you cannot get along anywhere. Squirming and crawling about from place to place can do no good. You have raised no crop this year, and what you really want is to sell the land, get the money, and spend it. Part with the land you have, and my life upon it, you will never after own a spot big enough to bury you in. Half you will get for the land you spend in moving to Missouri, and the other half you will eat and drink and wear out, and no foot of land will be bought. Now I feel it is my duty to have no hand in such a piece of foolery. I feel that it is so even on your own account, and particularly on Mother's account. The eastern 40 acres I intend to keep for Mother while she lives. If you will not cultivate it, it will rent for enough to support her. At least it will rent for something. Her dower in the other 2 40s she can let you have, and no thanks to me. Now, do not misunderstand this letter. I do not write it in any unkindness. I write it in order, if possible, to get you to face the truth, which truth is, you are destitute because you have idled away all your time. Your 1,000 pretenses for not getting along better are all nonsense. They deceive nobody but yourself. Go to work is the only cure for your case. A word for Mother. Chapman tells me he wants you to go and live with him. If I were you, I would try it a while. If you get tired of it, as I think you will not, you can return to your own home. Chapman feels very kindly to you, and I have no doubt he will make your situation very pleasant. Sincerely your son, A. Lincoln. The list closes with this one written by Lincoln while on the circuit. Shelbyville, November 9th, 1851. Dear Brother, when I wrote you before, I had not received your letter. I still think as I did, but if the land can be sold so that I get $300 to put to interest for Mother, I will not object if she does not. But before I will make the deed, the money must be had or secured beyond all doubt at 10%. As to Abraham, I do not want him on my own account, but I understand he wants to live with me so that he can go to school and get a fair start in the world, which I very much wish him to have. When I reach home, if I can make it convenient to take, I will take him, provided there is no mistake between us as to the object and terms of my taking him. In haste as ever, A. Lincoln. Appendix: An Incident on the Circuit. A Statement from George W. Minier, April 10, 1882. In the spring term of the Tazewell County Court in 1847, which at that time was held in the village of Tremont, I was detained as a witness an entire week. Lincoln was employed in several suits, and among them was one of Case versus Snow Brothers. The Snow Brothers, as appeared in evidence, who were both miners, had purchased from an old Mr. Case what was then called a prairie team, consisting of 2 or 3 yoke of oxen and prairie plow, giving therefore their joint note for some $200. But when payday came, refused to pay, pleading the minor act. The note was placed in Lincoln's hands for collection. The suit was called and a jury impaneled. The Snow brothers did not deny the note, but pleaded through their counsel that they were minors, and that Mr. Case knew that they were at the time of the contract and conveyance. All this was admitted by Mr. Lincoln with his peculiar phrase, "Yes, gentlemen, I reckon that's so." The minor act was read and its validity admitted in the same manner. The counsel of the defendants were permitted without question to state all these things to the jury, and to show by the statute that these minors could not be held responsible for their contract. By this time you may well suppose that I began to be uneasy. What, I thought, this good old man, who confided in these boys, to be wronged in this way, and even his counsel, Mr. Lincoln, to submit in silence? I looked at the court, Judge Treat, but could read nothing in his calm and dignified demeanor. Just then Mr. Lincoln slowly got up, and in his strange half-erect attitude and clear, quiet accent began, "Gentlemen of the jury, are you willing to allow these boys to begin life with this shame and disgrace attached to their character? If you are, I am not. The best judge of human character that ever wrote has left these immortal words for all of us to ponder. Good name in man or woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse steals trash, 'tis something, nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed." Then rising to his full height, and looking upon the defendants with the compassion of a brother, his long right arm extended toward the opposing counsel, he continued, "Gentlemen of the jury, these poor innocent boys would never have attempted this low villainy, had it not been for the advice of these lawyers." Then for a few moments he showed how even the noble science of law may be prostituted. With a scathing rebuke to those who thus belittle their profession, he concluded, "And now, gentlemen, you have it in your power to set these boys right before the world." He pled for the young men only. I think he did not mention his client's name. The jury, without leaving their seats, decided that the defendants must pay the debt, and the latter, after hearing Lincoln, were as willing to pay it as the jury were determined they should. I think the entire argument lasted not above 5 minutes. Appendix: Lincoln's fellow lawyers. Among Lincoln's colleagues at the Springfield bar after his re-entry into politics in 1854, and until his elevation to the presidency, were John T. Stuart, Stephen T. Logan, John A. McClernand, Benjamin S. Edwards, David Logan, E. B. Herndon, W. J. Ferguson, James H. Matheny, C. C. Brown, N. M. Broadwell, Charles W. Keyes, John E. Rosette, S. T. Zane, J. C. Conkling, Shelby M. Cullom, and G. M. Shutt. There were others, notably John M. Palmer and Richard J. Oglesby, who came in occasionally from other counties and tried suits with and against us, but they never became members of our bar, strictly speaking, till after the war had closed. Appendix: The Truce with Douglas. Testimony of Irwin. A statement by B. F. Irwin, February 8, 1866. The conversation took place in the office of Lincoln and Herndon, in the presence of P. L. Harrison, William H. Herndon, Pascal Enos, and myself. It originated in this way. After the debate at Springfield on the 4th and 5th of October, 1854, William Jayne, John Cassidy, Pascal Enos, the writer, and others whose names I do not now remember, filled out and signed a written request to Lincoln to follow Douglas until he ran him into his hole, or made him halloo enough, and that day Lincoln was giving in his report. He said that the next morning after the Peoria debate, Douglas came to him and flattered him that he knew more on the question of territorial organization in this government than all the Senate of the United States, and called his mind to the trouble the latter had given him. He added that Lincoln had already given him more trouble than all the opposition in the Senate, then proposed to Lincoln that he, Lincoln, would go home and not follow him. He, Douglas, would go to no more of his appointments, would make no more speeches, and would go home and remain silent during the rest of the campaign. Lincoln did not make another speech till after his election. Appendix: The Bloomington Convention. Following is a copy of the call to select delegates to the Bloomington Convention, held May 29, 1856, when the Republican party in Illinois came into existence. It will be remembered that I signed Lincoln's name under instructions from him by telegraph. The original document I gave several years ago to a friend in Boston, Massachusetts. We, the undersigned, citizens of Sangamon County, who are opposed to the repeal of the Missouri Compromise and the present administration, and who are in favor of restoring to the general government the policy of Washington and Jefferson, would suggest the propriety of a county convention, to be held in the city of Springfield on Saturday, the 24th day of May, at 2:00 p.m., to appoint delegates to the Bloomington Convention. A. Lincoln, W. H. Herndon, and others. The decided stand Lincoln took in this instance, and his speech in the convention, undoubtedly paved the way for his leadership in the Republican party. Appendix: An office discussion. Lincoln's idea of war. One morning in 1859, Lincoln and I, impressed with the probability of war between the two sections of the country, were discussing the subject in the office. "The position taken by the advocates of state sovereignty," remarked Lincoln, "always reminds me of the fellow who contended that the proper place for the big kettle was inside the little one." To me, war seemed inevitable, but when I came to view the matter squarely, I feared a difficulty the North would have in controlling the various classes of people and shades of sentiment, so as to make them an effective force in case of war. I feared the lack of some great head and heart to lead us onward. Lincoln had great confidence in the masses, believing that when they were brought face to face with the reality of the conflict, all differences would disappear, and that they would be merged into one. To illustrate his idea, he made use of this figure: Go to the river bank with a coarse sieve, and fill it with gravel. After a vigorous shaking, you will observe that the small pebbles and sand have sunk from view and fallen to the ground. The next, larger in size, unable to slip between the wires, will still be found within the sieve. By thorough and repeated shakings, you will find that of the pebbles still left in the sieve, the largest ones will have risen to the top. Now," he continued, "if, as you say, war is inevitable and will shake the country from center to circumference, you will find that the little men will fall out of view in the shaking. The masses will rest on some solid foundation, and the big men will have climbed to the top. Of these latter, one greater than all the rest will leap forth, armed and equipped, the people's leader in the conflict." Little did I realize the strength of the masses when united and fighting for a common purpose, and much less did I dream that the great leader soon to be tried was at that very moment touching my elbow. Appendix: Lincoln and the Know-Nothings. Among other things used against Lincoln in the campaign of 1860 was the charge that he had been a member of a Know-Nothing lodge. When the charge was laid at his door, he wrote the following letter to one of his confidential political friends. I copy from the original manuscript. Springfield, Illinois, July 21st, 1860. Hon. A. Jonas. My dear Sir, yours of the 20th is received. I suppose as good or even better men than I have been in American or Know-Nothing lodges. But in point of fact I never was in one, at Quincy or elsewhere. I was never in Quincy but one day and 2 nights, while Know-Nothing lodges were in existence, and you were with me that day and both those nights. I had never been there before in my life, and never afterwards, till the joint debate with Douglas in 1858. It was in 1854, when I spoke in some hall there, and after the speaking, you, with others, took me to an oyster saloon, passed an hour there, and you walked with me to and parted with me at the Quincy House quite late at night. I left by stage for Naples before daylight in the morning, having come in by the same route after dark the evening previous to the speaking, when I found you waiting at the Quincy House to meet me. A few days after I was there, Richardson, as I understood, started the same story about my having been in a Know-Nothing lodge. When I heard of the charge, as I did soon after, I taxed my recollection for some incident which could have suggested it, and I remembered that on parting with you the last night I went to the office of the hotel to take my stage passage for the morning, was told that no stage office for that line was kept there, and that I must see the driver before retiring, to ensure his calling for me in the morning, and a servant was sent with me to find the driver, who, after taking me a square or two, stopped me, and stepped perhaps a dozen steps farther, and in my hearing called to some one, who answered him, apparently from the upper part of the building, and promised to call with the stage for me at the Quincy House. I returned and went to bed, and before day the stage called and took me. This is all. That I never was in a Know-Nothing lodge in Quincy, I should expect could be easily proved by respectable men who were always in the lodges, and never saw me there. An affidavit of one or two such would put the matter at rest. And now a word of caution. Our adversaries think they can gain a point if they could force me to openly deny the charge, by which some degree of offense could be given to the Americans. For this reason it must not publicly appear that I am paying any attention to the charge. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. Appendix. Lincoln's views on the rights of suffrage. At one time, while holding the office of attorney for the city of Springfield, I had a case in the Supreme Court which involved the validity or constitutionality of a law regulating the matter of voting. Although a city case, it really abridged the right of suffrage. Being Lincoln's partner, I wanted him to assist me in arguing the questions involved. He declined to do so, saying, "I am opposed to the limitation or lessening of the right of suffrage. If anything, I am in favor of its extension or enlargement. I want to lift men up, to broaden rather than contract their privileges." Appendix. The burial of the assassin Booth. Taken from the manuscript of L. B. Baker, late Lieutenant and A.Q.M., 1st D.C. Cavalry. Upon reaching Washington with the body of Booth, having come up the Potomac, it was at once removed from the tugboat to a gunboat that lay at the dock of the Navy Yard, where it remained about 36 hours. It was there examined by the Surgeon General and staff and other officers, and identified by half a score of persons who had known him well. Toward evening of the second day, General L. C. Baker, then Chief of the Detective Bureau of the War Department, received orders from Secretary of War Stanton to dispose of the body. Stanton said, "Put it where it will not be disturbed until Gabriel blows his last trumpet." I was ordered to assist him. The body was placed in a rowboat, and taking with us one trusty man to manage the boat, we quietly floated down the river. Crowds of people all along the shore were watching us. For a blind, we took with us a heavy ball and chain, and it was soon going from lip to lip that we were about to sink the body in the Potomac. Darkness soon came on, completely concealing our movements, and under its cover we pulled slowly back to the old penitentiary, which during the war was used as an arsenal. The body was then lifted from the boat and carried through a door opening on the river front. Under the stone floor of what had been a prison cell a shallow grave was dug, and the body, with the United States blanket for a winding sheet, was there interred. There also it remained till Booth's accomplices were hanged. It was then taken up and buried with his companions in crime. I have since learned that the remains were again disinterred and given to his friends, and that they now rest in the family burial place in Baltimore, Maryland. Appendix. A tribute to Lincoln by a colleague at the bar. From a speech by the Honorable Lawrence Weldon at a bar meeting held in the United States Court at Springfield, Illinois, in June, 1865. The weird and melancholy association of eloquence and poetry had a strong fascination for Mr. Lincoln's mind. Tasteful composition, either of prose or poetry, which faithfully contrasted the realities of eternity with the unstable and fickle fortunes of time, made a strong impression on his mind. In the indulgence of this melancholy taste, it is related of him that the poem Immortality he knew by rote, and appreciated very highly. He had a strange liking for the verses, and they bear a just resemblance to his fortune. Mr. Lincoln, at the time of his assassination, was encircled by a halo of immortal glory, as had never before graced the brow of mortal man. He had driven treason from its capital city, had slept in the palace of its once proud and defiant, but now vanquished leader, and had saved his country and its accrued glories of 3/4 of a century from destruction. He rode, not with the haughty and imperious brow of an ancient conqueror, but with the placid complacency of a pure patriot, through the streets of the political Babylon of modern times. He had ridden over battlefields immortal in history, when, in power at least, he was the leader. Having assured the misguided citizens of the South that he meant them no harm beyond a determination to maintain the government, he returned buoyant with hope to the Executive Mansion, where for 4 long years he had been held, as it were, a prisoner. Weary with the stories of state, he goes to seek the relaxation of amusement at the theater, sees the gay crowd as he passes in, is cheered and graciously smiled upon by fair women and brave men, beholds the gorgeous paraphernalia of the stage, the brilliantly lighted scene, the arched ceiling, with its grotesque and inimitable figuring to heighten the effect and make the occasion one of unalloyed pleasure. The hearts of the people beat in unison with his over a redeemed and ransomed land. A pause in the play, a faint pistol shot is heard. No one knows its significance save the hellish few who are in the plot. A wild shriek, such as murder wrings from the heart of woman, follows. The proud form of Mr. Lincoln has sunk in death. The scene is changed to a wild confusion such as no poet can describe, no painter delineate. Well might the murderer have said, and oft repeated, "'Tis the wink of an eye, 'tis the draught of a breath, from the blossom of health to the paleness of death, from the gilded saloon to the bier and the shroud. Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud?" End of section 35. Recorded by Mary Schneider.